Good evening, everyone. You all are or were eagerly waiting for the answer key. This year's paper was a bit different. There's no doubt about that. There are certain questions which are kind of doubtful. Generally, UPSC is known to ask these kinds of questions. However, we'll try to narrow it down कि कौन से लेवल तक, let's say we would try to narrow it down to, let's say we would remove two optional maybe, and we'll keep the two optional, that if these are the two optional, then there is a possibility you may get it right. We'll explain you the concepts also, if at all there is some kind of dispute at all.
Hello everyone, so I'm Rachit and I hope all of you are good. So today it was your prelims examination and we as a team of KSG has come together to give you the most authentic answers with proper explanation to understand what was the nature of the paper and what was the exact answers or responses to the questions which were asked. Clear? So let us start with the section of history and culture. I'm discussing about set B, and in set B we'll take the first question related to history, and the question was clear. In set B it was number 1, in A it was 41, C set it was 51, D was 81. Clear? Question says, in which one of the following regions was Dhanya Kot, which flourished as a prominent Buddhist center under Mahasangikas, located? So it is a simple question related to identification of Dhanya Kot and in which part of Indian territory. Clear? In this question, obviously, Mahasangikas, if you are learning, you must be knowing about one important dynasty that patronized the Mahasangika sect. That dynasty was the Satvahan dynasty in the Deccan region. The Satvahan dynasty, it is very important catch to understand that the easternmost limit of the Satvahan dynasty was itself Dharni Kot, located in the region of Amravati, and Amravati was a very flourishing Buddhist center patronized by the Satvahan rulers. Clear? Since Dharni Kot was the easternmost limit of the Satvahans, where they promoted Amravati school, where they promoted Amravati stupa, there they also promoted Mahasangika sects, and Dhanya Kot was a very important region, and therefore it is presently located on the eastern coast of Andhra region. So the right answer to this question would be the region of Andhra. This would be the right answer to be understood. So Andhra is the right region. Clear? In fact, clear, I just want to make it one thing very clear, that such kind of questions has been discussed in our classes also. I'll let you know. Clear? And in these classes we had been discussing such questions earlier as well. If you look into that, I'll let you know. Clear? First of all, this is related to Jainism, the question that has been asked today. Clear? Apart from this, clear, I'll be discussing about other areas as well. Coming to this point, clear. Apart from this, I'll let you know another question related to this topic. Then let us move to this question. Clear? Indo-Greeks, the question has been asked on Indo-Greeks also. Clear this time? Then coming to Satvahans, clear. So we had discussed, we were discussing about Satvahans in the class. We had discussed about Satvahans in the Deccan region, and we also discussed about Shungas and Kanwas. In Satvahans, I had discussed about Dharni Kot in the class, whereby we made it very clear that Dharni Kot was the easternmost limit of the Satvahans, where they promoted Mahasangika sect and even promoted Amravati school. At the same time, the concept of Buddhist religion. So Dharni Kot is located in the region of Andhra. Clear? Moving back to another question. Clear? This question that was asked this time. Clear? And this is related to question number 2 of set B, that is 42 of A, 52 of C and 82. Clear? With reference to ancient India, consider the following statements. The concept of stupa is Buddhist in origin. Stupa was generally a repository of relics. Stupa was votive and commemorative structure in Buddhist tradition. Clear? Now, this question you need to understand very clearly. We as a team had a thorough discussion on this question because there was some issues related to one statement of this question, and that statement was the first one itself. Clear? So we need to understand the first statement of this question, that concept of stupa is Buddhist in origin. Clear? First of all, I'll let you know the concept of stupa is not originally related to Buddhism. In fact, this concept of stupas was pre-Buddhist in nature. The first evidence recently only, the Kerala government has published a list of papers in which they have said that such kind of ash mounds, such kind of hemispherical mounds having the burials of human beings were found in the region of Kerala. At the same time, the megalithic burials also had heap around them, and therefore they were considered to be an earlier form of stupas. Clear? So stupas or rather origin of stupas, concept of stupas cannot be associated directly with Buddhism. Rather, it has pre-Buddhist origin, which is associated with ash mounds in South India, which is associated with megalithic culture in South India, and therefore it was not connected with Buddhism in origin. So this statement would be a wrong statement. We can generally cut this. Then this stupa was generally a repository of relics. Yeah, Buddhism has relics. Clear? Because stupas are repository of relics associated with the life of Gautam Buddha. This is the right statement. Stupa was a votive and commemorative structure in Buddhist tradition. How many of the statements given above correct? This is also a right statement. It is commemorative structure in Buddhist tradition. Clear? So commemorative means to mark some memorable events in the life of Gautam Buddha. So two statements are correct, and option says only one, only two, all three, and none. So answer would be B, that is only two. This would be the right answer. In fact, clear, stupa was generally a repository of relics. We had discussed in the class itself. Clear? If we look into the classes, I'll let you know. We have discussed this earlier, and we'll come to this point. Look into the class, I'll let you know about the stupas as well. Satwahans cave, we'll come to Bhaja also. Bhaja has also been asked this time. Pandyas, Cheras and Cholas also. Clear? Coming to this question. Sangam assemblies. Then Gahadavalas, stupa architecture. Look into this question. We had discussed about stupa architecture thoroughly. In stupa architecture, we had discussed about major developments related to stupas. We had discussed about repository in the class with proper diagram. Then we had discussed about the relics of Gautam Buddha kept in this Harmika, then circumambulatory path, Vedika, Toran. This all things has been done in the class that we take regularly. So obviously with this we had been discussing about these issues in class itself, and therefore directly from class such questions has been placed. Clear? So answer to question number 2 would be on two statements which are correct. So we'll move on to these two questions. So only two. Clear? So only two statements right, that it B. Coming to the third question. Clear? Third question is 3 offset A is 43, offset C is 53, of D set is 83. Question says with reference to ancient South India, Korkai, Pompuhar, that is Puhar, clear, and Muchari were well known as port cities. Clear? Muziris was also Muziris, and Muziris was the port city of the Cheras. Clear? We had even discussed this also, and in fact this information is directly in our mentioned KSG notes also. That is a material given to the students, and says other ports of South India were Balita, Kamari, Kolchi, Puhar. That is Pompuhar, then Salur, Paduka, Sopatuma, Markham, clear. This led to all this, even Muziris also. So this information has been mentioned in the class, in the study material given to you, that has been directly asked, clear. Not only in the study material, in fact, this has been discussed in the class also, clear. We had been discussing in the class itself about this, where we discussed about major developments related to them, and we'll come to law. I'll let you know, we had discussed that also. Coming to this question, where we had discussed about this. Postmodern period. Satwahan's cave. Yeah, Pandyas, Cholas and Cheras. In this, we had discussed about major port cities, and we had mentioned about the ports of Puhar. We have mentioned the ports of Cheras, Muziris, and every other important developments and port cities are mentioned when we had discussed about Pandyas, Cholas and Cheras. Clear? So time may not be enough to discuss everything, but all these things were there that we had discussed. Clear? Coming to another question that was asked this time. Clear? Moving to the next one. Mention the class notes as well. Question number 4. Clear? Set A 44, set C 54, set C D 84. Which one of the following explains the practice of vatiquerotal as mentioned in the Sangam poems? Clear? Again, I'll let you know, as far as Sangam literature is concerned, we had discussed that Sangam literature is divided into Agam and Puram, that is theme of war and theme of love. In theme of war, clear, normally the heroes are glorified, and all those heroes who won the battle were highly glorified. Those who died could not fall, digest the disgrace, and this question is related to that disgrace only. And that section is kings employing women bodyguards wrong, learned persons assembling royal courts to discuss religion, philosophical matters, young girls keeping watch over agriculture fields and driving away birds and animals, a king defeated in a battle, committing ritual suicide by starving himself to death. This is the right answer to this question, D1. Clear? So this is the right answer, king defeated in a battle, committing ritual suicide by starving himself to death. Clear? Because Sangam literature mentions about 18 major works and the 18 minor works. Clear? In those 18 major works and 18 minor works, I'll let you know. Clear? 18 major works, also known as Male Kanakko. In these 18 major works of Male Kanakko, they mentions about the major warriors, in which they have glorified the warriors of Pandyas, Cheras and Cholas. And in this Male Kanakko, clear, they mention about large number of warriors who suffered death, clear, and when they suffered defeat, clear, in order to show their power and in order to show their self-respect, they fasted themselves continuously to die, and that was a kind of self-mortification. Clear? In fact, it cannot be denied, clear, that at the same time, this also was influenced by Jain religion, which provides salekhan or self-starvation, self-mortification. This was done, and we had been discussing this continuously, and themes being Agam and Puram. Clear? Agam and Puram indicating the theme of love and war, which is mentioned in Sangam literature. Clear? So, very important themes that are mentioned, that mentions about this term, that is Vatta Kirutal, giving high respect whereby warriors committed suicide if they were defeated in battle. Clear? This is one thing. Coming to the next question, that is question number 5. Clear? Question number 5 is, consider the following dynasties: 45 of A, 55 of C and 85 of D set. Clear? Consider following, that is Hoysalas, Gahadavalas, Kakatiyas and Yadavas. How many of the dynasties established the kingdoms in early 8th century? Clear? So you need to understand about early 8th century. Now, early 8th century. Early 8th century means before 750 AD. Clear? So you have to discuss the event before 750 AD. Clear? Now there was some confusion related to this one. Clear? That is Gahadavalas. Clear? Because obviously Gahadavalas was a Rajput dynasty established. Clear? Hoysalas were obviously in the late medieval phase. Kakatiyas were in the late medieval phase, and Yadavas, because Hoysalas, Kakatiyas and Yadavas were defeated during the reign of Alauddin Khalji by Malik Kafur. We had discussed in the class. Clear? But it is clear that Gahadavalas also emerged on the remains of a large dynasty in 11th and 12th century. And this is mentioned in our notes also. This is Garhwal, clear? And we had mentioned about Pratiharas, Garhwals of Kannauj, clear? In this Garhwal of Kannauj, we had mentioned about the time period also when the Garhwals emerged to take place in the northern part of India, clear? So obviously with the breakup of Pratiharas, number of Rajputs emerged like Gahadwalas of Kannauj, Parmars of Malwa, Chauhans of Ajmer, and we have mentioned about the rise also in 11th and 12th. This is mentioned India in 1050 AD, that is 11th century. So obviously none of them was in the early century, earliest century, that is D, clear? So Hoysalas, Kakatiyas, Yadavas anyway was later on. Gahadwalas was also later on. So answer would be D, that is none. This is mentioned directly in the class notes of KSG. Clear? Moving to another question. Then another question is question number 6. Clear? 6 is set A 46, set C 56, set C 86. Clear? With reference to ancient Indian history, consider the following pairs. Clear? Literary work and author. Devi Chandraguptam, Bilhana. No, Devi Chandraguptam was written by Vishakha Dutt, and it is mentioned the class notes directly. In our class also we had discussed about that. Clear? So obviously it was written by Vishakha Dutt. Clear? And it's mentioned Devi Chandraguptam. Clear? Devi Chandraguptam and Mudra Rakshasam, written by Vishakha Dutt. It is mentioned the class notes directly. Clear? So it is not Bilhana. This is wrong. Clear? Coming to Hame Mahakavya, Nachand Suri. This is mentioned the class notes. This is right. Clear? Milind Pano, Nagarjun, Nagasen. So see, don't get confused. I'll let you know. Nagarjun or Nagsen. Clear? Both are same person. Clear? So here if you look into Nagsen, that it is mentioned the notes also. Clear? And you need to understand. Clear? See, the Greek ruler back to Afghanistan, Punjab and occupied them. The most famous Indo-Greek ruler, Menander. Clear? He is also known as Milan. He was converted to Buddhism by Nagsen, who is also known as Nagarjun. Clear? So some sources they will give you this wrong statement. No, this is right statement because Nagsen and Nagarjun are same person, and Milind Pano was written by Nagsen. This is also right. Clear? So this one is also right. Niti Baghami is written by Sumadev Suri, 15th century. Clear? So how many of the pairs are correctly matched? Only 3 are correctly matched. That is C. Only 1 is incorrect. Clear? So answer would be C, basis mentioned directly in our study material given to the students directly, so you don't have to go anywhere. These questions can easily be corrected. In fact, in the class also I had discussed about these things. There are videos related to those classes. Clear? I'll show you those videos as well. Clear? Looking into those videos, I'll show you those videos. The Sangam age we had discussed. Gahadwalas we had discussed. Just look into that. Clear? We had mentioned about Gahadwalas. Before Chola Empire, we have mentioned about Gahadwalas. Gahadwalas of Kannauj. Let's look into that. Clear? We have mentioned Gahadwalas of Kannauj. Agnikul Rajput, Pratiharas also in the class. It has been clearly mentioned. Clear? Coming to this question. Next is about the Kakatiyas, Warangal. We have mentioned about this dynasty which were defeated. Look into this. Clear? All the dynasties defeated by Alauddin Khalji's reign, where we have mentioned about market reforms of Alauddin Khalji. See, the rulers Kakatiyas of Warangal, Hoysalas of Dwarsamud. It all has been mentioned clearly in the class notes itself. Clear? So Hoysalas of Dwarsamud, Kakatiyas of Warangal, all these has been mentioned, which was conquered by Malik Kafur and Alauddin Khalji. Clear? So this would be not in the beginning of 8th century we had discussed. Clear? Coming back to another question. So in class notes also, in classes also we had discussed this question. Clear? Moving to question number 7. Clear? Set A 47, set C 57, set C 87. Souls are not only the property of animal and plant life, but also of rocks, running water and many other natural objects not looked on as living by other religious sects. The above statement reflects one of the core beliefs of which of the following religion? It's Jainism. Clear? The answer to this question would be Jainism. Clear? Because Jainism talks about the concept of Jeeves and Ajeeves, in which they talked about the souls in the living beings, and those living beings did not try to hurt even the other running water or other materials like rocks, running water, and many other natural objects. In fact, we had also discussed this in the classes itself. I'll let you know the videos also we had discussed about this. Clear. Look into the videos as well. Ajivikas, Jain Council we had discussed. Three jewels, Jeev and Ajeev. Let's look into that video. Jeev biotic community, Ajeev abiotic community, that talks about moksha salvation, and that just talks about theory of karma anekantavad. Clear? In this class, we had discussed clearly about the concept of soul in Jainism, and in this we had discussed that clear that souls are supreme. Clear? And these souls are found not only in plant life but also in rocks, running water, and many other natural objects not looked on as living by other religious sects. So answer would be Jainism. Clear? So answer to this question would be Jainism, that is B option. Clear? Moving to the next question. Question number 8. Set A 48, set C 58, set C D 88. Who among the following rulers of Vijayanagar Empire constructed a large dam across Tungabhadra river and a canal cum aqueduct several kilometers long from a river to the capital city? Its answer is Devaraya first. Clear? So answer to this question would be Devaraya first. Clear? And it is clearly mentioned in our class notes of KSG as well, and as well as in the printed material. The first line itself, clear? KSG material, Devaraya first constructed the dam across Tungabhadra so that he could bring the canals into the city to relieve the shortage of water. Clearly mentioned in the first line of the paragraph itself, and from here only the question has been picked up. Clear? So look into the today's question and look into the material of KSG, whereby this first line is mentioned in the class notes, and if you prepare these materials, obviously nothing would be missed out. So in class notes, in that was printed material, through test, we try to give as much information possible in a power packed manner, so you get questions there. Only thing is to revise those things properly. So answer would be Devaraya first. Clear? Now moving to the next question. Clear? Moving to the next question. Question number 9. Clear? 9th is, who among the following rulers of medieval Gujarat surrendered due to Portuguese? Clear? Now this question is, who among the following rulers of medieval Gujarat surrendered due to Gujarat? Question number 9, 49 of set A, 59 of set C, 89 of set D. Answer to this question is Bahadur Shah. Clear? The answer is to this question about, and Bahadur Shah surrendered this region in 1546 AD. Clear? Why 1546 and why this question has been given? Just to make some confusion to the candidates. Clear? Because in 1509, Battle of Diu was fought. Battle of Diu was fought, and at that time the ruler of Gujarat was Mahmud Beghara. Clear? Mahmud Beghara was the ruler of Gujarat at that time in Battle of Diu. But Diu was not surrendered at this time. Diu was surrendered by Bahadur Shah, who was contemporary of Mughal Emperor Humayun. Clear? Since Humayun and Bahadur Shah began to fight against each other, in order to safeguard himself, Bahadur Shah began to take the support of Portuguese, and to appease the Portuguese, he surrendered set up Diu to Portuguese. Not only Diu, even island of Bassein was surrendered by Bahadur Shah to the Portuguese, which is mentioned in our printed notes also, and I'll show you the line. Clear? This is very important. Clear? Look into this. Hormuz. Clear? See, Bahadur Shah of Gujarat, during his conflict with Humayun, secured with Portuguese by ceding them in 1544 the island of Bassein. So in 1554 he ceded the island of Bassein. In 1546 he ceded the island of Diu to the Portuguese. So it is mentioned in the printed material also. It is there in the class as well. Clear? So 1546 answer would be Bahadur Shah of Gujarat. Clear? C would be the right answer. Clear? Moving to the next question, that is question number 10. Now question number 10. Set B10, A 50, C 60 and D set 90. By which one of the following acts the Governor General of India, by which of the following acts was the Governor General of India declared? Clear? Question is, by which one of the following acts was the Governor General of Bengal designated as Governor General of India? So question says, by which of the following acts Governor General of Bengal became Governor General of India. Governor General of India. Governor General of India. This is Charter Act of 1833. So in the Charter Act of 1833, Governor General of Bengal was declared to be Governor General of India. In fact, we had discussed in this class also, and I discussed this in the marathon class as well. I took a marathon class for prelims, and I had a direct question discussion of this on this in the class itself. I'll show you. Clear? So we had a discussion on this. So answer would be Charter Act of 1833. Clear? Now we'll look into this question. Clear? We had a discussion on this as well. 3 jewels. Clear? Cold morning batch, I'll let you know. Delhi Sultanate. I'll show you the video as well. We had a discussion on this in the class itself. Anyway, this is missing right now. It's not coming out, but this was a direct question that we had discussed in the class. Clear? Moving to the next question, question number 11.
The 11th question from the set B of the UPSC prelims paper. Okay, so wherever you can locate your own questions in your set, etc., please modify it according to your convenience. Question number 11 says, in a sense, what does the due process of law mean? Okay, this is a very simple question, but also it can mislead you sometimes because the options are a little complicated. First thing that we have to focus on this answer is that the term says essence. What is the essence of due process of law? Essence means a kind of a vital characteristic of something without which that thing does not survive, or that thing loses its meaning or existence. That's the definition of essence. So we don't have to just give a characteristic of the due process of law. We have to give in the essential characteristic of due process of law, which is very important for the concept to survive at all. Okay, and the options given are the principle of natural justice, the procedures established by law, fair application of law, and equality before the law. A very simple, undisputed answer to this question is A, the principle of natural justice. Okay, there are no two ways about this answer going wrong. Point number A is the correct answer. Every time we discuss the due process of law and the difference of the due process of law between the procedure established by law, we identify the differentiating factor between the two ideas as the due process of law having the school of natural justice. Natural justice has two basic components. One is that no person will be condemned unheard, meaning every person has a right to be heard before a court, that he has the ability or he has the right to make his case before he can be punished. Okay, and second is no person is going to be a judge in his own case. Now, the way that Article 21 is drafted in India talks about life and personal liberty cannot be deprived to any person except by the procedure established by law, which explicitly ruled out the concept of natural justice. Wherever there is a natural justice, wherever you have the right to be heard, there must be someone who would hear you, and that is the judiciary. So another element which is composed with the due process of law is that any kind of a law which is made by the parliament can be reviewed by the judiciary with regard to due process, but it cannot be reviewed by the judiciary if it is a procedure established by law. This is one of the things that came out of the Maneka Gandhi judgment in 1978 by the Supreme Court, when India started moving from the procedure established by law to the due process of law, giving judiciary the right to hear matters regarding procedure and giving citizens right to challenge the law made by the parliament, which deprives them of their life and personal liberty, before the Supreme Court, so that they can be heard that this law is not being applied correctly to them. This was the essence of the Maneka Gandhi judgment in 1978 given by the Supreme Court, which is one of the landmark judgments given by the Supreme Court. And this is what gave Supreme Court the power to interfere in matters in which procedure was not correct or accurate and a person's life and liberty was being deprived to that person. From 1978 onwards, the Supreme Court started interfering in these areas. Okay, so the correct answer, without a doubt or dispute, is the principle of natural justice. These terms which are associated underneath it, the procedure established by law, of course, is the antithesis to the due process of law. It is completely counter to it. It is incorrect. Fair application of law is just a very fancy word which doesn't know what, it obviously doesn't have a very clear connotation to the connection of due process of law, but was more or less given to mislead you. And equality before law is given under Article 14, which is a different and independent concept altogether. Okay, so the correct answer to 11 is 100% A. Let's take a look at the classroom that we had taken on this subject. These are the notes from the KSG classroom session on polity, and very clearly we had mentioned the difference between the due process of law and the procedure established by law, in which we were saying that in the due process of law there is a place for natural justice. Okay, the procedure established by law does not take into account rules of natural justice, very clearly mentioned over here. Okay, and the due process of law takes into account rules for natural justice, like the right to be heard, right? So these are the notes from the classroom session in which we have extensively discussed these concepts, and we have given them as handwritten appendices to the classroom sessions, right? So this is something that we have covered very, very clearly and extensively, and I had mentioned the relevance for this in the prelims examination. Okay. Okay, now let's take a look at the statement number, question number 2. Okay, question number 12. In question number 12, you see statement 1 and statement 2. Okay, let's take a look at the statement and then I'll elaborate the entire question. Statement 1 states, in India, prisons are managed by state governments with their own rules and regulations for the day-to-day administration of prisons. Okay. Now, what it says is basically, very simply, that prisons in India are a state subject. And this statement is absolutely correct. Prisons in India are a state subject. Okay, they are enlisted in the second list of the 7th schedule, right? That is absolutely correct. Statement number 2. In India, prisons are governed by the Prisons Act 1894, which expressly kept the subject of prisons in the control of provincial governments. This is a bit of a tricky question, and not really tricky because the information about it is very clear. But the way that the statement has been drafted leaves room for some dual interpretation. Okay, so let me just in a very short format elaborate for you how to take a look at this. Now, the Prisons Act 1894 was enacted by the British Parliament to regulate the activities of prisons in India, how the prisons are going to be managed and how funds are going to be devolved for the rehabilitation of prisoners, etc., etc. It was in 1894 that the British Parliament put the subject of prisons in India under the Prisons Act 1894. But in the 1894 Act, the subject of prisons was given to the central government. It was not in the hands of the provincial governments. Naturally, because if you leave it at the hands of the provincial governments, the Britishers, since they had a lot of political prisoners that they were in a way taking into custody, they wanted a kind of a central regulation and control of the prisons inside the entire India because of the enormity of the political prisoners which were taken by the Britishers. So it was completely in the hands of the central government. During the waves of Indian national struggle, by the time Government of India Act 1935 was enacted, which was a kind of an act which was supposed to give certain rights of self-governance to India. By the time GOI 1935 was enacted, as a reform, the activities of the central government were given from, the activities of managing prisons were given from the central government to the state governments, or what were at the time known as provinces. Okay, so there are 2 points that I can make about here. Number one, in 1894, at the time when the Prisons Act was passed, prisons was a subject which was controlled by the central government. But in 1935 Government of India Act, it was in that act that prisons was moved from the central list to the state list. Clear? We have this kind of information clear. We can read the question and then get to know what the answer could be. Now, if we read it like this, in India, prisons are governed by the Prisons Act 1894, which expressly kept the subject of prisons in the control of provincial governments. Now, if we read it like this, that did 1894 Act expressly keep the subjects of prisons in the provincial subject, then it is going to be incorrect. Then you have only statement 1 which is correct. Okay? But if we take a look at it in a different interpretation, that the Prisons Act 1894, including the 1935 Government of India Act, would keep the subject of prisons expressly under the control of the provincial governments, the answer could be correct. And also not only correct, statement 1 and statement 2 are correct in themselves, but statement 2 is also the reason for statement 1. Because it is indeed in the Government of India Act that the prisons were enlisted as a state subject, and they continue to be so in the Constitution of India. So there was a kind of a connectivity between them, a cause and effect between them. Okay, so if you take one interpretation of this question, which is the first one, then you have a different option which is correct. And if we take the second interpretation, we have a different option which is correct. Okay, let's take a look at this question in the paper. Okay, you take a look at question number 12. You have statement 1, statement 2. Now, if you think about it, that statement 1 and statement 2 are correct and statement 2 is the cause of statement 1, then you have A as the correct answer. But if you think that the statement 2 is in itself incorrect because of the term expressly kept the subject of prisons in the control of provincial governments, which in my opinion, it did not expressly do it. So the term expressly kind of makes me inclined to feel that this statement is correct in itself, or sorry, incorrect in itself. And therefore, my personal hunch to answer this question would be, because of the term expressly written over here, only 1 is correct and 2 is incorrect, which is C. But of course, because the terminology and the grammar of this is not very clear, we are still leaving it open for A to be correct. But if we are reading the term expressly properly in terms of what has been given over here, we, or personally I would feel that C could be the correct answer. But nonetheless, the information of this has been laid out before you. The term expressly kind of makes it a little more difficult for me to get to the concept of A. Okay? So this is question number 12. Moving on to the next question. Then I've told you the inspiration behind this question is, of course, let me revisit that point, that the Home Minister of India has actually now introduced a law which is supposed to be a Model Prisons Act 2023, which is supposed to be emulated by the state governments to model their Prisons Act upon. So this is supposed to be rehabilitative of the way in which prisoners are dealt with in Indian prisons. That is the basis on which this question has been asked, reinforcing a very simple idea that nothing is going to be outside the perspective of the current affairs or the newspaper. Okay? Let me go to the next question. Question number 30. Again, it's kind of a very similar question has been asked in the UPSC prelims paper for the last 8 years perhaps, right? I have been telling students in my classroom sessions in which, this kind of a question is repeated and rephrased almost every year. You take a paper from the last year or paper from the previous year to that, you will find this kind of a question repeated again and again in terms of the drafting of it. Okay, which one of the following statement best reflects the chief purpose of the constitution of a country? Okay, best reflects the chief purpose of the constitution of a country. Again, what you can say is what is the essence of a constitution of country. This study sometimes is also known as constitutionalism. What defines a constitution? What is the major reason for having a constitution, right? So basically it can be translated into understanding the concept of constitutionalism, which we all deal with in a classroom session. Okay. Point number A, option number A, it determines the objective of the making of necessary laws, is incorrect. Point number B, it enables the creation of political offices and a government, is incorrect. Point number C, it defines and limits the powers of government, is absolutely the correct answer. Point number C. Okay. Under the scheme of things of the Indian Constitution, Article 12 gives the definition of a state. State meaning Raj. And state is divided into two categories. One is, for example, the Union Parliament, and second is the Union Government. The Parliament is the legislative organ of the state and the government is the executive organ of the state. And the idea of constitution is that the executive should be limited and accountable and regulated by the Parliament. There are so many provisions of the constitution which reflect this as a basic feature of the Indian Constitution, that the role of the government should be limited, defines and limits the powers of the government. It enables the creation of the government, but also it makes the government accountable to the legislature. It cannot bypass the Parliament. For example, under Article 114 of the Constitution, the Parliament cannot withdraw money, the government cannot withdraw money for the expenditure from the Consolidated Fund of India except by the permission of the Parliament. That is the appropriation bill, and there are all provisions of the Constitution in one way or the other speak about this. It's a very characteristically simple, straightforward answer to a question. Point number C. Okay, you can rely with this kind of an interpretation to check if you've answered correctly or not. This is the reference that I can perhaps cite for you. This is the book by the name of Shorter Constitution of India by Durgadas Basu, and this is a chapter which is called Constitutionalism. Right? Just take a look at the last part of this chapter, which is a Supreme Court judgment that the book has cited. Constitutionalism is about aspirations and limits. Right? Both these things, right? Gives something a power, but also limits its powers, right? To originate something, but also to define the way in which, or the scope within which it can operate, right? We have done the classroom session somewhere or the other about this, and I've had an extensive discussion with the students about how to understand this concept very clearly. Very, very often repeated question in the UPSC prelims examination. Okay. If you take a look at, for example, the classrooms notes that we had prepared for this part, we had taken a look at how just excuse me for 1 second. Yeah, so the classroom notes that we had taken a look at in this part, we had very clearly mentioned that one of the ways in which we can talk about constitutionalism or constitutional government is limited government. If you see it right here, it's written limited government, a government which is limited by the legislature or the executive. That is the meaning of the term constitutionalism or a constitutional form of government. Okay, so for example, another term which is given in association with this is the constitutional form of government. These are the notes of the classroom that we had taken a look from. Okay, fine, let's move to the next question. In India, which one of the constitutional amendments was widely believed to be enacted to overcome the judicial interpretations of the fundamental rights? Okay, this is the question that we're trying to ask. Question number 14 of set B. Now, the correct answer to this is very simply First Amendment Act 1951. Okay, this was the first amendment made to the Constitution. a brief history about this amendment is this, that under Article 19(1)(f), the Constitution of India had made right to property a fundamental right. Right to property was made a fundamental right under Constitution in 19(1)(f). But one of the most important actions that the government of India had to take immediately after independence were land reforms, which included taking land from the zamindars and from the inabdars and the people who were given land grants by the Britishers and redistributed it among the landless laborers. Okay, so this was one of the activities that the government of India had to do. The first thing, it got independent, to live up to the promises of independence, to end the exploitation of the most vulnerable people in the Indian society. But as soon as the government of India wanted to do it, there was some landlord who would go to the Supreme Court of India and challenge the actions of the government of India, saying that right to property is a fundamental right and the government cannot break a person's fundamental right. To, in a way, overcome this kind of a problem, the government of India, the Parliament of India, introduced Articles 31A and 31B into the Constitution, by the effect of which they were able to do some kind of a overcoming of the judicial interpretations of the fundamental rights. Okay, so this is the first Amendment Act 1951, which was later challenged in the Supreme Court judgment of the Shankari Prasad, in which the Shankari Prasad said the Supreme Court cannot interfere in the amendments made by the Parliament. And from there start a series of cases with regard to the amending powers of the Parliament. And the Basic Structure Doctrine comes in 1973. As a response to the Basic Structure Doctrine, the Parliament passes the 42nd Amendment Act. But the 42nd Amendment Act is not a correct question over here, because 42nd Amendment Act was designed to overcome the Basic Structure Doctrine, which the Supreme Court had enacted in the Keshwananda Bharati case. Okay, not the judicial interpretation of the fundamental rights. Judicial interpretation of fundamental rights, what? First Amendment Act. Okay, this is the correct answer. First Amendment Act. You can really rely upon these answers. Very clearly, we have done our part of the research and arrived at this answer. Okay, we've discussed this kind of a thing very clearly in the classroom notes. If you take a look at this part, we've discussed the first Constitution Amendment Act 1951, and we have taken a look at how the land reforms, the agricultural land of the zamindars and distributed to the landless laborers. And we've taken a look at Article 19 in Part 3, included right to property. And therefore, the landed classes started challenging the legislations for land reforms before the Supreme Court under Article 13, citing the law in terms of fundamental rights. To overcome this, the government of India, the Parliament of India, had enacted the first Constitution Amendment 1951, right? Again, a part of what we had discussed very clearly in our notes at KSG. Okay, we come to the next question after this. Question number 15. Consider the following organizations, bodies in India. Now, this was really a very simple question. Okay, you have a National Commission for Backward Classes, which is a constitutional body. Yes, it is a constitutional body which was recently in news. This is a constitutional body which has been introduced in the Constitution by a Constitution Amendment Act, and the article for this existence is 338B. This is also known as the Permanent Commission for Backward Classes. This was also the crux of the judgment given by the Supreme Court in the Maratha OBC case, which was given by the Supreme Court recently, 5-judge constitution bench, upholding the validity of this amendment. So this is indeed a constitutional body. But the other bodies which are mentioned over here are not constitutional bodies. Okay, so the only body which is mentioned over here is a constitutional body, National Commission for Backward Classes, NCBC. National Human Rights Commission, National Law Commission, National Consumer Disputes Redressal Commissions are either statutory or non-statutory bodies. They are not constitutional bodies. Only Article 338B talks about any of these bodies, which is National Commission for Backward Classes. Okay, this was not a very difficult question to attempt. Okay, next one. We've taken a look at a very clear and extensive understanding of what the national backward classes are in the notes. And you can take a reflection upon them by the notes that we upload upon our website. All of these things have very extensively been covered and explained in the classrooms about this. Okay, question number 16. Consider the following statement. if the election of the President of India is declared void by the Supreme Court, all acts done by him, her, in the performance of duties of his or office of President before the date of decision become invalid. Now, this is a question that I am again referring to, has been asked by the UPSC because of the recent events of the presidential elections in India. We have a very newly elected president in India, and therefore, two questions from the presidential elections are there in the UPSC. You know what you can deduce from this? In 2024, you will have elections at the Lok Sabha, and you can easily assess that if you cover all aspects of elections to the Lok Sabha, you will have about 2 to 3 questions from that part. It is not that difficult to anticipate from which area in polity questions are going to be asked for. Okay, it is not something where the sky is not the limit. You are very clearly getting some amount of pattern from which you can deduce that the questions are being asked in all these years. Okay, let's take a look at the question again. If the election of the President of India is declared void by the Supreme Court, all acts done by him, her in the performance of duties of his or office of President before the date of the decision become invalid. The statement simply says that let's say if the President is elected and 2 years he remains in office, and then let's say the Supreme Court of India, which has the power to declare the elections of the President as void, in a way strikes down the elections of the President. What happens to all the activities that the President has done so far? In terms of signing on bills and giving assent to them and signing government orders, do they become invalid? Of course not. You don't have to look at a constitutional provision for it. You obviously know by this point of time that presidential is a kind of a ceremonial and a nominal head of the executive. The real power of the executive are wielded by the government of India, which is by the Prime Minister and the Council of Ministers. So therefore, the actions are only namesake done by the President. They have no discretion of the President, and therefore they cannot be undone just because the President is of course not clearly legally elected or there's some problem with the elections, right? So this is this option is incorrect because it says that the decisions are going to be declared as invalid. Okay, so because of the term invalid over here, option number 1 is incorrect. Election for the post of President of India can be postponed on the ground that some legislative assemblies have been dissolved and elections are yet to take place. Now, all of you know that the Electoral College of the President elections is formed out of legislative bodies. Okay, legislative bodies send electors to the Electoral College, which elects the President. Question is, what if one state does not have a legislative body or it has been dissolved, which means that the people of that state, the MLAs of that state cannot participate in the presidential elections? Is that going to be a reason to postpone the presidential elections till you have a Vidhan Sabha in that particular state? The answer is no. Again, the concept and logic is simple. President should be a person who is elected or chosen by the people of India. But in Indian constitution, President is after all a ceremonial head, and the longer points of the government, longer activities of the government cannot stall because the President is not completely elected by the procedure, etc., etc. Okay, you cannot delay the government of India from taking office or by the President of India in doing his work just because there is some procedural error, because we cannot take ceremonial and nominal powers given to the President to the point where the entire machinery of the constitution does not work because of one single loophole. Okay. When a bill is presented to the President of India, the Constitution prescribes time limits within which she has to declare her assent. This is also incorrect. This is Article 111 of the Constitution, assent to the bills. And this is where the President of India gets the power of having a pocket veto. So all these options 1, 2 and 3 are incorrect. You can match with the corresponding correct option in the answer over here. We can take a look at Article 71 of the Constitution of India, which I have put over here as a screenshot. It very clearly says, Article 71 Clause 2, so Article 71 in the clause says that the decision which is taken by the Supreme Court will not invalidate the actions of the President by the fact that the Supreme Court has declared the elections of the President to be invalid or void. This is what you can read in 71 Clause 2, invalidated by the reason of that declaration. It is explicitly given in the Constitution. And further, you have a Supreme Court judgment which makes this point very clear. Let me put out the judgment given by the Supreme Court in this regard. The judgment is an advisory jurisdiction order given by the Supreme Court, which is known as referred to the Supreme Court about presidential elections 1974, in which the Supreme Court has very clearly stated that when there is a legislative assembly which is dissolved, the presidential elections cannot be postponed. Very clearly the Supreme Court has given as a interpretation of the Constitution in the presidential elections case 1974, taken to the Supreme Court as a matter of advisory jurisdiction by the government of India, right? So in this particular part, if you take a look at the question over here, question number 16, this is incorrect, this is incorrect, this is incorrect under Article 111 by the Supreme Court judgment and by Article 71 clause 2. The correct answer is none, which is D. Okay, clear. Right. Now we come to question number 17, which was also, I think, one of the most difficult questions in the prelims paper. It was a really difficult question because of some, not because it was a difficult question per se, but because of the confusion that has been created around the term finance bill and financial bill, etc., etc. Okay, so let's once and for all clarify while we are dealing with this. With reference to the finance bill and money bill in the Indian Parliament, consider the following statements. Okay, so you have finance bill mentioned over here and money bill. Okay, let me at the outset very clearly distinguish to you what is the difference between finance bill and a financial bill. Okay, this is a kind of a trick that the UPSC has played this time, which I have kind of foresawn in the classrooms. Okay, when the Lok Sabha transmits financial bill to the Rajya Sabha, it can amend or reject the bill. It is correct. If it is a financial bill under Article 117 of the Constitution, the Rajya Sabha has power to pass financial bills. It has a power to vote upon the financial bill and pass or fail the financial bill, if it is a financial bill. Okay. When the Lok Sabha transmits money bill to the Rajya Sabha, it cannot amend or reject the bill. It can only make recommendations. Okay, this option is in itself correct. In the case of disagreement between the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, there is no joint sitting for money bill, but a joint sitting becomes necessary for finance bill. Okay. Now let's say if I had to put financial bill over here, I'm just trying to kind of elaborate upon this. If I put financial bill in place of finance bill everywhere, then this option is going to be correct, but this option is still going to be incorrect. But the fact is that finance bill is not financial bill. Financial bill is given under the Constitution under Article 117. Okay, finance bill specifically means a bill. Let me just explain to you this very briefly. You have the Consolidated Fund of India. The money which has to be taken out of the Consolidated Fund of India as a part of the annual financial statement, which is also known as the Union Budget. The money which the Government of India withdraws from the Consolidated Fund of India with the permission of the Parliament, because Parliament is the custodian of the Consolidated Fund of India. The money which is withdrawn by the Government of India from the Consolidated Fund of India with the permission of Parliament is done by the passage of a bill which is known as Appropriation Bill, given under Article 114. Okay. Now, since the money has been taken out of the Consolidated Fund of India, there is going to be some amount of money which has to be put back into the Consolidated Fund of India. Okay. So in economic terms, this is known as expenditure, and the money which has to be taken back into the Consolidated Fund of India is to be known as receipts. Now receipts, of course, are going to be taxes, which basically means revenues, that how much the government is going to collect the income tax, the direct taxes, apart from the income tax, etc., etc. Okay, that has to be taken from the people of India. The bill which it has to pass to get money from the people of India into the consolidated fund of India at the time of the budget is known as a finance bill. Okay, this is number one. And second point, which is more emphatically driven over here, that finance bill is actually a money bill. You have been given the definition of money bill under Article 109 of the Constitution, 110 of the Constitution, and 109 has a procedure for passing the money bill. Finance bill is a kind of money bill, and the same procedure which applies for the passage of the money bill applies for the passage of finance bill. Finance bill, I emphasize, not financial bill. Financial bill is different from finance bill. Now this is a one single trick on which the UPSC has twisted this entire question and made it very difficult for everyone to perceive. Okay. When the Lok Sabha transmits finance bill to the Rajya Sabha, it can amend to reject the bill. This answer is incorrect because finance bill is a money bill and you cannot do the same thing with the money bill. When the Lok Sabha transmits money bill to the Rajya Sabha, it cannot amend or reject the bill, it can only make recommendations. Yes, this is absolutely correct because this is only given it about the money bill. In the case of disagreement between the Lok Sabha and the Rajya Sabha, there is no joint sitting for money bill, certainly, but a joint sitting becomes necessary for financial bill. No, it does not, because financial bill is in fact just a type of money bill. Example, for example, a sparrow is a kind of a bird, financial bill is a kind of a type of a subspecies of a money bill. That's basically very simple to understand. And every year the government of India puts out a financial bill to get a sense of what taxes have to be taken out of the people of India to replenish the consolidated fund of India after it has been withdrawn from, to give a kind of a money for the expenditures under the budget. Okay, so you have the current affair this time which made it possible for these questions to be asked. Amid ruckus, Lok Sabha passes union budget without discussion, which basically means that the Lok Sabha had passed the appropriation bills and the finance bills, which are two bills which have to be passed during the budget without discussion, and that is why it became important in the news this time. Okay. Here is a very simple, class note again upon finance bill. Annual financial statement has two components: estimates of receipts which are presented before Parliament as finance bill, and estimate of expenditure as appropriation bill. Finance bill is not mentioned as a provision of the Constitution. It is a form of a money bill and follows the same procedure as mentioned under Article 109 and Article 111. Under Article 109, you have the powers special procedure for passing the money bill. Article 111 is the assent of President in case of a money bill. So a finance bill is a money bill, right? And it is not I who says, it is the Rajya Sabha Secretariat which has issued a very clear document about stating that the finance bill is indeed a kind of a money bill. Let me just show you that reference so that you can be convinced of the correctness of this answer. This is a document released by the Rajya Sabha Secretariat, Practice and Procedure, Financial Procedure, okay, released by the Government of India, Rajya Sabha Secretariat. Go to the last part of this document and just read it out for you, so that once and for all in the future terms also confusion can be clarified. Here, take a look at this. The finance bill, which is introduced in Lok Sabha immediately after the presentation of the budget by the Minister of Finance, is passed by Lok Sabha and transmitted to Rajya Sabha after the passing of the appropriation bill. It is also certified as a money bill. This basically means that finance bill is a kind of a money bill, a type of a money bill, which is very clearly laid down by the Rajya Sabha Secretariat in the official document it has released upon the financial procedure inside the Rajya Sabha. This is a Government of India document. Okay, so the correct answer to this is going to be, let's take a look at the options again. The correct answer over here is, with reference to finance bill, sorry, you have one is incorrect because it is not true for money bill, 2 is correct because it is true for money bill, and 3 is incorrect because it is not true for money bill, and therefore the only option is 2, and therefore the correct answer is 2 only one. Only one of these options is actually correct, which is option number 2. Okay, clear? So this is the question on finance bill, which I wanted to spend some time on just to give you a sense of clarity about the subject. Okay, now we come to the next part. Question number 18. Once the central government notifies an area as a community reserve, this was a question which was, very technically focused at the forest services, right? Question which had some amount of polity into it, but also a very ingrained knowledge of what was happening in the forest sciences would enable you to answer this question. So this was a little bit of a difficult question because also in the current affairs it was not very clearly given. Now, once the central government notifies an area as community reserve, the chief wildlife warden of the state becomes the governing authority of such forest. This is correct. Hunting is not allowed in such area. This is incorrect. Now, just let me give you a simple idea what a community reserve is. A community reserve is basically the idea that in the ancient times, when the cities had not developed, humans used to live very closely with the wildlife of their areas, especially in the forest regions. And that was considered as a formula about how the humans and the wildlife had found a kind of an ecological equilibrium, a homeostasis with each other. So if the idea of a community reserve is that if humans can live with the wildlife just like it was a community, it would be a good logic or a formula to protect the wildlife, right? That's the whole idea about this entire thing about wildlife protection. So it was created as a concept in which humans can live inside the wild areas as if there were no interferences made by the state on things. Okay. Now, hunting is not allowed in such an area is not going to be correct because you will have some amount of hunting always when humans are going to live specifically in areas which are forested or which are occupied by the wildlife. There could be a possibility that some areas in hunting, some specific species of animals which are extinct or endangered or precious, they may not be allowed to be hunt, but a blanket ban upon hunting is something that we cannot deduce from this part. So this is going to be incorrect. 3. People of such area are allowed to collect non-timber forest produce. This statement again is something which we cannot be very clearly sure about because non-forest produce would include minerals. Minerals meaning the coal and oil which is present underneath the ground in the forest some time, and obviously the people of that region who are living in that region will not have an access to the non-timber resources like minerals, etc. So this is also going to be incorrect. People of such area are allowed traditional agricultural practices. Since they are living in a community with an ecology, this is correct, right? So our analysis of this is going to be 1 and 4, which means that only 2 options are correct from the full options which are given over here. Okay, so let's take a look at the paper on this. The correct answer for this would be given as only 2, 1 and 4. 3 and 2 are not going to be given as correct answers. Okay, clear. Take. Let me take the next question after this. Okay, this is another question which is directly from the Constitution of India. We can very clearly refer to it from the Constitution of India directly. With reference to the scheduled areas in India, now you would know, for example, 5th and 6th schedules of the constitutions talk about what is known as scheduled areas. Right, 5th and 6th schedules of the constitution talk about the scheduled areas. Okay, and therefore this is a question which is related to that part. 19, option 1 says, within a state the notification of an area, scheduled area, takes place through an order of the president. Absolutely correct. Right, if you take a look at schedule 5, the fact that within a state, the state doesn't have any power over the scheduled areas. The power over the scheduled areas, or in fact the power of notifying which area is going to be a scheduled area, is given to the union government, and therefore this is the correct answer. Within a state, the notification of an area, scheduled area, takes place through an order of the president. 100% correct. Point number 2, the largest administrative unit forming the scheduled area is the district, and the lowest is the cluster of villages in the block. This, if you read, for example, para 4 of the 6th schedule, can be analyzed as correct. Para 4th of the 6th schedule states very clearly that you will have a district, and within that district you can have regions, and to govern the district you will have a district council, and to govern the regions you will have a regional councils. And then it says that the regional councils or the district councils can create another smaller area which can self-govern itself, which can be known as a block, which can be a cluster of villages. Okay, and that can be given some powers to govern itself or some judicial powers over itself. So in that understanding, para 4 of the 6th schedule makes it correct to feel that the largest administrative unit forming the scheduled area is a district, then the regional districts, and then you have the cluster of villages, a kind of a set of villages which come together, which can govern themselves under schedule 6 of the constitution. Right, so that way it is correct answer, para 4 of the 6th schedule. The chief ministers of the concerned states are required to submit annual reports to the Union Home Ministry on the administration of scheduled areas. This is incorrect. Okay, this is not given in the 5th schedule the way it has been presented over here. In fact, what has been given in the 5th schedule is that the governor of a state is supposed to report to the President of India on the administration of tribal areas. And also Supreme Court has said that this power of the governor is not to be exercised at the aid and advice of the chief minister, but is actually considered one of the powers of the governor under the discretionary powers. So even by that logic, the governor is not simply acting on the aid and advice of the chief minister. He is actually able to create an independent report upon the administration of a scheduled area and present it to the president. And also, just to keep a kind of a sense over it, the ministry to which this report is submitted is not the Ministry of Home, but it is the Ministry of Tribal Affairs. So all of that kind of make this kind of a question incorrect. Option 1 and option 2 are going to be correct. Okay, so let's take a look at the sources for this. Here, take a look at this. This is part of para 4 of the 6th schedule. Okay, it says that a district council for such district or any court constituted in that behalf by the district council shall exercise by the powers of a court of appeal in respect of all suits and cases tribal by a village council, cluster of villages, as was written in the option. And these cluster of villages have adjudicatory powers and also they have administrative powers. But they can have adjudication over their matters, but also they can have administration over their matters. Okay, so this is a part which has been given in para 4 of the 6th schedule, which makes the second option correct. Okay, let me take you through the another source for marking the governor's report. These are the powers which have been given to the governor under para 5, and these powers include the powers to submit to the president the report upon how the management of a scheduled area has been going, right? So this kind of a thing also sets that entire thing in correct order. Okay. We have covered the subject of scheduled area extensively in the classroom session, and we had given very clear notes about what was included in the governor's power in the 7th schedule, in the 6th schedule and the 5th schedule, which are with regard to how the powers of the governor are there to give a report to the President of India. Just let me reopen the PPT. Yeah, so if you take a look at this part. This is a part in which we have given the point about the governor making a report to the president. Okay, this is the subject of the 5th schedule. Take a look at question number 20. Consider the following statements. Statement number 1. The Supreme Court of India has held in some judgments that the reservation policies made under Article 16, Clause 4 of the Constitution of India would be limited by Article 335 for maintenance of efficiency of administration. It is spot on question taken directly from Article 335. A very simple reading of Article 335 would give you an understanding of what the concept of efficiency of administration means, right? It is given directly under Article 335. We don't have to go looking for this answer anywhere. This statement is correct. Statement number 2. Article 335 of the Constitution of India defines the term efficiency of administration, right? This statement is incorrect. Okay, there is no definition which has been given by the Constitution of India under Article 335 as to what efficiency of administration means. Let me simply brief you about the concept of efficiency of administration. The Article 16 Clause 4 of the Constitution of India allows for the reservations of scheduled castes, scheduled tribes and the other backward classes into offices under the state, which is reservations at public employments, which reservations at the state services and the central services. But Article 335 says that such reservations should be exercised in such a manner that they should not compromise the efficiency of administration. That reservations should not come at the cost of efficiency or having a kind of a competence within the administration. So it's a kind of a limiting act on the powers of the government to give reservations, and the limiting factor is that the efficiency of the administration should be balanced. It should not be compromised or be put at the cost of reservation policy. Okay, that is what is given under Article 335. But what it is that can be defined as efficiency of administration, what are the parameters, what are the ways in which you can very clearly identify what do we mean by the term efficiency of administration, has not been defined by the Constitution of India. It has left maybe the courts to give a kind of a proper definition of the efficiency of administration part. It has not been defined by Article 335 of the Constitution. So statement 1 is correct, statement 2 is incorrect. Okay, so this is a part that you can take a look at directly from Article 335, which is very simple to read in itself. So let me go back to the point about it. We have completed questions number 11 to 20 in the polity paper, which are 10 questions, 10 very clearly, tricky questions. Sometimes we can think about it like that. With reference to the scheduled areas in India, the correct answer is going to be 1 is correct, 2 is correct, 3 is incorrect. So the correct answer is B, only 2. Okay, and then we have question number 20, which is about Article 335. So we have question number A as statement number 1 as correct, statement number 2 as incorrect, and therefore the correct answer is going to be C. Statement number 1 is correct, but statement number 2 is incorrect. These are question number 1 to 20 in the subject of polity, right?
So let us start. The first question, I think the theme of the question paper you guys understood. It's a different set paper, set A, set B, set C, set D. I have a set B, and in set B, this is the question number 21. This is the first question over of science and technology. Got it. Consider the following statement. Statement 1. India, despite having uranium deposits, depends on coal for most of its electricity production. Second statement. Uranium enriched to the extent of at least 60% is required for the production of electricity. Which one of the following is the correct in the respect of above statement? First of all, try to understand. This is totally and totally conceptual question. This is totally and totally static questions. Okay, coal is not going to start India in 2022. Uranium India is not started to use in 2022. It's a general questions, static questions. Okay, I just want to tell you guys, whenever I have discussed the current, static portions inside the classroom program, I spoken you always like India have a uranium reserves. But our uranium is not a quality uranium. That is the reason India is importing uranium from the other country, and this is the reason India want to be member of NSG. Okay, so maximum productivity in India, even in the case of power sector, the source is coal. तो ये वहाँ पे पहला जो statement है, despite having uranium deposit है, ये बात तो सही है, depends on the coal for the most of its electricity production. That is absolutely right, and this is the entirely static parts. Second statement as UPSC has, uranium enriched to the extent of at least 60% is required for the production of electricity. Direct this question came from the classroom discussions, and that proof I can give you through the help of some classroom wala jo material hai, that photographs. I'll show you scanner copies, and side by side the discussion that I have taken in the online classes also, so that I'll prove you guys. Even I told you in that time, those uranium people are using for electricity generation or power or atom bomb formations. Either uranium you can use for constructive purposes or destructive purposes. दोनों केस में uranium के जो enrichment होते हैं वो अलग अलग होने चाहिए. Enrichment means the concentration of uranium in the overall of uranium reserves जो specific होना चाहिए, जिसके basis पर we are utilizing the uranium for electricity or atom bomb. वो क्या है that I'll show you here in this discussion. देखो ये क्वेश्चन पेपर है जो कि डिस्कशन है क्लासरूम का, जो मैंने मार्क भी किया. इट्स एंटायर वन ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स कॉपी. क्लासरूम डिस्कशन में जो हो रखा है दैट यू कैन सी हियर राइट नाउ, जहाँ पे साफ साफ मैंने बढ़ाया हुआ कि अगर यू वांट टू यूज यूरेनियम, ओके, 3 स्टेज ऑफ न्यूक्लियर एनर्जी प्रोग्राम, okay, 3 stage nuclear energy program that is developed by Homi Jahangir Bhabha, that is entirely based on the nuclear fission concepts. Okay, वहाँ पर मैंने बोला भी था कि मार्टिन क्लैपरोथ हैज डिस्कवर्ड द यूरेनियम, जो 6 आइसोटोप ऑफ यूरेनियम जो नेचर में अवेलेबल था, उसमें यूरेनियम 235 जो होता है वो 0.7204% होता है. ओके, इस यूरेनियम 235 को वी पीपल आर डूइंग द एनरिचमेंट करते हैं, उससे कॉन्सेंट्रेशन को बढ़ाते हैं. वो एनरिचमेंट जब हम 3% तक ले जाते हैं तो हम उसको यूज़ करते हैं इलेक्ट्रिसिटी के लिए. एंड इनसाइड द यूपीएससी ऑप्शन इट इज टेलिंग अस 60% इज रिक्वायर्ड. ये गलत है. 60% के आसपास तो आप एटम बम शुरू कर देते हैं. ओके, सो अल्टीमेटली हियर द स्टेटमेंट इज 3%, दैट इज डायरेक्टली केम फ्रॉम द क्लासरूम डिस्कशंस. आप पूरी ज़िंदगी साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी को करंट कहते रहेंगे और यूपीएससी कुछ और ही कर रहा है पिछले 6 सालों से. ओके, नाउ कम हियर गाइस. So it's just an idea whatever the UPSC has done in your paper. देखो ये चीज़ें जो है even I have discussed inside the classroom program also. और यहाँ पे देखो I already have discussed in your paper. Like this is a discussion. You see here guys. So officially even also not mentioned on the 16th. Officially mentioned only 3 in. So it's already discussed here. Different isotope of uranium in ऑनलाइन क्लासेस आई हैव ऑलरेडी कवर्ड इट, और ये सारी चीज़ें अगर यू विल गो इन द कंटेंट पार्ट दैट आई हैव प्रोवाइडेड यू ऑल ऑफ यू, या रिकमेंडेड माई बुक्स वगैरह जो मैं आपको कहता हूँ, क्वेश्चन वहीं से आए डायरेक्टली. यू सी हियर गाइस.
What is the meaning of enrichment? We are increasing the concentrations.
Listen.
What about the meaning of enrichment? We are increasing the concentrations. If it will go up to 3% enrichment, so it will be utilized for electricity.
3% is just on an average. Again 0.7% से भी आप शुरू कर सकते हैं, but power generation capacity will be not so much good.
80 to 90% you can.
3% is the maximum limit I'm telling you, जो average use करना होता है.
40% enrichment of the 0 to 35 can be also used. Even in the previous lecture during the discussion of biogas, I told you 40 to.
So it was just a brief guys, those I wanted to show you, और मेरे ख्याल से आप समझ चुके हैं मैं कहना क्या चाह रहा था. ठीक है. So it's the question like which answer will correct, तो you guys know very well. यहाँ पे ultimately one statement is right and the statement 1 is the right and statement 2 is wrong because they mention uranium enrichment is around 3%. Okay, paper was good for those aspirants जो subjects को concept की तरह समझते हैं. Okay, those people want to learn the subjects. Paper was not good, even easy for that person जो subjects को वो वो 4 घंटे में ख़त्म कर दें. Okay, even the 4 घंटे वाले views बहुत ज़्यादा होते हैं, but the subjects अगर understanding चाहिए तो it will take time guys. Okay, fine. So that I'm telling you, person to person, many people have a very wonderful question, they have made it, and many of the even of the response I got it like many. See, it is a proof guys कि what about kind of discussion we have done here. Okay, and our team has done the entire discussion here. You people can understand very well कि आपको questions किस तरीके question UPSC में direct आ रहे हैं. Got it?
We can see question number 22. Consider the following statements. Statement 1 is marsupials are not naturally found in India. Now, this statement is incorrect. Are not naturally found. That statement is correct. And as far as marsupials can thrive only in montane grassland with no predators. Now, that's incorrect. Why? Marsupials would be present in the arid and semi-arid areas. We can see mostly marsupials are endemic in Australia. Generally, they are endemic in Australia. And there are predators. For example, the cats, foxes are predators of marsupials. So this is a question which we have discussed, which we haven't discussed earlier, but has been asked in your examination. And this is one question that you have to know. So the first question, first statement is not found in India is absolutely correct, but the second statement is not correct, and neither we can see that's the correct explanation. Statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect. So we can see the correct answer for this is what? The correct answer is C. Now let's see question number 23. Now we have discussed also in the PT Marathon class about invasive species, and number of invasive species we discussed. For example, Parthenium we discussed for India, then we discussed Lantana, etc. Water hyacinth we have discussed. We have discussed also blue pine as invasive species in India. A very simple question on invasive species they have asked you, although invasive species specialist group that develops global invasive species database belongs to which one of the following organizations? And the correct answer is what? The correct answer is A, the International Union for Conservation of Nature. IUCN is the correct answer. That you have to know. Now question number 24. Now we can see that this question has been asked from a class test also, which was conducted in the KSG batches, and the class test was on protected areas where this question was asked, roughly the same type of question. Lion-tailed macaw. Now consider the following fauna: lion-tailed macaw, Malabar civet, and sambar deer. How many of the above are generally nocturnal in nature or most effective after sunlight? Now we can see that lion-tailed macaw is not nocturnal in nature. It is only active during the daytime. So this is not in the option. Malabar civet, if we see, now they are both nocturnal and diurnal, but they are mostly nocturnal. So we can consider Malabar civet, and Samba deer is nocturnal. So we can see that only 2 would be the correct answer for this. Only 2 would be the correct answer for this. Now, let's discuss question number 25. Which one of the following organism performs waggle dance for others of their kin to indicate the direction and the distance to a source of their food? Now, the correct option is what? The correct option is honeybees. Now, waggle dance is a part of what? It's a part of swarm behavior. And swarm behavior are shown by these types of insects through which they interact with the environment, and they interact also among themselves. So this kind of behavior is called as what? It is called as swarm behavior. The habitat of honeybees are getting disturbed today because of a type of pollution which is called as microwave pollution, which we have discussed in the class also. So maybe next time they ask you about microwave pollution also. So that's the correct answer, C for 25th question. Now, question number 26, consider the following statement. Some mushrooms have medicinal properties. Some mushrooms have psychoactive properties. Some mushrooms have insecticidal properties. Some mushrooms have bioluminescent property. Now, tell me what is the correct answer for this? Only one is correct, or only 2 is correct, only 3 is correct, or all 4 are correct according to you? Tell me, I'm waiting for your reply. Any one of you, what is the correct answer? Now, the correct answer for this is what? The correct answer for this is D, all 4. Because see, mushrooms are responsible for reducing the cholesterol level. Mushrooms are not only responsible for reducing the cholesterol levels, they also have psychoactive properties. And why you can see that as far as mushrooms are concerned, now in mushrooms there is psilocybin present, which is responsible for its psychoactive property. Now also in mushrooms we can see that some mushrooms have insecticidal properties. They are responsible for consuming insects also, and reducing the power of insects, not consuming insects, reducing the power of insect. Some mushrooms have bioluminescent property because oxyluciferin Now, you can see this is responsible for bioluminescent property of the mushrooms. And as far as medicinal value is concerned, it has medicinal value. I have told you it's responsible for reducing the cholesterol level, it's responsible for boosting the immune system, and they have psychoactive properties also because of the substance that I have discussed. And some mushrooms have insecticidal properties also. Some mushrooms have bioluminescence property also, and that is due to the substance present which is called as oxyluciferin. Clear? So that's all the 4 options are nothing but correct only. Now consider the following statement related to the Indian squirrels. They build nest by making burrows in the ground. That's absolutely wrong, because they are responsible for making burrows in the ground, but they make burrows in the ground. Why? To hide their food. So the purpose here is to hide their food. They store their food materials like nuts and seed in the grounds. That's correct. And for this purpose, they build burrows. But they built nest where? They built nest in the branches of trees. They build nest also in the tree trunk. And they are also responsible for building nest in electricity boxes, you can see. So these are the areas where where mushrooms are responsible, and they are omnivorous. That's true, because they not only are responsible for consuming fruits and nuts, but they are also responsible for consuming some animals. So for example, eggs can be consumed by them, chicks can be consumed by them, so they would be considered as omnivorous also. So you can see that the option 3 is correct. They store their materials and nuts and seeds in the ground. That's correct. But the first statement is incorrect. So only 2 would be the correct answer. Only 2 would be the correct answer. Now question number 28. Consider the following statement. Now you can see that some microorganisms can grow in the environment with temperature above the boiling point. Now these microorganisms are called as thermopiles. Some bacteria, they would be growing in temperature. Generally, they grow from they thrive from a temperature of 40 degree to 80 degrees centigrade. But some have the ability to grow at a or thrive at a temperature of more than 100 degrees centigrade. So that's correct. Some microorganism can grow in an environment with temperature below the freezing point. That's also correct. And we can see some microorganism can grow in highly acidic environment with a pH value between below 3. So they can grow in an environment, and these kind of microorganism would be called as acidophilic microorganism, which can thrive within a pH value limit of 1 to 11. 1 to 11. So that's also correct. So all the 3 would be correct answer. You can see all the 3 would be correct answer, and the option would be C. Option would be C. So some are acidophilic because they can thrive in a pH range of 1 to 11. And we can see some microorganisms can grow in an environment with temperature below the freezing point also. And these would be called as psychophilic. And some, they can thrive at a temperature which is above the boiling point of water. So these would be called as thermopiles. So all the 3 options are correct. Which one of the following makes a tool with a stick to scrap insect from a hole in a tree or a log of wood? Now the correct answer is B. And that is what? That is orangutan. Why? Because not only it is responsible for using the stick to scrap insects from a hole, but it's also using the bark of tree for doing this, and it's also using bark of tree for extracting honeys. The trunk also is used by it. Small trunks can be used by it also for extraction of honeys. So that can be done by orangutan. Fishing cat, otter, sloth bear, they use their hand only. So that's wrong. There are some animals which are responsible for using some tools, and this is one of them. Now consider the following statements: aerosols, foam agents, fire retardants, lubricant. In the making of how many of the above are hydrofluorocarbons used? See, it is used for making of all 4. All 4. And as far as HFC is concerned, we have discussed in the class that HFCs were used as what? It was used as an alternative to CFCs. And it was used as an alternative to CFC, but the problem with HFC is what? That the heat retention capacity of HFC is very high. Because the heat retention capacity of HFC is 1000 times than that of CO2. So that became a big concern as such. And for this, we have discussed in the class that the Kigali Agreement was signed for phasing out of HF.
In 31 question number in B, look at here, consider the following statement: Jhelum river passes through Ular lake. This is a very simple statement, but it has 2 important aspects here, you see. As we know, Jhelum is an antecedent river. Second, it passes through the Ular Lake. If it is passing through the Ular Lake, so now the what type of lake is Ular Lake? Ular Lake is an oxbow lake. It is an oxbow lake. It means because of meandering of the river, this lake was formed, right? Now, in the upper reaches of the Himalaya, how it is possible? What are the conditions for the development of an oxbow lake? Oxbow lake generally developed from the mature stage. In the old stage is completely developed. Meandering of the river start in the mature stage. In the old stage you have the development of an oxbow lake. This question is from very simple book NCERT, you will get it, and even in our KSG material it is given. If you will have seen that our book 49 and 44 page number of KSG, this material India Human and Physical Geography, it is given there. In the class also we have discussed this. Oxbow lake generally formed because of meandering of the river. You know that in case of meandering path of a river, there are two important side you are having. This side, in one part you have more kinetic energy of the stream, and here you have development of a cliff. On the opposite side you have development of deposition of sediments and development of a slip of slope. And these particular differences in erosion and deposition in two different banks, this leads to subsequently more and more erosion here, and this side also same erosion will be more, and this will get connected here forming an oxbow lake here. I hope you must have studied. So, the question here is Jhelum river passes through Ular Lake. It is, the statement here is correct. It is a correct statement. And tectonically developed this lake. This lake, the second largest freshwater lake in Asia, one of the major even freshwater lake in India, and this is connected through Jhelum river. Second point is Krishna river directly feeds Koleru lake. Underline here that you can see there, directly feed, I mean directly draining into the Koleru lake. If you will see the map of Andhra Pradesh, you will find out Godavari and Krishna in between these two. A river, two delta you are having at the mouth, you have the Godavari and Krishna, in between the delta regions we have Koleru lake. Koleru lake is drained by two seasonal streams. Okay. One is you have Budameru, 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 which is originated from Malyavaram hill, a small hill nearby, Malyavaram hill in Andhra Pradesh. It is a consequent river. It is not a part of Krishna river, you remember. Okay. So, this statement is not correct here. Krishna river directly feeds Koleru lake. This particular statement, if you will see, the second statement of 31 question of this series B, we have here, it is completely wrong. I said one river, that river is Budameru. Second, another river is there. This is a very small consequent river, seasonal stream, again Tamimilru. Okay, Budameru and Tamimilru. No need of memorizing this name even, but you remember Krishna river directly not feeding into Koleru lake. There are few canals through which it is linked, but directly it is not feeding. Meandering of Gandak river formed the Kanwar lake. Again read this question carefully. Meandering of Gandak river it is written, not Budi Gandak. There are two rivers, Budi Gandak and Gandak. Both are finally draining into river Ganga. Remember this meandering of Gandak river, it should be Budi Gandak, then it is correct. So, it is a wrong statement here, and Kanwar lake, as we know, it is a major oxbow lake, one of the largest oxbow lake this is also, and This particular lake is now an ecologically very sensitive area. This is known for migratory birds and all other things. It is in news. So, these two are wrong here. So, only one is correct. So, what will be the answer here? Answer for this one will be, as I just said, both are wrong, only one is correct. Only one is correct. Okay. So, please remember this. If you have seen anywhere any other answer, please rectify. This is the correct answer which I have given. Right. Second, we can go for the next question. Next question is about port and its different name. Subject is given. This type of questions earlier were not getting. Now, after so many years of gap, I am getting this type of seeing this type of question here. Kamarajar Port. After naming of this particular port, Ennore Port. Ennore Port is located north of Chennai in Tamil Nadu. This is the first major port registered as a company. It is correct here. In fact, this particular port, as I just have mentioned, this particular port, this is here, is named after the great leader K. Kamaraj. In his honor, it is given the name here. The questions, if you look at here, like a K. Kamaraj port, first major port registered as a company, yes, it is correct. First corporatized port, this is correct here. Mundra Port, privately owned port in India, is the largest one, yes. Adani Group has taken up this. And you remember, there is also for special economic zone, SEZ status was earlier given also for this particular Mundra Port. Mundra Port plays a very important role on trading, particularly of petroleum product, and these two are correct here. Visakhapatnam, largest container port of India, no, it is wrong. Visakhapatnam is the deepest port in India. It is a natural port, deepest port in India. It is a protected port. It is in Andhra Pradesh, as you know. Largest container port is not. It is correct. Correct one is Jawaharlal Nehru Port Trust, JNPT. Okay, that should be the largest container port of India. But now, as we see last 3 months or so, Ennore Port also has increased its capacity. Okay. So, the answer here is for both you have, if you look at among these two, 1 and 2 are correct, 2 pairs are correct here. Okay. So, B will be the answer for this. This is the question number 32 in B series. Now, next question I will go for. See here, 33 question in B series, this one. Consider following trees. Very interesting that this particular question here is related with the very common trees found in India. Mahua, teak, jackfruits. Among these three are common here. Clearly, if you are intelligent enough, you can see that jackfruit tree leaf shedding is not at a time. I mean, it is an evergreen to semi-evergreen type of vegetation. Yes, in some part of India, there is a bit of modification, but primarily this is an evergreen tree, jackfruit. Okay. So, jackfruit is not a deciduous, jackfruit is evergreen. Mahua, this tree is a deciduous, moist deciduous tree. Teak is both in moist and dry deciduous. You will get their height may varies. Remember one thing, the evergreen tree, they require more rainfall, temperature and humidity should be more. Hot and humid climate is good for it, but jackfruits, even if with low temperature in the hilly regions of Eastern Ghat also you will find out. Jackfruit is an evergreen vegetation, mahua and teak are both are, I said, deciduous vegetation. So, two correct statements are here. I hope it is clear to all of you. You can refer your NCERT, you will find out this. Here also in our classroom materials as well as in KSG material, we have clearly mentioned this. All these things are given. I hope you are comfortable with this, and most of you must have done well. इसी पे किसी का भी गलती नहीं होना चाहिए, अगर हुआ है तो look at, introspect yourself what you have done.
Seas. Now the next question is more pertains to geography than environment, that India has more arable area than China. Now that's a correct statement, but you can say that the proportion of irrigated areas is more in India as compared to China. This is wrong. Why? The reason for this is that the area today in China which is under irrigation is more, and particularly China has worked hard on micro irrigation. So you can see that micro irrigated area, micro irrigation is more in China when compared to India, and that's why the proportion of irrigated areas in China is more than that of India. The average productivity per hectare in India, Indian agriculture is higher than that of China. Cannot say that because the average productivity per hectare in Indian agriculture is lower than that of China. So only one would be the correct answer. Clear? And in fact, the agriculture productivity per hectare in India is one of the lowest in the world. One of the lowest in the world.
One more thing here. Which one of the following is the best example of, look at again, best example of repeated falls in the sea level, not falls in the sea level, repeated fall in the sea level, giving rise to present day extensive marshland. Okay. If it is there, repetition of this, repetition of this sea level, as I said, it is because of two things it is possible, change in the sea level, either due to upwarping of the landmass or infilling because of sedimentation. There are two factors. Very interesting, Bhitarkanika mangrove vegetation is in Odisha. This is because of deposition and formation of delta, right? But the question here is repeated fall in the sea level. Fall in the sea level is not because of sedimentation here, very interesting, because of delta formation. This is a swampy area it developed, no doubt, but it is partially submerged. Okay. It is a delta developed by two rivers, east flowing river, Brahmani and Baitarani. These two river deltas, they got converged, and you have the Bhitarkanika, this Kanika island is there, where you have mangrove vegetation, tidal vegetation. During the high tide it got submerged, during the low tide they got exposed, and this is yet the you can say a very important place for nesting of olive ridley turtles, nearby regions in the Bhitarkanika southern part, in fact you have here. But Bhitarkanika is known for salt water crocodile, okay, these regions. Bhitarkanika is not the correct one here, it means it is not because of this, this is a deltaic regions. Marakkam salt pans, this is in your Tamil Nadu, this is also in Veluppuram regions of Tamil Nadu. No doubt the salt pan is developed because of continuous sedimentation. And remember one thing, east coast is emergent coast, west coast is submergent coast, but there are some exceptions. In this case, Marakkam salt plant, gradually it got immersed, but sedimentation also there, and this entire region says marked with linear phases of salt pans, one of the major salt producing regions in Tamil Nadu. This is the fall in the sea level, given the present day extensive marshland, which because of fall in the sea level, repeated fall in the sea level is not there. Change in the sea level is there, no repeated fall in the sea level. So, it is a wrong one. Naupada swamp, it is in Andhra Pradesh because of again upward gradual rising and deltaic formation. So, this is also partially incorrect. Run of Kutch will be the correct one as per my perception. You can refer this from Physical Geology of India, C.S. Pichamuthu. There is a book, NBT National Book Trust. You can find out that. Or in the Geology of India also it is mentioned, D.N. Wadia. It is a very difficult question, of course, as if you look at in general studies level paper. Run of Kutch is immersed one with continuous sedimentation. No doubt western coast is a submergent coast, only Run of Kutch region has been immersed one. It is because of one, first point is, in that it was earlier a part of the Arabian Sea. Gradually it got sedimented and it forms. As well as there was bit of upwarping or upward rising. Only Run of Kutch regions. I hope you got this. The answer will be D here, Run of Kutch. Right. Next one. Ilmenite and rutile abundantly available in certain coastal tract of India. Yes, it is found in Tamil Nadu, it is found in Andhra Pradesh, it is found in Odisha. There are the states where it is available, plentifully available, and Odisha is the largest producer also. And these are rich source of what? Remember, this entire regions, ilmenite and rutile belt, they are rich in titanium oxide. Titanium oxide, right? This will be the correct answer here. Aluminum, as you know, from bauxite you will get, aluminum you will get it from bauxite, copper from cuprite or chalcopyrite, iron ore, as you know, iron ore, hematite, magnetite, siderite, or limonite, these are the ore here, right. So, the correct one will be titanium. It is very useful nowadays from dye, from your textile unit, plastics to color and all, ink, everything in the industry you are using nowadays. So, this is the correct answer, titanium.
Next question, this is the B set, question number 37. About 3/4 of the world's cobalt, a metal required for the manufacture of batteries for electric motor vehicle, is produced by. You know guys, worldwide those metal people are using in the electronic vehicles. ऐसा कहा जाता है those electronic vehicle market in 2021 उसका 3 गुना ज़्यादा बढ़ने वाला by 2030 तक. 2030 तक those electronic vehicle market will increase 3 times. यहाँ पे actual में we people use the batteries. Batteries those earlier people use there जो lithium ion के पहले हम use करते थे. Today you know every batteries people are using the lithium ion, that was the cobalt made batteries. So those cobalt made batteries we have used there guys. Actually it is the overall the International Energy Agency report 2022 क्या कहता है? Okay. Different sources of batteries जो पूरी दुनिया में तैयार होते हैं, around 60% is the source of batteries are lithium, 30% is the cobalt and 3% are the 10% are the nickel guys. Here UPSC made a question, what about the source of cobalt? So where the words cobalt metal 3/4 words cobalt, a metal required for the manufacture of batteries for the electric motor vehicle, is produced by. So here in this case it is 74% of cobalt based battery, those are coming. It is the source is what? That is the Democratic Republic of Congo. Okay, so that you remember, that answer is the C here.
Which one of the following is a part of the Congo basin? My friends, if you look at this particular question, we have earlier discussed in our classroom sessions also. I have drawn the map of these regions also. I would like to remind you, while drawing the map of any natural regions, you must see the area covering this entire area, the entire countries covering that particular regions, like in case of Congo river basin, in case of the Congo river basin, if I'll draw this as my, if this is Africa here, right, this is, here is the equator, this will be the equatorial, this is the equatorial climatic zone, and here is the river Congo or Zaire, Congo or river Zaire. If you look at your atlas, you will find out. This river crosses the equator twice, and this river pass as basin. Basins of this river is in Republic of Congo here, Republic of Congo. You can see atlas, you will find out all these things. Central African Republic, this is also a country. Zambia, then you have Angola, and you have the Cameroon. This is the answer, that's why Cameroon is the correct answer, because the rest are not given. I will request you all to have a glance over this particular map in your atlas, you will find out this. Okay. Next one, next question. Here is a question from India physical part. What happened while you are studying, we usually neglect the map study. I request you all to see this carefully, that Eastern Ghat, Western Ghat, the central plateau, and all the hills and the mountains, uplands of India, if you will see, very interesting one point you can mark. Amarkantak hill are the confluence of Vindhya and not Sahyadri, Satpura. Sahyadri mean Western Ghats. It should be Satpura. So, this is incorrect here. Amarkantak plateau located in Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh border, as we know, and the correct answer will be here Vindhya and Satpura, confluence of this region, these both are joining here. Biligiranga hills constitute the easternmost part of Satpura range. It should not be easternmost part of Satpura range, rather it will have like it should be from Western Ghats. If you look at the map, you will find out that Karnataka, state of Karnataka, where it is located, Nilgiri hill, nearby regions, you are having you have your Nilgiri biosphere reserves is located in this particular range. Eastern Ghat and Western Ghat are connected here almost, right? So, this is also wrong here. Southernmost part of Western Ghat, it is Sesachalam hill, it is saying. No, Sesachalam is a part of the Eastern Ghat, not the Western Ghat. So, this is also wrong. All the three statements are wrong here. So, the answer is non-D. D will be the answer here because of this. I hope it is clear. It's clear to all of you.
Now, with reference to India's project on, I have taken one question from the current affairs also. Now, with reference to India's project on connectivity, consider the following statements. East-West corridor under Golden Quadrilateral project connects Dibrugarh and Surat. Now, this is wrong option. Why? Because this is responsible for connecting Porbandar, sorry, not feeling well, and Silchar. Now, trilateral corridor connects Moreh in Manipur and Chiang Mai in Thailand. Now, that's wrong, because the area which has been connected with Moreh of Thailand is what it is called as Mayawadi. We can see Moreh of Manipur has been connected to Mayawadi in Thailand. Clear, so that option is also wrong. Bangladesh, China, India, Myanmar economic corridor connects Varanasi in Uttar Pradesh with Kunming in China. That's wrong. Because responsible for connecting, what's responsible for connecting Kolkata with Kunming in China. With Kunming in China. So you can see that as far as the statements are concerned, for 40, correct answer is none. D. Correct answer is none. Let's remove this.
As you are knowing the importance of economics in UPSC exam, and if you see the trend of UPSC PT questions from last several years, so economics contributes really a significant role in overall all the questions. And this year, around 16 questions asked in economics subject. If you take 2-3 more questions, okay, that's related to economics, but since it's also related to the international scenario, so it's you can put in the IR, otherwise it's going around 80 to 19 questions. So here, like the 41 question number is consider the following statements. They asked about interest income from the deposits in infrastructure investment trusts distributed to their investors is exempted from tax, but the dividends is taxable. But government changed it, okay, the dividend is not taxable. So this statement is wrong, but if you take the second statement, yes, it is right. So if you see the questions, I mean this first one is wrong, second is right. So D will be the right answer. The statement 1 is incorrect, but the statement 2 is correct. Here, some factual questions asked directly, but most of the questions are implication based and it needs in-depth study in economics. So not like the normal if you go and just read and you are able to write the answer. No, you have to prepare in depth and you should know the basic mechanism and overall implication of the economy. Just to take the other questions, like, okay, second one, question number 42. So question number 42, it says that first statement 1, in the post-pandemic recent past, many central banks worldwide central banks worldwide had carried out interest rates hikes. Okay, so you are knowing that yes, during pandemic period, so many, I mean, whole world, basically countries in the world, countries implemented expansionary monetary policy and also the expansionary fiscal policy, and that resulted higher aggregate demand. And after post-pandemic, the most of the country in the world, okay, faced higher inflations. Okay, higher inflations. So it's a very implication based questions. So when there is a higher inflation in the country, any country, and you just think about monetary policy of that country, which generally formulated by the central bank of that country, okay, they are basically responsible to control inflation in that particular country. Like in India, RBI is the central bank and RBI controls inflation. The primary objective of monetary policy is controlling inflation. So RBI controls the inflations. So when there is higher inflations, so RBI basically increasing the policy rates, or any central bank increasing the policy rates, so that they can decrease the liquidity in the economy and they are able to control inflations. Just you take here, yes, second statement they are saying central banks generally assume that, and this part is directly from the economy survey. If you read the economy survey, it's discussed. So when it's discussed, okay, it is the generally part of the questions. But if, okay, so central banks generally assumes that they have the ability to contract the rising consumer prices via monetary policy. Okay, it's true. So both statement 1 and statement 2 are correct, and statement 2 is the correct explanation for statement 1. Okay, because it is a primary objective of the central bank. Scenario is higher inflations, so they are increasing the rate of interest. So here your A is the right answer.
Question number 43, on which a lot of confusion is there. Now, first statement is what? Carbon markets are likely to be one of the most widespread tools in the fight against climate change. Definitely this is correct answer. Why? Because all the mechanisms of carbon credit and carbon trading is mainly for mitigating the impact of global warming and climate change. So that's correct. No question about that. But the second is what? The second statement is carbon markets transfer resources from the private sector to the state. Now, if we talk about the carbon market, under the Kyoto Protocol, we can see that there were three mechanisms of carbon credit and carbon trading. Now, the first mechanism was called as what? It was called as joint implementation. Joint implementation means that the carbon reduction projects were transferred from developed country to developed country itself. One developed country was responsible for establishing it, and the second developed country was responsible for maintaining it. And the carbon credits were shared by both the countries. But the second mechanism was what? It was called as Clean Development Mechanism. That is your CDM, Clean Development Mechanism. And under this mechanism, the carbon credits, the carbon reduction projects were transferred from the developed nations to developing nation. The carbon reduction market projects were transferred from developed nation to developing nation, as such. Clear? In the developing nation, it was established and maintained, but the developed nation were responsible for establishing these carbon reduction projects. And what happened was that the credits went to developed nations. But under Clean Development Mechanism, we can see that technology and money was transferred to developing nation, from the developed nation. So, if suppose the developed nation private companies are responsible for transferring technology and also money capita to the developing nation, then certainly we can see that this statement would be considered as correct, because carbon markets transfer resources from the private sector to the state. Private sector from where? Private sector of the developed nation, and state here can be taken as what? Can be taken as developing nation. So, can be considered as a true explanation. Now, both statements are correct, and statement 2 is not a correct explanation because this is not related to it. This is not related to it. But in some context also we can say there may be another option also, that statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is not correct, because the carbon markets are mainly for the transference of what? Mainly for the buying and selling of carbon credits. So, in a specific manner, this sentence would be considered as correct, but in a generic manner, it may not be considered as correct. But since it is mentioned here that carbon markets transfer resources from the private sector to the state, this statement cannot be considered as completely incorrect. So, we will take this statement as correct statement only, but certainly this is not the correct explanation of statement number 1. Clear? So, we would be considering B as the correct answer. Clear? B as the correct answer. Thank you.
Question 44, next questions. Which one of the following activities of the Reserve Bank of India is considered to be part of sterilizations? Conducting, answer is first, conducting open market operations. See, here sterilizations basically word, it's meaning that any country you take the example, suppose you take the example of India, okay, India, and if there is a more inflow more inflow of foreign currency in the country. So its results appreciation of domestic currency. It results, if there is a more, here you can write more inflow of foreign currency, that results appreciation of domestic currency. Appreciation of domestic currency. But you know, if our domestic currency appreciated more, so exports of the country is going to be more expensive. Exports of the country is going to be more expensive. Okay, I mean exportable goods going to be more expensive in international market. So exports is going to decrease in international market. So to neutralize these things, what the here say in RBI, say in India, so what the RBI can do, RBI can absorb the dollar. They can buy the dollar. Say I am assuming the foreign currency is dollar. So RBI will start buying dollar from the market. So when RBI buying the dollar to increase aggregate demand, so that they can stabilize the foreign exchange rate. So but in this process, the money supply is going to increase in the country, because one side RBI is going to increase purchase the dollar, so money supply is going to increase in the country because money is coming from RBI to economy. Now to absorb this money supply, RBI is selling the GSEC. RBI sells the GSEC, that is the government securities. So once RBI is selling the government securities, it is conducting the open market operations. And what exactly they are doing that? They are sterilizing the market. So this process is also known as the sterilizations. Okay. So this is it's a very implication based questions they asked. So this will be the A is your right answer. Conducting open market operations. Clear to all? Okay. Now, so if you take 45 questions number, so next question is, consider the following markets: government bond market. So next is the call money market, T-bills market and stock market. Simply they ask questions, how many of the above are included in capital markets? It's a very basic concept. It is already discussed in the class. Okay, for 5 questions you take it's directly from the class discussions. So government bond market means, government bond means the maturity period of government securities. GSEC, you are knowing that GSEC is not it's known as the first government bond. One is known as government bond, and government bond is also known as dated securities. Dated securities. Clear? So government bond, when you can say government bond when maturity period is more than 1 year. More than 1 year. Okay, more than 1 year. Second, you can say T-bills. T-bills, yes, again it's a GSEC, but its maturity period is less than 1 year. Less than 1 year. Clear? So capital market generally defined as, that is a time period when transaction you are doing more than 1 year, 1 year or more than 1 year. So if you go through this, then government bond market, you are talking about this market, dated securities market, or it is also known as the government bond. It's for dealing with the more than 1 year, 1 year or more than 1 year. Yes, it is a part of your capital market. Call money market, it's a short-term transactions among the banks. So it is not the part of capital market. Treasury bill markets, again, treasury bills market means what? Maturity period is less than 1 year, T-bills. So again, it's not the part of capital market, T-bills. On the basis of the concept I am saying, on the basis of the definitions, the way we are defining, okay. Stock markets, yes, it is a long term. So these two are there. So only 2, B is your right answer. So in this way you analyze. So you can see that you have to know the concept also. You can, after knowing the things, okay, then only you are able to do that. And not only that, so many things you have to know. So directly they are not asking, they are pulling it, so many concepts, and then they are asking it. Okay, so this one. Now next question. Yes. Next is your, yes, which one of the following best describes the concept of a small farmer, large field? See, before going to the options, just to understand one thing here, you are knowing that around 86% of farmers in India are marginal and small farmers. Okay, if you take the land records, okay, or you take the assessment of households by the NSO, which conducts the survey, so around 75%, more than 75%, but you say 75% are the marginal farmers having the land area more than 0.002 hectare and up to till the 1 hectare. More than 1 hectare till your 2 hectares, it's known as the small farmers. So marginal farmers and small farmers, they constitutes around 86% of the all farmers. Okay, they are basically getting problem for utilizing the modern inputs. Okay, because economies of scale, you are not able to get it. Economies of scale means if you are doing anything at the large scale, the benefits you are going to get it. Okay, so one concept, the government started, one concept is small farmers, large field, means you pull small farmers and just combine their land in a large area, and then you decide one particular product and go for the farming. And after production, yes, you have the bargaining power again with the buyers, and you can bargain and sell out your product. So this is the concept of a small farmer, large field, and it is the requirement of Indian economy also. So just you see, A is not right, C is not, D is a different concept, but B is writing many marginal farmers in an area organize themselves into groups and synchronize and harmonize selected agriculture operations. So B is your right answer. Okay, so if you are knowing the concept, then you are easily able to choose the right answer. Okay, next is question is this: consider the following statements. The government of India provides minimum support price for Niger. Basically, government of India gives MSP, minimum support price, MSP to 23 crops. Okay, 22 crops and one is the sugarcane. So they are giving MSP 23 crops. Okay, Niger, yes, Niger is under MSP. So government provides MSP. Recently the government had taken decisions कि MSP of this 23 notified crops, the price will be decided, okay, 50% more than the cost of productions. So Niger is yes under MSP, and if it is a yes, it is a kharif crop. It is a kharif crop, and it is also known as okay, kali til. It is also known as. So basically, this some of the tribals, they are also using these crops for cooking one. If you think about AICRP, basically it's a all India coordinated research project on Niger, Jabalpur, 2013. They published an article. So in AICRP, in 2013, they published a research report, and AICRP is basically All India Coordinated Research Project on NISA, actually CSEM and NISA, okay, Jabalpur 2013. And this report saying that it's already the NISA seed has traditionally been lifeline of tribal people, their agriculture and economy. So yes, some tribal people in India use Niger seeds oil for cooking. So all the three are correct. So C is the right answer. So yes, it's a part of MSP. And second, Niger is cultivated as a kharif crop. And third also right, some tribal people in India use Niger seed oil for cooking. Clear, dear? Okay. Now, next question from economics. You can just see that. Consider the investments in the following assets: brand recognitions, inventory, intellectual property, mailing list of clients. See the government of, in the ministries, government of India's website, the government source. Then yes, the intangible investments, the definition of intangible investments means that is you're investing in intangible assets, okay, and which includes brand recognition, intellectual property, mailing list of clients, but inventory is not the part. Okay, 4 options are given. Intangible investment means you are investing in intangible assets, which includes brand recognition. Also the goodwill is the part of that. Okay, brand recognitions, intellectual property, mailing list of clients, but inventories is the not that intangible, but it's a tangible. Okay, so we are excluding it. So all the 3 are the part of that. So only 3, C is the right answer. Okay, so it's again the very simple questions, but it needs in-depth knowledge and information. So you have to read this, not from the superficial one. Okay, now next they're asking about consider the following: demographic, forest and ecology, governance reforms, stable government, tax and fiscal. They given the options, and they asked for the horizontal tax devolutions. The 15th Finance Commission used how many of the above as criteria other than population, area and income distance? Dear, you remember from central divisible pool. The central divisible pool means it is the central taxes which includes all the central taxes except cess and surcharges. So you exclude cess and surcharges and you take the all central taxes. So these taxes are divided between the center and states. Fine. If you take the, and for this, and who is going to recommend? So generally Finance Commission, which is the constitutional body under Article 280. So Finance Commissions is constituted by the President of India in every 5 years, and they basically study about the fiscal health of the central government and fiscal health of the state governments, and after studying then they can recommending that okay, how much states should get out of the central taxes and how much it should remain with the central government. Like 15 finance commissions recommended 41% from divisible pool, that is, you can say all central taxes, 41% to the states. So this 41% of total divisible pool, that is all central taxes excluding cess and surcharges, this 41% for all states combined together. So from the central government, you just take like this, from central government to state governments, if you take So yes, this division is 41%. Yes, one more percent is given to Jammu and Kashmir and Ladakh, extra from central resources, but 41% given to all states. Once you are getting 41%, this is known as the vertical devolutions. Vertical devolution. Clear? And this 41%, when you're distributing among states, then it is known as horizontal devolution among states. So, how you can distribute among states, that is a horizontal distributions. How can you do that? So, each and every finance commissions recommends a formula, and that formula is known as horizontal tax devolution formula. You can see here, that formula is known as horizontal tax devolution formula. Okay. So, when you're going to divide the fund allotted to states among states, you are choosing variables, and that variable is going to be the basis to allocate the funds among states. Okay. So, 15 finance commission, if you see, then 15 finance commissions basically, when government of India constituted the 15 finance commissions, then it was, requested the finance commission to consider only 2011 population data. Of 2011, and that's 2011. If you're considering as a population data for division of resources among states, then southern state they perform better. Okay, they are going to be affected due to this new formula. Okay, so the finance commissions, they introduced a new variable, demographic performance. Because where southern states is going to lose due to the 2011 population census, the southern states getting the compensated from this demographic performance variable. So this variable considered forest and ecology. Yes, forest is introduced by 14 finance commission first time. If you compare with the 13 and 14 finance commissions, the 14 finance commission, they only considered forest area. But 15 finance commission, they just expanded, thus broadened the concept, and they added ecology. So forest and ecology, again, it is considered by the 15 finance commission. So this variable. Governance reforms, no. Stable government, no. Tax and fiscal efforts, yes. These two are there. Other parameters are there, variables are there, but as per the questions, demographic performance, forest and ecology, and tax and fiscal efforts, yes, tax and fiscal efforts, these three are the variables here as per here. Other than this are also there, but as per question, these three are there. So B is your right answer. Okay, so these are the variables as per the questions. Other are also there, like 2011 population census, income distance. Okay, these are there. Area, these all are there. Clear here? So it just also written the above, other than population, area, and income distance. It is already there. So these are also the variables. On the basis of that, the funds allotted to all states, it's distributed among the states. Clear here? Okay. Now next is consider the following infrastructure sectors. It is a UNOPS. Go step by step. United Nations Office for Project Services. United Nations Office for Project Services. Yes, it's an integral part of the United Nations. So under Sustainable Development Goal, the UNOPS is responsible to implement infrastructure, and they have selected 3 affordable housing, healthcare, and renewable energy. So these three are the main infrastructure sector they have chosen, and they are implementing in the member countries. Okay, in the member countries. In Feb 2023, this UNOPS was in news, because if you take the African countries, Ghana, where corruption is reported for affordable housing project, corruption is reported. The board, that is a UNOPS executive board, okay, decided to phase out the former sustainable investment in infrastructure and innovation. It is also known as S3I. S3I, we are using this, that is sustainable investments in infrastructure and innovation, that is S3I initiative. So it was in the news, so it's framed the questions, and under these three: infrastructure, affordable housing, healthcare, renewable energy, these three are chosen. This question is framed on that. Simply they are asking on how many of the above does UNOPS Sustainable Investment Infrastructure and Innovation Initiative focus for its investments. So only 3. Yes, C. So your mass rapid transport system is not the part of this UNOPS. Okay, dear.
The question is, with reference to home guards, consider the following statements. Home guards are raised under the Home Guards Act and rules of the central government. देखिए अब ये कॉन्टेक्स्ट क्या आता है, यहाँ पे स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स हो जाता है ये, तो इसकी वजह से यहाँ पे ये गलत हो जाता है। ये स्टेट गवर्नमेंट यूटी के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में भी आ सकता है कुछ चीज़ें, बट इट्स नॉट इन कॉन्टेक्स्ट ऑफ द सेंट्रल। नाउ next is the role of the home guards is to serve as an auxiliary force to the police in maintenance of internal security. Yes, additional force in context उनके main के support के context में आ जाते हैं। When you look into the third statement, so this is wrong, this is right. To prevent infiltration on the international borders of the coastal areas, the border wing home guards battalions have been raised in some states. मतलब we've got n numbers of the let's say border wing home guards battalions आ चुके हैं हमारे पास, तो ये भी सही है, ये भी सही है, so only 2 आ जाएगा इसका आंसर।
To number 52. Okay. Now question number 52 talks about match the following and asks which of the following has been correctly matched. So for example, the provision that unauthorized wearing of police or military uniforms is punishable is given in which act? And the answer which is given over here is the Official Secrets Act 1923. Okay, so it's a very simple question that I can mark it out. 1 is correct. Okay. 2, knowingly misleading or otherwise interfering with a police officer or military officer when engaged in their duties, Indian Evidence Act. This is not given in the Indian Evidence Act. This is in fact given in the IPC 1860. Indian Penal Code is where the activity of misleading a police officer when he is doing investigation is considered an offence that is given under the Indian Penal Code 1860. And then point number 3, celebratory gunfire which can endanger the personal safety of others. This has been produced as an amendment to the Arms Act in 2019. It was introduced in the Arms Act that any person who is doing a kind of a celebratory gunfire in a barat or somewhere, and if it hurts someone, that offence is going to be punished under the Arms Act as amended by the 2019. Okay, so the correct answer is 1 and 3, right? You have 3 options which are correct in this part. Okay, so you have option number 1 which is correct and option number 3 which is correct. So therefore the correct answer over here is going to be only 2B. Okay, 93, 57, 3 and 43 from the respective sets that you may want to take it. Okay, let's take a look at a question and decode it clearly. Consider the following pairs: regions often mentioned in news and reasons for being in news, right? So these are the areas, geographical areas, and these are the reasons why they are supposed to be in news. We have to identify if the pairs are matched correctly, like North Kivu and Ituri. The option which has been given over here is war between Armenia and Azerbaijan. Now there was a war between Armenia and Azerbaijan happening in 2020, and we have seen the end of that war in terms of having a kind of a temporary settlement between the two countries recently. If you take a look at the map over here, you see the point which is given over here is Armenia, Azerbaijan, and the region which was under dispute or the site of the war in this particular segment was the Nagorno-Karabakh region. The Nagorno-Karabakh region has been given in option number 2, but option number 2 has been associated with Mozambique. In fact, it should have been option number 2 with 1, which makes 1 incorrect. If you can take a look at the map, you have Azerbaijan, Armenia. These are 2 Caucasus countries. You have 3 Caucasus countries, as we have discussed in the class many times: Georgia, Azerbaijan and Armenia. And when we were discussing about a little bit of a fragments of the internal conflicts between Armenia and Azerbaijan, we saw the areas which were marked as Nagorno and Karabakh, which were the disputed areas between the 2 countries. Just right opposite to them are the Caucasus Mountains, above them is Georgia, and there starts the Black Sea, and the Ukraine conflict is going on there. This entire geography was very clearly detailed in front of you. Okay, so you are looking at this particular part, which is a incorrect option over here. North Kivu and Ituri in the map of the world are present in the Democratic Republic of Congo, right, and the border of Uganda and Rwanda that it has with Congo. So the North Kivu and Ituri are not in Armenia and Azerbaijan as mentioned over here, but in the Democratic Republic of Congo, and having certain border disputes with Uganda and Rwanda. These 2 areas are the disputes. And similarly, for example, Kherson and Zaporizhia is something that I have mentioned multiple times in the class. I think this has been mentioned so much, you have a very clear understanding of how important these regions are, Kherson and Zaporizhia. We have, for example, taken a look at the map of Ukraine. Just one second. If you think about this as Ukraine, you have Belarus on top of Ukraine, and this is the Crimean Peninsula over here, and this entire region is the Black Sea. You have Russia over here towards the east of Ukraine. Russia is entering into Ukraine from these regions. This region in Ukraine is known as the Donbas region, which is under the central of conflict. And the regions which we are mentioning over here, Kherson and Zaporizhia, are these 2 cities which are in the south of Ukraine. Kherson was in news where the Ukrainian forces had overwhelmed the Russian forces and taken control of Kherson back, and that is why it was in the news. And Zaporizhia is known for having a nuclear power plant which was taken under control by Russians, and it was converted into their army base, where they had stored their tanks and bombs. It was in the nuclear reactor that they had installed their army facilities, so that their army facilities cannot be destroyed by air bombings, because it was a nuclear facility, and if you attack or bomb a nuclear facility, it can lead to a nuclear meltdown. So that was why Zaporizhia was in news, where the Ukrainian President Zelensky was claiming that Russia has now started endangering Europe with a nuclear war, right? So Kherson and Zaporizhia are not in Israel and Lebanon, they are in Ukraine. They are the southern parts of Ukraine, where Russian and Ukrainian forces have been confronting with each other. Currently, both these areas are under the control of the Ukrainian forces. Okay, so this is the first question. So the correct answer is none over here, because you have neither 1 is correct, nor 2 is correct, next 3 is correct. The correct answer is none. None of these pairs are properly matched. Okay, now we come to the next question over here, which is the question which again was in news recently because of what is known as the Abraham Accords. Okay, now let's just give you a very simple sense of it. There was something called the Abraham Accords, which was signed as a peace deal, as a kind of a peace agreement between Israel, UAE and Bahrain. Okay, these are the 3 countries which signed the Abraham Accords. This was supposed to be a very historical event, and it was mediated by the USA, because over here Israel for the first time started collaborating and associating with the Arab world, which it has been fighting for so long. Okay, it was the first instance where the Arabs and the Israelis are coming together into forming some kind of a situation of alliance, and that is why the term Abraham Accord has been used over here, because Abraham is supposed to be the father of the Semitic religions, the Christians, the Islams and the Jews, right? So Abraham Accords means that the Semitic religions are all coming together into one association once again as this started. And the signatories to this, Israel, UAE and Bahrain. Okay, out of the Abraham Accords also came another organization, which was I2U2, which was recently in news and also asked by the UPSC in the mains examination recently, in which you have Israel, India, USA and UAE. Right. So this was something which was in news recently, and one of the things which have been asked are this. Also, because it was in news, there's another news of what had happened in the year 2002, which was the last time there was a kind of an initiative which was made to have a coming together of Israel with the Arab nations, and this was known as the Arab Peace Initiative or Arab Peace Deal. This was proposed by the Arab League, and it was supposed to find a solution to the problem of Israel and finally ending the tensions and hostilities in West Asia between Israel and the Arab nations. Okay, that is basically what the question was about. Let's take a look at the statement. Israel has established diplomatic relations with some of the Arab states. Yes, under the Abraham Accords, it has done it. Previously, UAE, Israel did not have diplomatic relations with each other because of the constant fighting between these two nations, but now they have diplomatic relations. This statement is correct. Arab Peace Initiative mediated by Saudi Arabia was signed by Israel and Arab League. Now, the Arab Peace Initiative was indeed mediated by Saudi Arabia and it was initiated by the Arab League, but it was not signed by Israel. Israel did not sign up to the Arab Peace Initiative. Okay, you can take a look at this. This is a 2002-2003 news article. George W. Bush becomes the first US president to call the creation of Palestinian state living side by side with Israel in peace and security. Saudi Arabia presents Arab League endorsed plan for a full Israeli withdrawal from occupied territory and Israel acceptance of a Palestinian state in return for normal relations with Arab countries. But Israel in 2002 did not sign this agreement. Therefore, the correct answer is only statement 1 is correct, which is regarding the Abraham Accords, right? Israel did not previously give any of its written consent that it is going to withdraw its forces out of Palestine. And in fact, if you've read any amount of history after that, it is very clear for us to see that Israel did attack Palestine after that quite significantly.
Let's see another one that is, okay, this is related to sports. मेजर ध्यानचंद खेल रत्न अवार्ड, अगर आप लोग रेगुलरली जो करंट अफेयर्स पढ़ रहे थे, यू माइट हैव नोटिस दैट कंट्रोवर्सी अराइज हुई थी रिगार्डिंग द चेंज ऑफ नेम राजीव गांधी खेल रत्न अवार्ड टू मेजर ध्यानचंद खेल रत्न अवार्ड. सो करंट अफेयर्स जिनका सही था उस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में दे कुड पिक इट अप. नाउ इन दिस कॉन्टेक्स्ट, यस, we've got the statement is right. For the most spectacular and outstanding performance by a sports person over a period of last 4 years. Then we see Arjun Award for the lifetime achievement by a sports person. ये annual, ये उस year का context में आता है, तो lifetime के context में नहीं है. First right, second wrong. Dronacharya Award to honor eminent coaches who have successfully trained sports person or teams. Yes, Dronacharya Award. One is right, this is right, this is wrong. Rashtriya Khel Protsahan Puraskar to recognize the contribution made by a sports person even after their retirement. No, generally not to the sports person, but generally to the organization. So what we find is this is right, these two are wrong. So only two.
Okay, here's a question number 56 in set B, 96 in A, 6 in C and D 46. Consider the following statements in respect to the 44th Chess Olympiad 2022. Okay, now this is not technically a part of international relations, but a part of general current affairs. Okay, so it is a part of general current affairs. Option number 1, it was the first time that Chess Olympiad was held in India. This is correct, absolutely correct. Option number 2, the official mascot was named Thambi, since it was happening in Chennai. The local term was used to identify the official mascot. 1 and 2 are correct. 3, the trophy for the winning team in the open section is the Vera Menchik Cup. This is incorrect. The trophy for the winning team in the women's section is the Hamilton Russell Cup. This is incorrect. In fact, the only reason why this becomes incorrect is because it is written over here, Menchik Cup, it should be over here, and Hamilton Russell Cup should be over here. They have just what simply they have done is they have swapped the options, and that is what has made these points incorrect. If they would have been organized like this, the way that I'm mentioning them, through the cursor, they would have been the correct answer. So 1, 2 are correct, 3 and 4 are incorrect, which makes only 2 questions correct from this part. So I just want to take question number 57 here. 57 again is a question which is from the geographical and political framework. Okay, area of country where conflict is located, area of conflict mentioned, and country where it is located. Okay, Donbass, I have mentioned to you, is in Ukraine, not in Syria. Okay, so this is one thing which is incorrect. Option 1 is incorrect. Donbass, I have shown you in this map over here, is something which is mentioned, which is on the eastern frontier of Ukraine, which Russia is currently under possession of. This is known as the Donbass region. The 2 oblasts present in the Donbass region are the Luhansk and Donetsk oblasts, or districts in this region, which was in Newscast. So Donbass is in Ukraine. The Kachin area was in attack recently, which we were looking at, for example, some of the classes in international relations when we were discussing Myanmar. We took taking a look at how a kind of a Jallianwala Bagh kind of a massacre has taken place in the Kachin region of Myanmar. So for example, this is a news article that you can take a look at. You obviously are aware at this point of time that there is a kind of a military dictatorship of the junta in Myanmar, JUNTA. And what we have seen is since the beginning of the year 2021 that the democratically elected government of what was known as the National League of Democracy, NLD, was overthrown by the junta, the army of Myanmar, and it was taken under the control of the police authorities, and the junta had declared itself to be the government of Myanmar after a coup. What we have seen recently was that the democratic parties in Myanmar were organizing a kind of a resistance movement against the predominance of junta as a military objective. And one of these events of organizing a kind of a ceremony to talk to each other, to have conversations with each other, to have a plan of action, etc., was being organized in the north of Myanmar, what was a part of what is known as the Kachin state of Myanmar. Okay, and what the junta did was it dropped air bombs at this kind of a field of convention where this kind of a meeting was happening, and it killed something about 200 to 250 people in a similar style as the Jallianwala Bagh massacre had happened. So it had a huge kind of a reverberations in the news, and that is how the Kachin state was in news. It is not a part of Ethiopia, it is a part of Myanmar. Tigray, on the other hand, is a part of Ethiopia, and Tigray has been the one which is at the border of Ethiopia and Eritrea, and was at the heart of certain geopolitical conflicts between the two countries. So Tigray is not in North Yemen, it is in Ethiopia. 1, 2 and 3 all are incorrect. The correct answer is D, none. Okay. This is another question, a kind of a question which you can read by the current affairs, because in current affairs, the Sudan, of course, was in news recently, and the other countries, Chad, Guinea and Mali, they in a way associate themselves with the kind of conditions that Sudan is going through. There's a kind of a compounding impact of the fact that all these countries have had military coups where the military dictatorships have in a way overthrown the traditional or the democratically elected government and have taken control of these areas. Okay, so the correct answer over here is option number D.
Okay, next you come. Next question, the set B, question number 59. What about the question here, guys? See, consider the following heavy industries. Okay, what about the heavy industries? Fertilizer plants, oil refineries, steel plants. Okay, question is here like green hydrogen is expected to play a significant role in decarbonizing how many of the above industries? I hope you guys remember those marathon classes I have covered, and the same thing, those content book wala part I am told you guys. Okay, questions directly came from there, guys. And see, green hydrogen based questions I also cover in marathon part. Question static, even always important, and green hydrogen is not the 2023 concept, it was a concept of 2019. यानी 4 साल से green hydrogen news में चल रहा है, but you people have never listened. I always spoken you guys, तो साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी आज की चीज है, ये सब सोचते हैं. साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी मैं कहता हूँ ये 30 साल की चीज है. साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी में when people got the money, when people got the research and development, तब लोगों ने रिसर्च करना शुरू किया. साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी जो आप पढ़ते हैं इंडस वैली सिविलाइजेशन में, वो एक साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी की बिगिनिंग हो सकती है, बट मॉडर्नाइजेशन ऑफ साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी दैट यू आर टॉकिंग, जिसमें एयर कंडीशन आता है, एरोप्लेन्स आते हैं, ये सारी चीज़ें पिछले 30-40 साल की हैं. गॉट इट, फाइन. सो consider the following heavy industries where the green hydrogen expected to play a significant role in decarbonizing. I'm just telling you, when you people use the hydrogen, okay, and hydrogen sources are renewable energy, many other sources of energy we can use for the production of electrolysis process. Actually, when people utilizing the water molecules under the electrolysis process, then water molecule is going to produce the hydrogen. Those energy sources we are utilizing for the formation of hydrogen. Here the sources of energy is a renewable energy. So I just want to tell you guys, जो आप वाटर मॉलिक्यूल को यूज करते हैं, वहां रिन्यूएबल एनर्जी की मदद से अगर आप वाटर मॉलिक्यूल का इलेक्ट्रोलाइसिस कर, यू आर प्रोड्यूसिंग द हाइड्रोजन फ्यूल. वो हाइड्रोजन फ्यूल जो होता है दैट इज कॉल्ड एज अ ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन. और इन दिस ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन गाइस, इसको आप हर जगह यूज कर सकते हैं. इट इज मेंशन, इट इज डिस्कस्ड ऑलवेज. द वन फर्टिलाइजर प्लांट, इट्स राइट. इवन इन दिस प्रोसेस मैंने बोला भी था, ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन के साथ कुछ वीडियोस भी हैं मेरे, दैट यू कैन फाइंड आउट वेरी इजली, कि यहाँ पे ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन के जो चीज़ें होती हैं, जो पूरे प्रोसेस में, यहाँ पर अमोनिया वगैरह भी बनता है, एंड वी कैन यूटिलाइज देम एज अ फर्टिलाइजर. अपार्ट ऑफ ऑयल रिफाइनरीज में भी वी कैन यूज देम, रिफाइनिंग प्रोसेस में एज अ सोर्स ऑफ एनर्जी, एंड स्टील प्लांट्स में वी पीपल आर burning the coal, guys. Okay, but the problem is that when people are utilizing the coal, guys, it create a massive environmental pollution. So I'm just telling you as one of the another options, if we people can utilize the hydrogen as a source of energy. So here the correct answer should be all of three. और आपको बताऊं, मैराथन क्लास, क्लासरूम प्रोग्राम और बुक, तीनों ही जगह ये चीजें मैंने कवर की हैं ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन के बारे में. एंड अगेन आई एम रिपीटिंग माय वर्ड्स, नेशनल हाइड्रोजन मिशन पे ये क्वेश्चन है. यही क्वेश्चन आप देखो ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन से जुड़कर अभी आगे भी आई विल डिस्कस विद यू. यानी इन दिस ईयर यूपीएससी हैज डायरेक्ट क्वेश्चन फ्रॉम द मैराथन क्लासेस, क्लासरूम प्रोग्राम एंड द बुक कंटेंट. गॉट इट? द आंसर शुड बी व्हाट? ऑल थ्री.
Part of the international relations with relation to why Sudan was in news recently. Okay. Now, the question number 60 over here, which is about the G20, is a very obvious question. You know, for example, that India is currently the president of G20 and is also hosting the G20. It's a year-long celebration that India is having with regard to hosting the G20, and the final summit of G20 will be towards the end of the year, which would be the annual summit in which India will pass on the gavel of G20 to Israel, to Brazil, and Brazil will become the next president in 2024. Okay, so number one question, the statement about G20 is that G20 started as a organization for conversation of finance ministers. It is absolutely a correct observation. G20 originated in 1999 as an alternative to the G7. G7 countries, the G7 club, you know, the rich countries of the world, they had understood the fact that now the world is so globally interconnected with each other that anything which happens in the global south will have repercussions in the global north, right? And this is exactly what happened in 1999 when Asia had a financial crisis, and the repercussions of the Asian financial crisis spread up to the European and the American continent. And that is why the G7 in a way expanded their elitism in terms of, you know, kind of creating a new organization framework which was known as the G20, also known as the Global South. Okay, and the first way in which the G20 was supposed to be organized was to avoid a financial crisis, because it was born in the wake of a financial crisis. So to avoid a financial crisis, to avoid debt burdens, to avoid some kind of a you know, unbearable loans that countries can take from each other, etc., etc. So for that reason, G20 initiative was initially a kind of an initiative for the finance ministers and central bank governors to discuss the international economic and financial issues. Right? G20 had a very specific agenda at its birth, that it is supposed to be an organization of the G20 countries, G7 plus the global south countries, to discuss on matters related to debt, matters related to loans, matters related to finance, so that a financial crisis can be mitigated by the conversation of these entities through this organization. Okay, initially. Later on, the G20 also developed itself into another wing, which is known as the Sherpa wing, in which meetings of political leadership also started happening. Okay, so today G20 has two modes to it. One is the finance ministers meeting, and the second is the Sherpa meeting. In with both of these things, G20 exists parallelly. Sherpa meeting is one where you have discussions about politics, about culture, about society, about international relations. and of all problems which are facing the world today. Financial meetings are where you discuss the questions about finance, debts, repayments, loans, interest rates, etc., etc. Okay. For example, the Sherpa appointed by the government of India is by the name of Amitabh Kant, who's supposed to be the supervisor of India's missions at the G20. So this is correct. Okay. Second, digital public infrastructure is one of the India's top G20 priorities. Yes, it is correct. Take a look at this news article which came out recently. This is about the Union of Government having set up India's G20 task force on digital public infrastructure for economic transformation, financial inclusion and development. The task force will be co-chaired by India's G20 Sherpa Amitabh Kant and Infosys chairman Nandan Nilekani. So this part, it was a part of the current affairs with regard to the priorities that India has with respect to the G20. It was in the news and has been taken directly from the news. If you have covered news with regard to the G20 from the newspapers, this would have been a part of one of your notes as we did in the class, and this is something that you can take a look at. The correct answer is both 1 and 2. Okay.
With reference to, and this is question number 11, this is question number 61, set B 61, A 81, C 11 and D 21. With reference to Indian history, Alexandria, A.H. Longhurst, Robert Sowell, James Burgess and Walter Elliot were associated with archaeological, all of them are archaeologists and associated with South Indian archaeology, clear, archaeological science in southern part India. Some of them, like Robert Sowell, were great historians who wrote about Vijayanagar kingdom elaborately, and some of them were British civil servant also, and all of them contributed towards archaeological science. So answer to this question would be archaeological excavation, that is A option, because all of them are associated with archaeological excavations. Fine, clear. Moving to the next question, that is question number 62, set A 82, C 12 and D 22. Consider the following pairs, site and well known for. Besnagar, Shavite Caves, Rhine. Clear? Make one thing very clear. This is a wrong statement. We had discussed in the class also. I can show you clear. So this is a wrong statement. It is not a Shavite cave shrine. No. It is associated with Vaishnavism related to archaeological evidence for worship of Lord Krishna, because Greek envoy Heliodorus erected a pillar here that mentions about the worship of Lord Krishna along with Vasudev. So this is wrong. Bhaja is Buddhist cave shrine. This is perfectly fine. We had discussed about Bhaja. I'll show you. Sitana Vasal is Jain cave shrine. Clear? So two pairs are right. That is B. Only 2 is right. And I can show you the video of this as well. Clear? Just look into this. We had covered this in class itself. Pratiharas and Kannauj. Chola Empire. Chola Empire, clear? Besnagar, I'll show you again. Shravan Belgol, clear? Here only I can show you post-Mauryan phase as well. Mauryan Empire. Stupa architecture. Post-Mauryan phase. See, here only we had discussed Indo-Greeks, Menander, Gandhar school and Mathura school. Yeah, Vasudev, Kanva, Heliodorus, Besnagar pillar, inscription Vidisha. We had discussed in the class itself that Kanvas were led by Vasudev, and Chalcidas, the Greek king, deputed Heliodorus, Besnagar pillar inscription that is related to Vaishnavism. That is related to Vaishnavism, not Shaivism. So that would be a wrong statement. Clear? So moving back to our question. So obviously this would be a wrong statement. So this is a wrong statement. Bhaja is a Buddhist cave shrine. We had discussed in the class itself, and Jat cave shrine. So 2 pairs is right. That is only 2. B would be the right answer to this question. Clear? Moving to the next question. Question number 12. Question number 13. Clear? There's another question to be discussed in the class. I'll let you know about that question also. In fact, I'll write that question to understand. Clear? And the question is, I'll let you know, clear? Another question has been asked from this history section related to national movement, and that question is two statement. Statement 1, and that statement says 7th August is declared. 7th August is declared as the National Handloom Day, as the National Handloom Day. Clear? Second statement to this question is, it was in 1905. It was in 1905 that the Swadeshi movement, the first mass movement, that the Swadeshi movement was launched on the same day. On the same day. Clear? So both two statements are, and options are, both one statement and two statements is right, and second is the correct explanation of A. Both 1 and 2 is right, but 2 is not the correct explanation of A. 1 is right and 2 is wrong. 1 is wrong and 2 is right. Clear? These are 4 options. Clear? Again, I'll let you know. Clear? First of all, coming to this question, I'll let you know. Do understand statement 1. 7th August is declared as the National Handloom Day. Clear? This is a right statement. In fact, the government of India declared 7th August to be National Handloom Day from 2015. So from the year 2015, the Union government decided to celebrate 7th of August as the National Handloom Day. This is the right statement, no doubt about it. Second is, it was in 1905 that Swadeshi movement was launched on the same day. Yeah, clear? It is also a right statement that Swadeshi movement was launched on 7th of August 1905 against the partition of Bengal. See, there's some confusion. 16th of October was the mourning day where people began to show their repentance against the partition of Bengal, but announcement or rather boycott of all British goods and services began to be done at Calcutta in the town hall, and it was on 7th of August that this movement began to take place from town hall at Calcutta. And since it was started on 7th of August 1905, clear, in order to show disrespect to Swadeshi movement, National Handloom Day is celebrated. And why? Because during Swadeshi movement, indigenous goods and indigenous culture began to be promoted. That is, Swadeshi goods and Swadeshi culture began to be emphasized on the principle of Atma Shakti. Since Swadeshi goods and Swadeshi culture began to be promoted by several personalities like Rabindranath Tagore, Abanindranath Tagore, Achar P.C. Ray, Nandalal Bose, several other personalities. Clear? At this time, since emphasis was on production of Swadeshi goods, that is indigenous goods, clear, largely related to handloom and cottage productions, clear, just to give respect to that only, on the same day on 7th of August, Government of India since 2015 began to celebrate National Handloom Day. So obviously both the statement 1 and 2 is correct, and second is the right explanation of A. Clear? And therefore the answer would be answer, that is B. Answer is A. That is, both statement 1 and 2 are correct, and our second statement is the correct explanation of A. So answer to this question would be A. Clear? So A would be the correct answer to this question, because both the statements are right, and second statement is the correct explanation of statement 1. So A is the right option to question number 63. Clear? So all these questions, 13 questions were there altogether from history and culture, and all these questions are very important, whereby there has been attempt to understand what is the potential of candidates related to this module. See, one thing is very clear. question was on a tougher side, no doubt. But the most important thing is we as a team at KSG has been giving you the right guidance, the right material, the right test, because directly you can see questions has come from the class notes, question has come from the classes, question has come from the study material, and still questions has come from the test series as well. So with all these efforts in different directions, clear, we are converging at the right direction, whereby we are getting questions from in UPSC from all these sources combined together, and therefore the approach of KG is on right track to give you the best possible and effective guidance to crack the toughest examination in this country.
Question number 64. This is a very simple question again, but not simple in terms of because why it was expected in the UPSC, but the way that we can answer this question. Consider the following statements in respect of the national flag of India according to the National Flag Code. Statement number 1. One of the most standard sizes national flag is 600 mm into 400 mm. This statement is incorrect according to the National Flag Code. This is not one of the dimensions which is given. Statement number 2. The ratio of length to the height/width of the flag shall be 3:2. This statement is correct. Statement 1 is incorrect. Statement 2 is correct. You can mark your answers accordingly. Okay. Question number 64. This is the screenshot that I've taken from the National Flag Code. The standard sizes which are given over here are these, which does not include 600 millimeters into 400 millimeters. These are the standard sizes which are given over here. But the ratio of the length to the height is 3:2, which is the correct answer. Screenshot taken from the National Flag Code itself. Question number 65. Consider the following statements in the respect of Constitution Day. Again, very simple question. The Constitution Day is celebrated on 26th November every year to promote constitutional values among citizens. Absolutely correct answer. Recently only the Constitution Day was celebrated, in which the Supreme Court of India Chief Justice and the Prime Minister of India had exchanged some pleasantries with each other in terms of congratulating the Supreme Court and the Parliament for doing a fantastic job at preserving the ideals of the Constitution. So this kind of a thing was there in the current affairs recently. And that is why this kind of a question was asked. Though it is not a very difficult question, you cannot be misled by this. The second part of the question says, on 26 November 1949, the Constituent Assembly of India set up a drafting committee under the chairmanship of Dr. Ambedkar to prepare a draft of the Constitution of India. Of course, this is going to be wrong. If the Constitution of India is going to be adopted on 1950, 26 January, you obviously cannot imagine 1 month to create the Constitution of India. If you have to set up a drafting committee, you have to do it much earlier. So by very common senses, I don't think you could make a mistake in answering a question like this. Okay.
Next question from this economics. They are asking that they made the two statement. One is asking Switzerland is one of the leading exporters of gold in terms of value. Yes, it is the right answer. It is right, the answer. Okay, it's in the terms of value. It's there. But if you take as the gold reserves, first is Australia. Okay. Second, you can say Russia. And next is South Africa. Okay. You can just see that. Maybe okay. So these are the basically where you can say top 3. You can just see the gold reserves countries. But here it's asked Switzerland has the second largest gold reserves in the world, which is not true. So only one is right, second is not. So C is your right statement. C is the right options. Statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect. Clear, dear? First is right answer. Yes, Switzerland is there.
Another question, and this is a bit of an interesting question, kind of reveals to you how the UPSC thinks. If you take a look at, for example, the question is about what is known as a Trade and Technology Council. Now, what we cover in the class in the part of FTAs for the free trade agreements, we cover it under what is known as FTAs, free trade agreements, and especially India EU FTA. Now, India EU FTAs are currently under negotiation, but what has been formed between the two countries is a Trade and Technology Council. A TTC was formed between India and European Union recently, a Trade and Technology Council. Okay. Now, when we were teaching about this kind of a thing in the class, we also mentioned the fact that the TTC, which has been signed by India between itself and European Union, is the second such TTC which European Union has signed. Okay, the second TTC was signed with India by the European Union. The first TTC was signed with USA very recently. So the question was not asked about TTC with India, but the question was asked incidentally about a TTC with the USA. TTC between European Union and United States of America. Now this is how the UPSC flips. Question is not only about TTC with India, because that's simple, because that was being covered in the current affairs anyway because of the free trade agreement talks that India was having with European Union. The question was whether TTC is also there between European Union and USA. And if you take the notes upon what we have read about the TTC, we mentioned very clearly that the only country apart from India from which TTC has been signed by European Union is the United States of America. So that way the question was asked, and you can take a look at these two things. This is April 2022 when we have seen that the India EU TTC was launched. You can see the Prime Minister of India with European Union representatives, and this is the TTC that India has signed. And the first country with which European Union had signed a TTC before signing it with India was with the USA. So the question was not asked on this, but question was asked on this. That's the point that I'm trying to make. UPSC in a way puts a layer into a question, makes a question a little more difficult, makes you want to read a little better in the newspaper. Okay, all right. Now the statement number 1 is correct. Statement number 2 is incorrect. Now the EU and USA TTC, what it says is to bring technological progress and productivity under their control. Okay. Now TTC is not supposed to control the performance of technology or control the activities of technology. It is not an organization which is, for example, titled with dangers of artificial intelligence and how to mitigate them. It is a promoter of technology, not a controller of technology. That's the term which makes the second statement incorrect. Okay, what it says over here is that US and EU claim that through this they are trying to bring technological progress and physical productivity under their control. TTC is not about just controlling, it is about maybe regulating but also promoting. It sounds like the technological aspects are getting out of hand and TTC has been created as an organization to bring them under control, which is not what the TTC is as an international organization. So the correct answer over here is C. Statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect. Okay.
Here you can see this one. They're asking about India accounts for 3.2% of global export of goods. Okay. We are roaming around, around below 2%. 2%. So many government documents, even economy survey you read. Okay, last year economy survey, this year economy survey, then you will get this. Yes, if you take the India's exports of goods in context of global market, it's constitute around below than 2%, around 2% you can say, not 3.2%. So it's not right. Statement 2 says that many local companies and some foreign companies operating in India have taken advantage of India's production linked incentive scheme. Yes, it's true. They are getting because it is a scheme what government introduced. It's incremental benefits you can get if you're producing more and more, then you're getting more benefits, incremental output linked. So it's a production linked scheme where you are maybe the foreign companies or you may be the domestic one. So if you're producing in India, then you're getting this benefits. So if you take, yes, it's right one. So D is the right answer. Statement 1 is incorrect, but statement 2 is correct. Okay, so just it's a simple one, but yes.
Next is consider the following statements. The Stability and Growth Pact of the European Union is a treaty. Now, ye basically this is actually, if you look into this statement, ये बहुत clear statement आ जाता है that there's actually a continuation that the Stability and the Growth Pact of European Union is a treaty that limits the level of budgetary deficit of the countries of the European Union. ये सही है. Makes the countries of the European Union to share their infrastructure facility, nothing to do with infrastructure. Enable the countries of the European Union to share their technological technologies. नहीं, it's basically fiscal areas में जा रहे हैं, budgetary deficit में, infrastructure technology से context में कुछ चीजें नहीं आती है. ठीक है, only one आ जाता है ये. Let's look into the next one, that is consider the following statements. Recently, all the countries of the United Nations have adopted the first ever compact for international migration, the Global Compact for Safe, Orderly and Regular Migration. देखिए ये all countries नहीं है, around 150 odd countries had done it. So all countries context में ये statement गलत हो जाती है हमारी. The objective and commitment stated in the GCM are binding, नहीं non-legally binding है. This is also not right. So ये भी गलत है, ये भी गलत है. अगर आप इस context में देखते हैं तो all three तो आ ही नहीं सकता है, और जो ये दोनों अपने आप ही out हो जाते हैं. You are left with only two options. Question like this has to be attempted जब 50-50 होता है. Let's see the third statement. The GCM addresses internal migration or internally displaced people. Now, it is basically internal नहीं है, ये internationally context में आता है, between different countries, not within the country. So ये भी गलत हो जाता है. So all three are basically wrong. So you will have it like none.
Consider the following countries. Again, you look at your map, you will find out in your atlas. If you will see the border of this continent called your Ukraine, if I will draw the map of Ukraine here, if this is Ukraine, not to scale of course, I am just giving a rough sketch of Ukraine, you will find out here this is Russia. This part is Russia, right? This is here is Russia, and this region you have Belarus. You prepare a sketch map, mental map, that is more important. You don't have to draw the map to the scale and give like a perfectionist. You don't have to draw. You should know. You need to remember. Mental mapping is more important. You need to do this. Okay, Belarus. Then you have Poland here. Poland is located. Here you have Slovakia. Can you see in your atlas? Here you have Hungary. Hungary. Then here you have Romania. Romania. And here you have Moldova. Moldova. Now you will find out what is this. These particular regions, we have one island like this is also here. It is like it is this is the peninsula, not the island, peninsula it is, Crimea Peninsula. So this side you have, if it is Crimea Peninsula, Ukraine is here, Crimea Peninsula, this is Sea of Azov or Black Sea this side. This one is Sea of Azov. Here is Black Sea. Black Sea. This is Sea of Azov. Okay. So different regions you are having. You look at here now. See the question here. Bulgaria, Czech Republic, Romania and Hungary, two things are given. Rest all are wrong here. It means what will be the answer now? Answer is only 2A is the answer here. My request to all of you, while you are doing any map work, please try to draw a sketch map. You will find out you will able to memorize the things properly. This is Crimea Peninsula. It's like distorted map, no doubt, but if you will try, you will able to draw, and you can draw it in a better way even. Try to do it in a improved way than whatever I have done.
Now, with reference to Earth's atmosphere, which one of the following statement is correct? Now, we have discussed this in global warming, and we have discussed the heat retention capacity of different gases. We have discussed the heat retention capacity of water vapor is twice than that of CO2, which was discussed in the PT Marathon class as well as the normal classes at KSG. So, we have seen that the infrared radiations are the correct option would be what? The infrared radiation are largely absorbed by water vapor that is concentrated in the atmosphere. Now, that's correct. Why? Because in fact, we can see that water vapor is nothing but a greenhouse gas, and the heat retention capacity of water vapor is twice than that of CO2. We have discussed in the class that the heat retention capacity of water vapor is twice than that of CO2. The heat retention capacity of methane is 25 to 28 times than that of CO2. The heat retention capacity of HFCs is 1000 times than that of CO2. So, the correct answer is what? The correct answer would be C option for 72. That's the correct answer. And as far as it can be found in the class notes of KSG as well as also the marathon classes that we conducted before the preliminary examination, this has been discussed in that.
Next question. Consider the following statement. Soil in tropical rainforest is rich in nutrient. My friends, tropical rainforest means equatorial region. As all of us were well aware, high temperature, heavy rainfall. Average temperature is 27 degrees Celsius. 23 to 27 in between it usually varies, and rainfall more than 200-250 centimeter. Hot and humid climate. So, the bacterial activity is very high. Second point, high temperature, moisture of tropical forest can dead organic matter in rich soil decompose quickly. Yes, because of decomposition, weathering will be very fast, physical weathering will be very fast, decomposition will be very fast. Because of this, you know, it is correct that you have high temperature, this process is there, of course, but because of heavy rainfall, you remember, all the nutrient they will get leached away, leaching of all the nutrient. A soil has a soil layer, as you know, soil horizon. I hope you remember that. We have a soil horizon. In the soil horizon, let me draw this here. A soil has different soil horizon, I hope you remember if you have studied. This is the topmost layer, O layer or A0 layer. This is A layer, B layer, C layer, like this. These are the soil horizon. What happened? Because of more rainfall, the decomposed material they got removed from here, leaching, or they goes to down lower soil layer, or usually they got removed from the soil layer itself, leaching. So, the fertility of the soil declines because of this. Though you have more rainfall, high temperature, and the rate of decomposition is much high, still you will not have a proper good quality of soil. So, forest regrowth or regeneration rate is very slow. This is the major cause here. This is the major cause. Okay. So, in this case, what will be the answer? First statement, rich in nutrient, no, it is wrong. Statement second is correct. So, what will be the answer? Now, you check it out, you tell me. D, statement 1 is incorrect, but statement second is correct. This is the correct answer here. I hope you got it. Now, I will go for another question. I hope up to this it is clear to all of you, right. Here a very interesting question. Those of you who have studied well in the NCERT book, particularly Principles of Physical Geography, old NCERT, Oceanography, hydrosphere part, it is clearly mentioned there, this particular question statement is there, old NCERT, you will find out. The statements here, the temperature contrast between continent and ocean is greater during the summer than the winter. My friends, if we will carefully observe these things, you will find out that the continent cool down quickly, heats up quickly. The water bodies get time for warming up and it releases the heat also gradually. There is a time lag. I hope you know about this. And you must be remembering that land bridge and sea bridge phenomena. Now, what happened? Continent ocean is greater during the contrast between temperature during the summer rather than in winter. No, during the winter season it should be during the winter it is more, in the summer it is less. This is wrong here, because there is a time lag between these two, and the water body generally traps the heat energy, it stores for a long time, gradually it radiates. The continent cools down very quickly, heats up also very quickly, that is the cause. Differential heating and cooling. One more point, the specific heat of water is more than that of land surface. Bill, correct it is? Definitely, and that is why we have cooling and heating differences is there for that cause only. So, second statement is correct, first statement is wrong. So, what will be the answer here? D. Incorrect first statement, second is correct. D is the correct answer here for this. One more question you are having is a very interesting question on property of the earthquake waves. I hope all of you have studied the NCERT carefully earlier and you might be knowing about this. There is a question here, it is on, one question is on 75 question number, it is in fact in case of 75 in series B. Consider the following statement in seismograph. P wave are recorded earlier than the S wave. P wave are recorded earlier than the S wave, and this is in fact correct. Okay. This particular statement is correct and it is given, this I have taken from our booklet, it is given in your NCERT book also, you will find out properties of this. In seismogram, P wave are recorded faster because it moves fast, solid, and where the particles are closely spaced, it moves very quickly. And if you look at this, like property is given here exactly, in P wave, the individual particles vibrate to and fro in the direction of wave propagation. Yes, to and fro it will goes, compression and push and pull like. And the S wave particles vibrate up and down, right angle direction of the propagation, up and down. Yes, it is true. Weaker one is S wave, stronger one is P wave. I hope you remember this. So, the answer for this, in fact, the question here it will be C, both 1 and 2 are correct here, both are correct here, both 1 and 2 are correct here. C is the answer, both are correct in this case.
Set B, question number 76. With reference to coal-based thermal power plants in India, consider the following statement. 1. None of them uses the sea water. यानी थर्मल पावर प्लांट कभी भी सी वाटर का कहीं पे यूज नहीं करता है, किसी कोई भी इंडिया का थर्मल पावर प्लांट है ना, इन द रेफरेंस ऑफ इंडिया इज अ क्वेश्चन, सी वाटर को यूज नहीं कर रहा है. गॉट इट. नन ऑफ देम इज सेट अप द वाटर स्टैटिस्टिक. ओके. थर्ड वन, none of them is a privately owned. Just I want to tell you guys, the first one, none of them uses a seawater is a wrong statement. Some of the areas in India where the coal thermal power plant sector is utilizing the ओशन का सी वाटर को यूज कर रहे हैं. गॉट इट. जैसे कोल की क्लीनिंग करनी होती है, बहुत सारी चीजें होती है जहां पर वाटर इज रिक्वायर्ड, तो दे वांटेड टू यूज द ओशन वाटर या सी वाटर. ओके फाइन. तो ये पहला स्टेटमेंट जो वो गलत है. इवन इट इज द रिकमेंडेशन ऑफ सर्टेन इंस्टीट्यूशन कि हमें इंडिया में सी वाटर को यूज नहीं करना है इन द केस ऑफ व्हाट, इन द केस ऑफ थर्मल पावर प्लांट. तो यहाँ रिकमेंडेशन है कि वी विल नॉट यूज इट. अगर ये पूछे कि नन ऑफ देम यूजेस अ सी वाटर तो ये गलत हो गया. और वैसे भी यू नो वेरी वेल, जब थोड़ा यूपीएससी फोर्स करता है, नन मींस ऑलवेज, नो ओनली, तो यहां पर ऐसे स्टेटमेंट वैसे भी ज्यादातर यूपीएससी में यू विल गेट इट इज अ रॉन्ग ऑल्सो. तो ये द फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट इज टोटली रॉन्ग. यू रिमेंबर गाइज. ओके, so it is proposed only coal based thermal power plant should not set up in such area. It is proposed, it does not mean कि we have started the use of it, कि अब हम पूरी तरह से बंद कर चुके हैं. Got it. So the first statement is wrong. Second one, approximately 40%, yeah, here it is mentioned there, water state district में we have not set up any of the thermal power plant. गलत है दोस्त. अगर you will go there, approximately 40% of India's thermal power plants are in water scarce areas. ठीक है, तो that statement is also wrong. This is also wrong. Third one guys, none of them is a privately owned. शायद आप जानते होंगे अंबानी जी का एक शेयर भी आता है मार्केट में, that is अडानी पावर लिमिटेड. आप ऐसे शायद सुना होगा. इट्स वेरी ग्रोइंग सेक्टर, मतलब शेयर है जो काफ़ी इंटरेस्ट भी है लोगों को. और ये एक्चुअल में बताऊं तो अडानी पावर लिमिटेड इज द लार्जेस्ट प्राइवेट थर्मल पावर प्रोड्यूसर्स इन इंडिया. दोस इन टोटल इंस्टॉल कैपेसिटी इज हाउ मच, अराउंड 13,650 मेगावाट. तो अगर ये पूछता है कि प्राइवेटली ओन तो ये भी गलत होगा. यानी ऐसे कौन से स्टेटमेंट्स नहीं है तो कोई नहीं. द करेक्ट आंसर शुड बी डी. गॉट इट. Go toward the next question. See here guys. Next question is the question on Volvatia method. Set B, question number 77. Other set, the numbers are mentioned there. Volvatia method is sometimes talked about with reference to which one of the following. ओके, वॉल्वेशिया मेथड के बारे में बात करें तो इट्स अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग बैक्टीरिया जहां पर वी पीपल आर ट्रांसफरिंग सर्टेन जीन, यानी जेनेटिकली मॉडिफाइड करके रिकॉम्बिनेंट डीएनए टेक्नोलॉजी के थ्रू हम किसी बैक्टीरिया में जीन को ट्रांसफर करने के बाद उस बैक्टीरिया को यूज करते हैं किसी वायरल डिजीज से बचाने के लिए. और वो वायरल डिजीज मे बी एनी ऑफ देम, मे बी लाइक डेंगू, जीका, चिकनगुनिया, लाइक इट. तो हियर द आंसर दो शुड बी करेक्ट, शुड बी ए, कंट्रोलिंग द वायरल डिजीज स्प्रेड बाय द मॉस्क्विटोस. ओके एवरीवन, फाइन.
As far as the question number 78 is concerned, I think it has been not discussed. 78, spreading finely ground basalt rock on farmlands extensively, increasing the alkalinity of oceans by adding lime, capturing carbon dioxide released by various industries and pumping into abandoned subterranean mines in the form of carbonated water. How many of the above activities are often considered and discussed for carbon capture mechanism? Can you tell me? Can you tell me what is the correct answer for this? What should be the correct answer for this? The correct answer is all three. All three would be considered as correct answer. See, increasing the alkalinity of oceans. Why? Because acidification of ocean would be responsible for reducing the carbon sink. Why? Oceanic acidification is responsible for reducing the carbon sink, and oceanic acidification takes place due to global warming. Capturing carbon dioxide released by various industries and pumping into abandoned subterranean mines. Definitely, because abandoned mines should be used for establishment of carbon sink. And when we are talking about carbon sequestration, it's a more comprehensive phenomena that we have discussed in the class. It not only includes the carbon sinks, natural and artificial, but also includes all the methods through which the adverse impact of global warming can be reduced. All the methods through which the adverse impact of global warming can be reduced. So all these things we have discussed in the class, and we have discussed in the class in the topic which is called as carbon sequestration. We have discussed this in the class and as well as the PT marathon session also, that what is carbon sequestration and what kind of carbon sinks are included in that, and what are the methods through which the adverse impact of global warming is reduced. One concern is what? One concern is that as far as CO2 in atmosphere is concerned, CO2 in atmosphere cannot be directly absorbed. absorbed, because it's a costly affair as a percentage of CO2 in atmosphere is only 0.04%. And that's why it would incur a very high cost to capture CO2 from the atmosphere by compressing air, which would be an energy intensive process.
It's a part of biotechnology. You can connect with the health and disease chapter. Next one, guys, aerial metagenomics best refers to which one of the following situations? So set B, question number 79. Okay, so aerial metagenomics best refers to which one of the following situations? बहुत दिन पहले एक टॉपिक ऑफ डिस्कशन आई हैव डन जिसका आपने नाम सुना होगा शायद. द टॉपिक ऑफ डिस्कशन वाज इन्वायरमेंटल डीएनए. वहाँ मैंने ये बोला था कि जो इन्वायरमेंट में जो सैंपल्स होते हैं ना, उनको गैदर कर, उनको इकट्ठा करते हैं, उनके सैंपल्स को लेते हैं. एंड दिस सैंपल वी पीपल आर टेकिंग, उन सैंपल्स के अंदर जो सेल्स वगैरह या उनके बॉडी पार्ट्स होते हैं, हो सकता है एनी ऑफ द बर्ड्स के फर्स हो सकती हैं, या एनी ऑफ द एनिमल्स एक्सक्रीटास हो सकती हैं, दोज आर बिकमिंग ड्राई एंड दे आर स्प्रेडिंग इन द एयर, है ना, इस तरह की चीजें होती हैं. तो वी कैन टेक देयर ओन सैंपल्स. उन सैंपल्स के अंदर दे हैव अ सेल्स, उन सेल के अंदर देयर इज अ डीएनए, और उसकी मदद से दोस्त वी आर ट्राइंग टू आइडेंटिफाई अबाउट द ऑर्गेनिजम्स, उस एरियाज में कौन कौन से रहते हैं. Okay, and in that way we can find out to check the diversity also. Even UPSC made one of the question, अगर आपने देखा है, similar question UPSC has 2021, जहाँ पर UPSC when asked one question in UPSC prelims 2021, here UPSC asked one of the question कि भाई ये बताओ कि हम जो whale fish होती है, got it, whatever through expiration is going to release outside, the droplets, cell particles, tissues that is going to come outside from the fish body, उनके जो samples होते हैं उसको लेकर उसके cells के अंदर के DNA की study करते हैं, वो सारी की सारी चीजें ये बताती भी हैं कि whale fish is suffering which kind of diseases also. Okay, तो इस पर भी क्वेश्चन पूछा है, यानी environment based here aerial metagenomics. तो aerial term कहीं ना कहीं they are going to show about the air particle. Aerial means air particle. तो here the question is coming, best refers about the following situations. Collecting DNA samples from the air in the habitat at one go. Okay, it should be the correct answer here. Okay, little bit here have a confusion among the aspirants कि सर यहाँ पे D option भी हो सकता है, जो कि sending drones to inaccessible areas to collect plant and animal samples from the land surfaces and water bodies. ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, inaccessible areas नहीं, आप accessible areas में भी जा सकते हैं, inaccessible areas में भी जा सकते हैं. And a part of this guys, samples जो आप land surface और water body से collect करते हैं, plant animal किसी का हो सकता है. यहाँ पर कुछ aspect, यहाँ पर कुछ confusions बनते हैं that among the aspirant. But here अगर you will ask from me which answer should be more and more accurate, the answer should be A, guys. Okay, so that is overall. Study DNA from bodies of water and soil to identify the species living there. So ultimately species living there means we can identify their own habitat. Okay, we can identify their own habitat. Come next, guys. See here. Next one, that is the microsatellite DNA. So next concept is microsatellite DNA. UPSC as microsatellite DNA is used in the case of which one of the following? Whenever you people see, even अगर आप अपने source देखो, that source I recommend to all of you, और जो आपको दिए गए हैं, okay, उन sources के बेस पर मैंने आपको बताऊं, मैंने वहाँ पे लिखा है साफ साफ microsatellites के बारे में. Microsatellites को we are also calling them as a short sequence repeats. ओके, इसी को आप टेंडम रिपीट्स भी कहते हैं. दे आर स्पेसिफिक डीएनए सीक्वेंसेस जो उनकी मल्टीपल कॉपी को हम टेंडम रिपीट्स बोलते हैं. यू जस्ट सी गाइस, इनकी जरूरत कहाँ है? वैसे मैं बताऊं, इसको पीपल आर यूजिंग द माइक्रोसैटेलाइट मेनी प्लेसेस. व्हेनेवर यू पीपल डूइंग सडन ब्लॉटिंग इन द केस ऑफ डीएनए फिंगरप्रिंटिंग, जब आप डीएनए को लेकर उसके पीसेस करते हो, रेस्ट्रिक्शन एंजाइम है, उसको ले जाके जब नायलॉन मेश पे डालते हो, नायलॉन मेश के बाद जब आप डीएनए प्रोब बनाकर उसकी स्टडी करते हो, नायलॉन मेश पे तो सीक्वेंसेस ऑफ डीएनए होते हैं, तो जो जो चीजें जाकर उसके साथ अटैच होती हैं, गॉट इट, इट्स एक्चुअली द प्रोसेस ऑफ सडन ब्लॉटिंग. वहां पर भी पीपल आर यूजिंग अगेन द माइक्रोसैटेलाइट्स, द स्पॉस प्रोब डीएनए सीक्वेंसेस होते हैं. तो दैट माइक्रोसैटेलाइट डीएनए सीक्वेंसेस इतने इंपॉर्टेंट होते हैं कि थ्रू द हेल्प ऑफ माइक्रोसैटेलाइट डीएनए सीक्वेंसेस हम ऑर्गेनिजम्स की इवोल्यूशनरी ट्रेंड्स को भी समझ सकते हैं. Even DNA always are very important for studies of the evolutionary trend of organism. शायद अगर ऐसा नहीं होता तो I already discussed in the class कि जो चिंपैंजी था वो कभी भी डायरेक्ट एंसेस्टर ऑफ ह्यूमन बीइंग, we will never call them. अगर आप चिंपैंजी और ह्यूमन के सीक्वेंसेस निकाल लो तो करीब 95% of sequences are same. It means little bit changes happen in the chimpanzee DNA sequences, it become here as a human being. यानी DNA microsatellite is a very very common questions. Gene sequencing, these are the very targeting question that is always. ये सारे के सारे questions static हैं. DNA fingerprinting we have not started today, ये बहुत दिन से चल रहा है. Okay, so that is still static. So the correct answer I think you people know very well. Okay, short sequences repeat. The one, evolutionary relationship among the various species of फाना, नॉट ओनली फाना गाइस, फ्लोरा एंड फाना एनीवन गाइस, यानी प्लांट और एनिमल किसी के भी इवोल्यूशनरी ट्रेंड्स को हम स्पेलिंडोमिक माइक्रोसैटेलाइट डीएनए सीक्वेंसेस की मदद से देख सकते हैं.
Is consider the formulations. It's directly they asked from the Janni Suraksha Yojana, JSY. Janni Suraksha Yojana. Basically, this scheme has one of the motive that develop the institutional delivery among poor pregnant women. So if you think here, it is a safe motherhood interventions of the state health department. Now this line is very confusing one. This word is very confusing one. If you see the government documents, then government documents says that Janni Suraksha Yojana is a safe motherhood interventions. After interventions, they are writing that under the national health mission. Under the national health mission. Okay, if you just read this line, under the national health mission, so this line is incorrect, because here it's written the state health department, but yes, clearly it's mentioned because it is a centrally sponsored scheme. It's a clearly written in the government announcement when they announce this scheme, interventions under the national health mission. So this part is wrong. Okay, this part is wrong. If you take the clear-cut statement made by the government when they announced this scheme, so only for this reason we can say yes, one is not correct. And second, its objective is to reduce maternal and neonatal mortality among poor pregnant women. Yes, it is right. It aims to promote institutional delivery among poor pregnant women. Yes, true. Also, it is for targeting SC, ST, OBC. They are part of that. Its objective includes providing public health facilities to sick infants up to 1 year. Yes, it is also right. Okay. So these three are right. So answer should be, answer is 3. I mean C is your right answer. So only 3. It may confuse you, dear, because state health department, you can say it's a central sponsored scheme, so may possible, but if you go to directly the statement made by the government, then from there you can say it is the wrong answer. I mean wrong options due to these reasons.
Now come here guys. The question is set B, question number 82. The question here UPSC asked from Anemia Mukt Bharat. The question is here from Anemia Mukt Bharat. See what kind of questions are there. Even I told you guys, UPSC always asks the questions from health and disease with its immunization program. If you will see from 2011, as I spoken you always guys, 11 से अगर आप 2023 के पेपर देखते हो, last 13 years के question paper. In last 13 years के question paper, why I am telling you? Because the prelims new pattern started from 11 onwards. ये भी कोई आज की चीज नहीं है. एनीमिया मुक्त भारत, ये पोषण अभियान 2018 का है. वो अलग बात है कि आप इसको 23 का करंट अफेयर्स बोलोगे आफ्टर 5 years, क्योंकि आपने कभी इन चीजों को पढ़ा ही नहीं. अगर आपने बुक देख लिया होता तो ये क्वेश्चन आपको डायरेक्ट वहां से उन चीजों को मिल जाता. गॉट इट. आई जस्ट वांट टू टेल यू गाइस, एनीमिया मुक्त भारत स्ट्रेटजी जो है, लिसन, इट प्रोवाइड अ प्रोफाइल्ड कैल्शियम सप्लीमेंट फॉर प्री स्कूल चिल्ड्रन, एडोलसेंट, प्रेग्नेंट वीमेन. अगर थोड़ा सा भी आपके पास दिमाग था लिटिल बिट, तो यू कैन आइडेंटिफाई एनीमिया जो है वो आयरन का इशू है, कैल्शियम का बिल्कुल नहीं है. तो फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट ऑलरेडी रॉन्ग. सेकंड क्वेश्चन, इट रन्स अ कैंपेन फॉर डिले द कॉर्ड क्लैंपिंग एट द टाइम ऑफ चाइल्ड बर्थ. एग्जैक्टली गाइस, कॉर्ड क्लैंपिंग डिले का जो प्रोसेस रन्स अ कैंपेन फॉर डिलेड कॉर्ड प्रोसेस, यहां पर इसको यूज करते हैं. थर्ड वन, इट प्रोवाइड्स फॉर पीरियोडिक डीवर्मिंग टू चिल्ड्रन एंड एडोलसेंट. ये भी बहुत ज्यादा जरूरी है कि वहां पर जो वर्म्स वगैरह होते हैं, दे कैन आल्सो क्रिएट अ मैसिव प्रॉब्लम फॉर द सर्वाइवल ऑफ द इन्फेंट. ओके, वर्म्स. तो यहां पर डीवर्मिंग का कंसेप्ट भी एक पीरियोडिकल मैनर में लाया गया. एंड थर्ड वन गाइस, नेक्स्ट वन, इट एड्रेसेस द नॉन न्यूट्रिशनल कॉज ऑफ एनीमिया इन एंडेमिक पॉकेट्स विद स्पेशल फोकस ऑफ मलेरिया, hemoglobinopathies and fluorosis. ये चीज भी यहां पर सही है. Got it? So I just want to tell you guys, the first statement, it should be the iron here, but UPSC has given the calcium, so it's a wrong. इट्स अ रॉन्ग। सेकेंड स्टेटमेंट प्रमोटिंग द प्रैक्टिसेस ऑफ डिलेड क्लम्पिंग, ये सही है। थर्ड स्टेटमेंट यहाँ पे सीधा कहा जा रहा है कि यहाँ पर डीवर्मिंग का जो रिलेशन है, okay, so periodical deworming to the है ना, no relation of deworming, killing of worm infant children below the 18 years of age, ठीक है, that is here। blue iron folic tablet provide a once a week, deworming tablets every 6 month, ठीक है। तो यहाँ पर no relation of deworming, sorry यहाँ पर relation of worming है, relation of deworming है। ओके अगर देखो यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा ये नो थोड़ा सा ध्यान रखना, अगर यहाँ पर रिलेशन ऑफ डीवर्मिंग है मतलब वर्म नहीं है, नो रिलेशन मतलब वर्म हो जाएगा, तो बाई मिस्टेक यहाँ पे नो हुआ है, तो दैट यू पेपर रिमेंबर इट, ठीक है। तो डीवर्मिंग टैबलेट एवरी 6 मंथ पर दिए भी जाते हैं, दैट इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। तो यहाँ पर दो आंसर इज द सी, दैट इज द right, okay। Fourth one is what? Fourth statement is always right, that I told you guys, it is not only for the non-nutritional anemia, even a part of this malaria और बाकी चीज़ों के लिए भी ये फोकस करता है। तो here second, third and fourth are right। यहाँ पर UPSC asked the question only 3, तो कितने यहाँ पर स्टेटमेंट हैं जो सही लिखे हैं पता है? दिस टाइप ऑफ थिंग्स हैज बीन स्टार्टेड फ्रॉम द लास्ट ईयर 2022 ऑनवर्ड्स। इफ यू पीपल सी 2022 ऑनवर्ड्स द क्वेश्चन पेपर, अब यूपीएससी ने उस तरह के स्टेटमेंट देने कम कर दिए हैं, जहां पर होता क्या था, जैसे फर्स्ट स्टेटमेंट ए बी सी सही है, सेकेंड स्टेटमेंट ए बी सी डी सही है, थर्ड स्टेटमेंट बी सी डी सही है, और फोर्थ स्टेटमेंट जहां पे होता था ए बी और डी, और वहां पे क्या होता था, अगर एक चीज आपको पता लगेगा कि सी तो पक्का नहीं है, सी पक्का नहीं है, तो आपको ये लग जाता था ये भी नहीं हो सकता, ये भी नहीं हो सकता, और यहां पर पीपल टिक देम। अब जो लेवल है, इवन एलिमिनेशन का जो प्रोसेस है, अब आप उस तरीके से नहीं कर सकते। दोस पीपल वर वेरी वेरी स्मार्ट अर्लियर, एंड कहते हैं ना यूपीएससी सॉल्व करने के लिए ये जरूरी नहीं कि यू पीपल नो वेरी वेल ईच एंड एवरी क्वेश्चन डायरेक्टली। ओके, यहाँ पे बहुत क्वेश्चन ऐसे होते थे, जो स्टूडेंट्स होते थे, एस्पिरेंट होते थे, दे सॉल्व इट थ्रू द हेल्प ऑफ एलिमिनेशन प्रोसेस, तो उस एलिमिनेशन प्रोसेस को फायदा हो जाता। अब यहाँ पे क्या होता है, या अर्ची, दिस इज एक्सपेरिमेंट दैट यूपीएससी स्टार्टेड फ्रॉम द लास्ट ईयर। ओके, लास्ट ईयर याद रखना, इवन मैंने बार बार क्लास में बोला है कि whenever you people are give the examination, उसके बाद आते हो 80% बच्चे यही कहते हैं, दिस ईयर यूपीएससी है चेंज द पैटर्न। जरा कॉपी पे देखना व्हाट आई हैव डिक्टेटेड देयर, कि सर यूपीएससी हर साल कुछ ना कुछ नया करता है। इवन आई स्टार्टेड टू डिक्टेट इन द क्लास बिकॉज ऑफ माई एक्सपीरियंसेस, कि आपको पहले दिन बता दूं कि दोज एक्सपेरिमेंट यूपीएससी इज डूइंग, यू आर नॉट द ओनली वन, इट इज गोइंग टू बी हैपन विद ऑल द 8 to 9 lakh people, those are going to fill up the forms। okay, so that you must be clear guys। okay, fine, so here you people understood what should be the correct answer। 3 statements are actually correct here। Go next, the next question here guys, about consider the following statements, carbon fiber, and here the set B, question number 83। what about the questions? Okay everyone, so consider the following statement। okay, carbon fibers are used in manufacture of component used in automobiles and aircrafts। ध्यान देना, during the discussion of nanotechnology in static topic, I told you guys कार्बन फाइबर्स को हम यूज कर सकते हैं। ओके, इन द केस ऑफ टू मेकिंग द कंपोनेंट ऑफ ऑटोमोबाइल एंड एयरक्राफ्ट्स, मैंने बोला था पर उसमें एक काम करना होगा। कार्बन फाइबर्स दे आर वेरी लाइट इन वेट, पर उसको हार्डनेस देने के लिए यू मस्ट हैव टू डू द एडिशन ऑफ, ध्यान करो, आई ऑलरेडी डिस्कस इन द क्लास, मैंने बोला था कि भैया आप फ्लोरीन, सीएनटी और ग्राफीन की अगर मिक्सिंग करते हो तो कार्बन फाइबर को यूज कर सकते हो। उसने बोला क्या कार्बन फाइबर को यूज कर सकते हैं, तो मैंने खुद बोला था कि ये चीजें कर हम कर सकते हैं इन द नैनोटेक्नोलॉजी डिस्कशन, दिस इज आल्सो द क्लासरूम प्रोग्राम। ओके, सेकंड पॉइंट, आपने क्या बोला, आपने बोला करंट अफेयर्स, मुझे तो नहीं लिखता, पता है फ्लोरीन के लिए 1985 में नोबेल प्राइज दिया गया, सीएनटी जो है वो करीब करीब 1991 की चीज है, और ग्राफीन के लिए 2010 का फिजिक्स को नोबेल प्राइज दिया गया। अब आप मुझे बताओ 1985, 1999, 2010 से आप इन चीजों को करंट अफेयर्स मानते हो, तो प्रॉब्लम इज व्हाट इन द सब्जेक्ट, आप खुद समझ रहे हो, दिस सब्जेक्ट इज एक्चुअली ऑल्सो स्टैटिक, बट द प्रॉब्लम इज देयर यू कुड नॉट अंडरस्टैंड हाउ यूपीएससी इज गोइंग टू आस्क यू, इट मींस आपके रिसोर्सेज जो है वो लिमिटेड है। और द अनदर पार्ट इज गाइस, ये जो एक नई चीज चल रही है ना, करंट अफेयर्स पढ़ लो हो जाता है, एंड द प्रॉब्लम इज देयर इन द साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी, एक्चुअली देयर इज नो एनसीईआरटी बुक्स आर देयर, इवन इफ एनसीईआरटी बुक्स आर अवेलेबल, तो वो एनसीईआरटी बुक जो है वो बायोलॉजी की है और फिजिक्स और केमिस्ट्री की, तो यहां पर बच्चा जो होता है पूरी तरह से ब्लर्ड हो जाता है। तो डोंट वरी गाइस, आई जस्ट टेलिंग यू, जो मैंने लिखा है, जो मैंने किया है, जो मैं पढ़ा रहा हूं, questions are coming there and questions are connecting from there, listen here, so that question those people have listened the classes, they know very well classroom program, that is already question। carbon fiber once used cannot be recycled, एक बात बताऊं, कार्बन फाइबर जो है रिसाइकिल करना आसान नहीं है। okay, but we can do them. तो ultimately यहाँ पर if you see the first is right but second is not right. Okay, so कार्बन फाइबर के साथ ये चीज है, मैं आपको बता दूं, इट इज डिफिकल्ट टू रिसाइकल बट स्टिल वी कैन डू देम. तो ये कह रहा है कैन नॉट, तो वी कैन डू देम ना, तो कैन नॉट आंसर की वजह से ये यहाँ पर जो होगा दैट विल बी द रॉन्ग आंसर. तो हियर द करेक्ट आंसर शुड बी ओनली एंड ओनली वन. Go next, guys. The next question is actually from the accelerometer. Accelerometer. याद करो, एक्सेलरोमीटर मैंने आपको कहाँ पढ़ा है? ड्यूरिंग द डिस्कशन ऑफ लॉन्च व्हीकल. थोड़ा सा ध्यान दो, मैंने बोला था किसी लॉन्च व्हीकल में 50% वेट जो होता है, 50% जो वेट होता है, इट इज देयर ओन वेट. ओके, इट इज देयर ओन वेट. गॉट इट? इट इज देयर ओन वेट एंड 50% इज व्हाट? इट इज द प्रोपेलेंट वेट. 50% इज द प्रोपेलेंट वेट. इस ओन वेट में आई सेड अ लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स, जिसमें मैंने एक टर्म लिखा था एक्सेलरोमीटर, फिर मैंने यहीं पर लिखा था एक टर्म जिसको कहते हैं गायरोस्कोप. गायरोस्कोप. फिर यहीं पे मैंने लिखा था दैट इज सी लूप सिस्टम. सी लूप सिस्टम. जो बच्चे करंट अफेयर्स की मैगजीन पढ़ के सिर्फ गए थे, ये सब चीजें वो छोड़कर गए हैं. ठीक है, ओके, दैट यू पीपल हैव डन दिस. ठीक है, नाउ लिसन गाइस. एक्सेलरोमीटर, गायरोस्कोप, सी लूप सिस्टम. तुम्हारे पेपर में क्या पूछ रहा है? तुम्हारे पेपर में यूपीएससी इज आस्किंग अबाउट द सी एक्सेलरोमीटर रिक्वायर्ड. मैंने वहां बोला था एक्सेलरोमीटर इज रिक्वायर्ड फॉर द डायरेक्शन वगैरह को चेंज. चेक एक्सेलरोमीटर एक्सेलरेशन वगैरह के लिए होता है, उसी बेसिस पे आपके डायरेक्शन भी चेंज होते हैं. फिर मैंने वहीं पर बोला था यू नो व्हाट इज इन द क्लास, कि भाई देखो जो तुम लोग वीडियो गेम यूज करते हो ना, यानी मोबाइल फोन में, वहां पर चाहे आप सीधा मोबाइल यूज करो या ऐसे यूज करो, पोर्ट्रेट, लैंडस्केप, कुछ भी, व्हाट अबाउट द डायरेक्शन यू नो वेरी वेल. टाइपिंग जब करते हो तो यू पीपल पोर्ट्रेट या लैंडस्केप किसी भी डायरेक्शन में करते हो. द सेम आई एम टेलिंग यू हियर गाइस. देखो यहाँ देखो क्या कह रहा है, स्मार्टफोन को टिल्ट करो तो सीधा खट से आंसर निकल जाता है. मैंने बोला था जब मैं टेम्पल रन वाला एग्जाम्पल आई एम गिविंग इन द क्लासरूम, कि देखो एक बार एक बच्चे से शर्त लगी थी और उसके साथ टेम्पल रन में खेलकर हार गया, तो मैंने उसे एक हफ्ते का टाइम बोला. दैट इज द स्टेटमेंट दैट आई हैव गिवन इनसाइड द क्लासरूम मेनी प्लेसेस गाइस. ओके, वहां मैंने बोला था कि देखो एक्सेलरोमीटर, गायरोस्कोप की वजह से हम वीडियो गेम्स खेलते हैं. इट मींस वेरी सिंपल गाइस, इन द केस ऑफ स्मार्टफोन में वी रिजल्ट द रोटेशन और डिस्प्ले बिटवीन द पोर्ट्रेट एंड लैंडस्केप. पोर्ट्रेट का मतलब सीधा कर लो, लैंडस्केप कैसे भी आप यू पीपल कैन प्ले द वीडियो गेम्स एंड ऑल. तो आई जस्ट वांट टू टेल यू गाइस दिस एक्सेलरोमीटर इज राइट हियर. वन ऑफ द ब्यूटीफुल क्वेश्चन इज हियर, डिटेक्शन ऑफ कार क्रैश कोलिजन्स विच आर रिजल्ट ऑफ. तो ये स्टेटमेंट तो 100% करेक्ट हो गया. This is the set B, question number 84. Detection of car crash collision which result in the deployment of airbag almost instantaneously. ठीक है, तो whatever the instantaneously happen guys, the airbag is going to open. See, आप ध्यान देना, in the miscellaneous chapter I discuss with you about one of the topic that is called safety on wheels. जाके देखना, बुक भी देखना जो आपको मैं बोलता हूँ, सेफ्टी ऑन व्हील्स. ओके, सेफ्टी ऑन व्हील्स में मैंने एक टॉपिक मिसलेनियस चैप्टर में आई हैव डिस्कस वन ऑफ द टॉपिक सेफ्टी ऑन व्हील. और वहां सेफ्टी ऑन व्हील में आई टोल्ड यू अबाउट द पैसिव सेफ्टी. पैसिव सेफ्टी मींस व्हाट? Okay, passive safety means what? If any casualties are going to be happen, to minimize the casualty, if any accident, anything is going to be happen guys, to minimize the casualty, those system in our vehicle is used, just like a airbag is going to open. पता है एक्सेलरोमीटर जो होता है वो एयरबैग्स की स्पीड को डिसाइड करता है, इसके बेसिस पे विद इन अ मिली सेकेंड्स में एयरबैग इज गोइंग टू ओपन. तो यहां पर भी द स्टेटमेंट इज राइट. और देखो ऑलमोस्ट इंस्टेंटेनियसली हैपन एवरीथिंग, 1/10 ऑफ द सेकंड, अराउंड 30 मिली सेकंड में आपका एयरबैग खुलता है. गॉट इट. जैसे कि आपको बताऊं, एक यहाँ पे एक बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग इन्फॉर्मेशन है. ओके, आई ब्लिंक होने में आपको पता है आप 100 मिलियन सेकंड का टाइम लेते हैं. तो सर आप ये कहना चाहते हैं कि आई ब्लिंकिंग में जितना टाइम लगता है उससे कम समय में एयरबैग खुल जाता है? एग्जैक्टली. और ये सारा का सारा जो होता है वो एक्सेलरोमीटर का ही होता है. दे आइडेंटिफाई द एक्सेलरेशन एंड ऑल. गॉट इट. दूसरा, डिटेक्शन ऑफ एक्सीडेंटल फ्री फॉल ऑफ अ लैपटॉप टुवर्ड्स द ग्राउंड विच रिजल्ट इन द इमीडिएट टर्निंग ऑफ द हार्ड ड्राइव्स. याद रखना, नॉट ओनली हार्ड ड्राइव, इवन जब आपके लैपटॉप्स गिरते हैं तो नॉट ओनली हार्ड ड्राइव, थ्रू द हेल्प ऑफ हार्ड ड्राइव एंड सॉफ्ट ड्राइव, इवन जो सॉफ्टवेयर होते हैं, सब कुछ सेव करने का काम एवरीथिंग ही इज डूइंग बाय एक्सेलरोमीटर. सो क्रैश सेंसर होता है, दैट इज कॉल्ड एज एक्सेलरोमीटर. क्रैश सेंसर जो होता है जिसको हम कहते हैं एक्सेलरोमीटर. बच्चा यू जस्ट कम हियर. एक्सेलरोमीटर, ये एक्सेलरोमीटर बेस्ड जो फ्री फॉल होता है, जो लैपटॉप पर गिर जाता है, इन दैट केसेस द पोजीशन एंड ऑल व्हिच आर गोइंग टू चेंज ना, दैट ऑटोमेटिकली गोइंग टू सेट हियर. तो यहां पर पता है ये चीजें जो है, देखो प्रोसेस डेटा, प्रोटेक्ट द डेटा एंड ड्राइव, यानी सॉफ्टवेयर हार्डवेयर सब कुछ यहां पे भी इसको बचाने की कोशिश करता है. एंड हियर आई वांट टू टेल यू गाइस, माइक्रो इलेक्ट्रोमैकेनिकल सिस्टम, ओके, MEMS है जो इस पूरे टेक्नोलॉजी को, इस तरह की चीजों को डेवलप कर रहा है. गॉट इट. तो यहां पर द स्टेटमेंट 2 right, statement 1 right, and accelerometer in the mobile phone statement 3 right. So here 3 option will be correct, guys. Okay, here 3 option will be correct.
Hello everybody. Now I'm again with you to discuss few questions which have been asked from environment, from space, also from biodiversity. So we missed those questions earlier. So let's see these questions. And the question number 85. With reference to the role of biofilters in recirculating aquaculture system, consider the following statements. Biofilters provide waste treatment by removing uneaten fish feed. That's correct. Biofilters convert ammonia present in fish waste to nitrate, because ammonia is nothing but a type of contaminant, so it needs to be removed. So these two statements are correct. But biofilters increase phosphorus as nutrient for fish in water. That's incorrect. Why? Because if phosphorus is increased, then we can see that eutrophication would take place. And eutrophication would be resulting in what? It would be resulting in algal bloom. And algal bloom would be causing dead water zones. So dead water zones would be formed in the water body. And that's the reason why we would be considering statement 3 as incorrect, because phosphorus biofilters are not responsible for enhancing phosphorus as nutrient for fish in water. And this is the reason. Eutrophication, you know, that it is the process through which sediments are deposited in the lakes, which enhance the nutrient content of the lakes, and they are responsible for not only enhancing the nutrient content, but are also responsible for aging of the lakes. Now, let's see the question number 86, which pertains to space. Now, we can see, consider the following pairs, objects in space, and description you have to match. Now, Cepheids are what? Cepheids are star which brighten and dim periodically. Now, those would be called as Cepheids. And nebulae is what? It's giant cloud of dust and gas in space. So that's true. Now, this is matched with what? Matched with this one, and nebulae is matched with the first one. Pulsar is neutron star that are formed when massive stars run out of fuel and collapse. And they collapse, why? Because their mass becomes 1.4 times than that of sun. And that is what? That is nothing but the Chandrasekhar limit. Chandrasekhar limit, because of which it collapses. So as far as the pairs are concerned, we can see only one pair is correct, and that is 3. So only one would be the correct answer, A. Only one would be the correct answer. Clear?
Another one. Which one of the following countries has its own satellite navigation system? Okay, the one is the Australia, second is Canada, third is Israel, and fourth is the Japan. आपको पता होना चाहिए. During the discussion, I told you in my classroom program कि 2 ऐसे country हैं. Okay, even worldwide, if you go in the global GPS system, तो 4 global GPS system I have discussed after the India's satellite program. Okay, here those I am telling you. Global GPS is the classroom discussion, guys. Even I have a click of the photograph because last moment it was very difficult to connect with the students to take their own copy-based photograph. So I got photograph of some of the students that I had discussed inside the classroom program. Now Star is the first global GPS that US has developed 1970s onward. ये सारे लिस्ट में आपको क्लास में कराता हूँ. ब्रोनास जो रशिया का है, बैडू जो चाइना का, गैलीलियो जो है यूरोपियन यूनियन का है. तो वर्ल्डवाइड इफ यू पीपल टॉक अबाउट द ग्लोबल जीपीएस, सो दीज आर द 4 ओनली. ओके, बट यहीं पर कुछ कंट्रीज ऐसे हैं जिनके पास अपना सैटेलाइट नेविगेशन सिस्टम है. व्हाट आर देम? एक मैंने बोला था जापान, और मैंने बोला था इंडिया, और मैंने बोला था फ्रांस के बारे में भी सुनने में आ रहा है कि फ्रांस हैज ऑल्सो डन दिस. ओके, जो इंडिया का है दैट गगन एंड आईआरएनएसएस दैट आई ऑलरेडी discussed with you, or IRNSS already UPSC asked earlier around 2017 in your prelims paper, and IRNSS was also the UPSC question paper in your mains paper. Okay, got it. यहाँ पर पूछ रहा है which country have own satellite navigation system. Own satellite means सिर्फ अपना, means it is the regional. Here UPSC is not asking you about the global. यहाँ पे देखो जो आंसर मैं कह रहा हूँ जापान का है, that is a quasi-Janis satellite system. ये क्वेश्चन मैं आपको दिखाता हूँ because this photograph somebody has sent of my classroom students. Okay. ओके, क्लासरूम स्टूडेंट. तो सी हियर गाइस, ये भी दिखाता हूं आपको. ओके, सी हियर, सी यस, सी हियर. This is the question, this is the discussion that I already have done. Even students, I generally said inside the classroom, I never asked UPSC will ask this type of question, which country have. So I said guys inside the classroom when I discussed the GPS, okay, here I said the regional GPS में दो और कंट्री हैं, जापान और फ्रांस, ओके, जिनके पास भी अपने रीजनल जीपीएस है 2020 ऑनवर्ड्स, गॉट इट. तो एक्चुअली इन द रेफरेंस ऑफ अदर कंट्री, जापान एंड फ्रांस, फ्रांस के केस में हैव लिटिल बिट डाउट, आई ऑलवेज स्पोकन इन द क्लासरूम, ओके, बट जापान के लिए आई वाज श्योर. और ये देखो ये क्वेश्चन सीधा का सीधा यूपीएससी आस्क्ड, इट इज द योर क्लास नोट दैट आई ऑलरेडी हैव डिस्कस्ड. And that time I also told you those India have a IRNSS as a GPS. Okay, उसका कोई भी global होने का भी concept नहीं है. The reason this was the question paper of 2018 prelims also. पर problem क्या है? आपने तो current affairs देखा होगा, और current affairs ही किसी मैगजीन में 100-200 पन्ने में तो दिया ही नहीं था, क्योंकि आपने तो साइंस एंड टेक को current affairs समझ रखा है. अब you people decide the UPSC साइंस एंड टेक is the current affairs, या यहाँ पे भी UPSC चाहता है you must have to knowledge. Got it? One more thing. Okay. One more thing. See here guys. It's a proof. It's a proof. Got it? It's a proof. See, I think this video at least now it will enough to open your eyes. Okay, open your eyes. See, after it come next. Come next. See, next one. Set B, question number 88. Question. Consider the following statement. See, this question also came from the classroom discussion, but the nature of this question, as I got it, guys, two chapters clubbed together. What are these two chapters clubbed together? Classroom discussion और plus book को अगर ले लो तो ये चैप्टर दो सब्जेक्ट से जुड़कर आया. Got it? The one ballistic missile are the jet propellant, okay, at subsonic speed throughout their flights, while cruise missiles are rocket powered only in the initial phase of flight. Okay, one question. पहले इस पे थोड़ी सी बात करते हैं. देखो, बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल, आई ऑलवेज टोल्ड यू गाइस कि बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल जो होते हैं एक्चुअल दे आर गोइंग इन पैराबोलिक पाथ. याद रखना, इस टॉपिक को समझने के लिए यू मस्ट हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड माय सब्जेक्ट दैट आई ऑलरेडी डिस्कस इन द स्पेस टेक्नोलॉजी एंड डिफेंस टेक्नोलॉजी. अगर दोनों चैप्टर्स के नॉलेज है देन यू कैन अंडरस्टैंड वेरी वेल. आपको पता होगा इन द क्लासरूम प्रोग्राम, इसी द क्लासरूम के डिस्कशन है और सेम थिंग मेंशन इन द बुक ऑल्सो. मैंने वहां पर आपको तेरा 3 टाइप्स ऑफ जेट इंजन डिस्कस इन द क्लास. थोड़ा सोचो, क्वेश्चन यू कैन सॉल्व इट. जेट इंजन में आई टोल्ड यू देयर आर 3 types of jet engine guys. I think you remember the one was turbojet, second was a ramjet, and third I already discussed with you about a scramjet. Or that time I told you scramjet is a very very important question. Those I am expecting in your coming year examinations. अब सुनना, कह रहा है बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल जो होता है वो जेट प्रोपेलेंट होता है. देखो, जेट प्रोपेलेंट का मतलब होता है जेट इंजन. आई ऑलरेडी डिस्कस विथ यू कि जेट इंजन जो होते हैं दे आर इन द स्ट्रेटोस्फीयर. देखो, थोड़ा सा अगर सोचते तो ये क्वेश्चन आप लगा सकते थे, क्योंकि आई डिस्कस द कंसेप्ट इनसाइड द क्लास और दोस पीपल हैव लिसन द प्रॉपर्ली कंसेप्ट इनसाइड द क्लास. और जो क्लासरूम के डिस्कशंस हैं ये सारे क्वेश्चन डायरेक्टली यूपीएससी आस्क्ड फ्रॉम योर पेपर. ओके, अभी देखना अभी क्या चल रहा होगा. अभी पीपल गिव द एग्जामिनेशन, करंट अफेयर्स पढ़ लो, साइंस टेक हो जाता है, कुछ और पढ़ने की जरूरत नहीं है. साल भर साइंस टेक चुपचाप बैठे रहो, लास्ट में कुछ मैगजीन आएगी 10 दिन के 10-100 बनने के क्वेश्चन 100 पेपर के करंट अफेयर्स पढ़ लेना. ये कहीं भी चीजें नहीं लिखी हैं. अगेन आई एम टेलिंग यू, नेक्स्ट ईयर फिर मैं आऊंगा, नेक्स्ट ईयर अगेन आई विल कम, अगेन आई विल टेक योर क्लास एंड अगेन आई विल टेल यू द सेम वर्ड. और फिर वो आप सुन रहे होगे दिस यू पीपल आर डूइंग फ्रॉम द लास्ट 7 years. Got it? 2017 onwards, UPSC has turned 70-80% plus questions even start to make in the static paper. Got it? See here, guys. Statement 1. What are here? Connecting topics, space plus defense, both if you connect. I told you guys. See, I told you the jet engine generally they are flight under the stratosphere height. Stratosphere is that height where oxygen is available. पर सुनो, बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल वहां से जाता है. मान लो बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल इज गोइंग इन पैराबोलिक पाथ और ये हिमालय है. इट्स अ इंडिया गाइस, इट्स अ चाइना. अब आपको इंडिया से चाइना में भेजना है तो हिमालय के ऊपर जाएगा तो ऑक्सीजन नहीं होता है. तो सीधा मतलब कि जेट वाले में तो ऑक्सीजन होता है. यहाँ पे बैलिस्टिक मिसाइल तो उतनी हाइट पे जाता है ऑक्सीजन होता ही नहीं है. तो ये दोनों एक दूसरे के साथ कॉन्ट्राडिक्टरी है. ये अपने आप में यही स्टेटमेंट गलत हो गया. अगर आगे का यू विल नॉट हैव अ नॉलेज स्टिल यू कैन गेस इट. अब देखो, अगर ये विल नॉट हैव, क्यों? क्योंकि आप तो बिजी करंट अफेयर्स में हो. यूपीएससी ने जनरल क्वेश्चन पूछा, दोस पीपल आर लिसनिंग इवन माय वर्ड्स दे कैन अंडरस्टैंड. यस सर, ये तो बहुत आसान सा क्वेश्चन था. स्ट्रेटोस्फीयर से आई कैन अंडरस्टैंड. और आपने बोला था जेट प्लेन मूव इन द स्ट्रेटोस्फीयर. स्ट्रेटोस्फीयर इज दैट एरिया वेयर ऑक्सीजन इज अवेलेबल. इसीलिए कभी भी जेट इंजन एक्स्ट्रा ऑक्सीडाइजर या प्रोपेलेंट लेकर नहीं जाते. गॉट इट? So that is here. Fine. So its statement is wrong. Second one, Agni 5 is a medium ray. You recall guys? मैंने क्या बोला था? 5 अग्नि पढ़ाए थे और बोला था छठा भी है. That अभी टेस्ट होना बाकी है. What was that? See guys. Again this question came directly from the classroom program. Agni 5 was what? Agni 5. देखो मैंने बोला था Agni 1, Agni 2, Agni 3, Agni 4, Agni 5, Agni 5, Agni 6. फिर मैंने बोला simple way to remember the distance. Remember? 1000, 2000 kilometer, 3000 kilometer, 4000 kilometer, Agni 5, 5000, Agni 6, 6000 kilometer. ये मैंने जनरली बोला था. Got it? Then I told you guys, Agni के सारे stages में those propellant we people are using, यहाँ पे solid है, यहाँ पे solid है, solid, 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 solid. But difference is there. Agni 1 people are using the 2-stage propellant. Agni 2 is what 2, 3, 4 जो है ना, ये 3-stage propellant है, और 5 onwards is what that is a okay. एक काम करो, propellant छोड़ो, क्योंकि propellant पे जाना ही नहीं है. When you people can guess the answer with the medium range. ओके, व्हेन यू पीपल कैन आइडेंटिफाई द आंसर ऑन द बेसिस मीडियम रेंज, तो क्यों जाएं? अग्नि 5. अच्छा, फिर मैंने क्या बोला? मैंने बोला देखो, जो डिस्टेंस होता है, अगर मान लो एक तो होता है शॉर्ट रेंज डिस्टेंस, किसी भी मिसाइल, देखो सब कॉन्सेप्ट है. जैसी डिफेंस टेक्नोलॉजी आई स्टार्टेड, आई डिस्कस विद द बेसिक कांसेप्ट ऑफ मिसाइल, शॉर्ट रेंज. फिर मैंने बोला भाई देखो सेकंड होता है मीडियम रेंज. फिर मैंने बोला देखो तीसरा डिस्टेंस होता है, दैट इज कॉल्ड इंटरमीडिएट रेंज. देन आई टोल्ड द फोर्थ डिस्टेंस, दैट इज कॉल्ड इंटरकॉन्टिनेंटल रेंज. ये देखो, दोस पीपल हैव लिसन और रीड द बुक, दोनों मैं बोल रहा हूं, बुक और मेरी क्लास डिस्कशन दोनों काम हुए. अब देखो शॉर्ट रेंज में मैंने क्या बोला था क्लास में, 0 to 500, बुक उठा के देखना, 0 to 500. मीडियम रेंज 500 प्लस, और 500 प्लस से अप टू 2000 किलोमीटर, सीधा सीधा देखो. इंटरमीडिएट इज व्हाट 2000 प्लस अप टू 5000 किलोमीटर. और बच्चा व्हाट अबाउट इंटरकॉन्टिनेंटल, 5000 किलोमीटर प्लस. ये देखो, अब आप एक जरा दिमाग लगाओ, आपके पेपर में क्या कह रहा है? अग्नि 5 इज द क्वेश्चन. अग्नि 5 5000 किलोमीटर, 5000 किलोमीटर इज द मीडियम रेंज या 5000 इज द इंटरकॉन्टिनेंटल रेंज? तो सर एकदम कंफर्म हो गया, ये ऑप्शन गलत है. फिर मैं कह रहा हूं, try to understand the subject. UPSC made very easy question, and these all the question you have done the error जो आप आसानी से कर सकते थे अगर you have a logic. Even Khan sir told you guys, what told you? He just told you guys, if you have a understanding of the concepts, if you can connect the concepts, okay, you can solve every questions. This UPSC is not the game of current affairs only. Those you people made, और खास तौर से साइंस एंड टेक में, तो I can tell you proudly, ये 70 to 80% question, not less than that. Okay, UPSC directly asks the question from my content, from my classroom program, from my materials, and it is the proved, guys. Okay, fine. Just a minute. Why you miss it? It is your problem. Okay.
Question number 89, and we can see that early in the class we have discussed mercury pollution, and mercury pollution takes place why? We can see oceans are a source of mercury pollution. Mercury is also present in permafrost region, so global warming and climate change would be responsible for mercury pollution of the oceans. And the type of mercury which is present in the atmosphere is called as what? It is referred to as legacy mercury. But the question is not concerned about this. So that's called as legacy mercury. The question says that, first statement, gold mining activity is a source of mercury pollution in the world. Now see, for gold mining, what we are responsible for doing, we are responsible for mixing mercury with gold to prepare an amalgam. And when we prepare an amalgam, then we are responsible for heating it, vaporizing it. So vaporization of mercury takes place in order to extract the gold. So first of all, what we are doing is, we are mingling mercury with the gold to prepare an amalgam, and then we are responsible for vaporizing mercury to extract gold. Now this would be resulting in what? Mercury pollution of the air, atmosphere. Coal-based thermal plants cause mercury pollution. Definitely, that's responsible for causing mercury pollution. When we talk about coal-based thermal plants, they are responsible because the waste product of these plants are rich in, iron, and is the waste product of, rich in mercury. And that's why the waste product of these plants, which is rich in mercury, for this purpose, sometimes we are responsible for using a gas called bromine, which would be responsible for reducing the mercury content of the coal-based thermal plant waste, because the mercury content of coal-based thermal plant waste is very high, So we can see that is correct. So gold mining is a source of mercury pollution in the world. Coal-based thermal plants cause mercury pollution, that's true. Because the mercury that we get from CFL, the amount of mercury which is present in the waste of the coal-fired thermal plant is roughly 10 to 15 times than that. So very high content of mercury present in coal-fired thermal. One of the adverse impact of coal-fired thermal plant is not only the emission of CO2 in atmosphere, but also the presence of, it enhances mercury contamination. There's no safe levels of, there's no known safe levels of exposure to mercury. Now, this is a statement which is correct. Why? Because the safe level varies from one place to another. So you can see all the three statements are correct. All the three statements are correct. And this we have discussed when discussed global warming, and we discussed mercury contamination of the oceans also, and how mercury contamination of the oceans would be enhancing due to global warming and climate change, because the source of mercury is also the permafrost region. Clear?
And this is the last question. See, this is the set B and question number 90 with reference to green hydrogen. I told you guys, green hydrogen based 2 question UPSC has. Consider the following statement. I brought some of the clip also because last moment of time it was very difficult, but kuch clips I have to collect it. Okay, in that way many clips I can show you, but I need more and more time. So एक और clip आपको दिखाता हूँ green hydrogen वाला, जहाँ पे 2 question आपको सीधा का सीधा. Even green hydrogen was the marathon classes also. I mentioned there जो KSG पे ली गई है classes, class discussion book हर जगह ये चीज लिखी गई है. अब सुनो, green hydrogen used directly as a fuel internal combustion. Exactly guys, hydrogen you can use directly in the combustion engine. In that way hydrogen fuel are working, hydrogen fuel vehicles are working. This is right. It can be blended with the natural gas. दिखाता हूँ ना, 2018 का एक टॉपिक है जो मैं अपने क्लास में डिस्कस करता हूँ. 2018 क्वेश्चन पेपर 2013. तो सर आप 5 साल पहले की बात बता रहे हो. हाँ, लेकिन आप 5 साल पहले की चीज करंट अफेयर्स बोल रहे हो ना, यही तो मुझे नहीं समझ में आ रहा. इधर देखो, मैं आपको बार बार बताता हूं. एक क्वेश्चन, दिस क्वेश्चन रिपीटेड इन 2018 प्रीलिम्स आल्सो. उसमें मैंने बोला था कि हाइड्रोजन और सीएनजी की मिक्सिंग करके दिल्ली में आईओसीएल इंडियन ऑयल कॉर्पोरेशन लिमिटेड और दिल्ली गवर्नमेंट, केजरीवाल गवर्नमेंट ने एक प्रोजेक्ट लॉन्च किया था जहां पर 50 बसेस को चलाया गया था. ये देखो हाइड्रोजन सीएनजी, and they have given the wonderful response. And those CNG was used there. It's a CNG में क्या होता है, नेचुरल गैसेस होते हैं, तो जो नेचर में पाए जाते हैं. व्हाट अबाउट द सोर्सेज ऑफ CNG? सब स्टैटिक है. तो या तो कोल बेड मीथेन हो सकता है, सेल गैस हो सकता है, अदर सोर्सेज आल्सो देयर. फाइन. तो अल्टीमेटली हियर व्हाट इज दिस, नेचुरल गैसेस के साथ वी कैन ब्लेंड इट एंड वी कैन यूज इट. इट इज अ फर्दर रिपीटेड क्वेश्चन ऑफ 2018 एंड फर्दर UPSC has after 5 years in 2013. The second statement also right. Third one, it can be used in the hydrogen fuel cell to run vehicles. देखो बच्चा, हाइड्रोजन फ्यूल UPSC not as the one time. पहली बार जाके देखना, यूपीएससी ने हाइड्रोजन फ्यूल सेल पे 2012 में क्वेश्चन पूछा है ना. उस समय यूपीएससी आज द क्वेश्चन माइक्रोबियल फ्यूल सेल. फिर जाके यूपीएससी ने 2015 में फिर क्वेश्चन पूछा, फिर उन्होंने पूछा फ्यूल सेल. और इस माइक्रोबियल फ्यूल सेल और हाइड्रोजन और फ्यूल सेल में हर जगह हमने हाइड्रोजन ही यूज किए. एंड दैट इज द रीजन इन द स्टैटिक डिस्कशन आई टोल्ड यू, दिस इज द रीजन फ्यूल सेल आल्सो कॉल्ड एज अ हाइड्रोजन फ्यूल सेल, बिकॉज फ्यूल सेल में मेन सोर्स ऑफ एनर्जी जो होता है फ्यूल, वो हाइड्रोजन ही होता है दोस्त. तो अल्टीमेटली आई कैन टेल यू कि हाइड्रोजन फ्यूल सेल रन व्हीकल. एग्जैक्टली. तो ये क्वेश्चन भी आपका रहा स्टैटिक. तो यूपीएससी इन दिस ईयर ऑल क्वेश्चन दैट आस्क्ड, शायद ही 1 या 2 क्वेश्चन आप चाहें तो जबरदस्ती यू कैन टेल एज अ करंट अफेयर्स, बट आई टेल यू अराउंड 90% to 100% क्वेश्चंस आर स्टैटिक. और सबके लिए आपको सीखना पड़ेगा साइंस एटेक. इट वाज ओवरऑल द 14 क्वेश्चन दैट यूपीएससी आस्क्ड इन द लास्ट. अगेन आई विल टेल यू, मैंने आपसे बोला था दिस एग्जामिनेशन को डोंट गिव दिस एग्जाम एज एग्जाम, यू जस्ट गो एंड एंजॉय दिस एग्जाम. और मैं फिर बोलता हूँ, प्लीज ट्राई टू लर्न द सब्जेक्ट एंड डोंट ट्राई टू बी हर इन दिस एग्जामिनेशन. कहीं ऐसा ना हो बच्चा कि आपके 6 अटेम्प्ट ऐसे ही खत्म हो जाए और आफ्टर 4 or 5 years यू रियलाइज, मतलब अटेम्प्ट यू रियलाइज कि करना क्या था, कर क्या रहे थे. एंड द मेन प्रॉब्लम फॉर द न्यू जनरेशन इज व्हाट, यू पीपल हैव अ लॉट ऑफ कंटेंट एंड नोट्स, यू पीपल हैव अ लॉट ऑफ यूट्यूब वीडियोस और इतने पीडीएफ आजकल चल रहे हैं इतने यूट्यूब पे. ओके, दैट इज द रीजन नाउ द न्यू जनरेशन इज गेटिंग मोर एंड मोर कंफ्यूज. सो वी all the entire teams, those we all are working time to time, Answer is also coming and connecting with all of you with all the recommendation, even with all the information those are required for your examinations. Our teams are totally dedicated, totally passionate to do something in the UPSC, especially for all of you. So kindly trust us, and in that way I am going to complete my lessons here. Thank you guys, all the best, God bless you.
Here just you see next one. Consider the following statements with reference to India. According to the Micro, Small and Medium Enterprises Development Act 2005, the medium enterprises are those with investment in plant and machinery between 15 crore and 25 crore. Dear, remember, in 2020, Okay, in July 2020, MSME Act Development, MSME Development Act 2005, you can just check. Okay, it's basically amended. And after amendment, for medium, a small, it's a micro, it's a small, it's a medium. After amendment here, medium, micro is defined if any unit, producing unit, maybe service, maybe your manufacturing, they're investing in plant and machineries, excluding land area, plant and machinery. If they are investing around 1 crore, then it's come under, up to 1 crore, it's a micro, and up to 10 crore is small, and 50 crores, then it's a medium. On the basis of investment, up to 1 crore micro, okay, more than 1 crore up to 10 crores is small, more than 10 crores up to 50 crores is the medium one. Okay, but question asked about medium one. Yes, plant and machinery between 15 crore and 25 crores. So it is a range, maximum they are giving 25 crores, but 25 crores is 15 crores to 25 crores. If you take these options, so it's a maximum limit. Okay, it's maximum limit is 50 crores. So yes, it can come to the medium one. Yes, so answer will be here, both 1 and 2 is right. Change it, it's not B, it's C will be both 1 and 2. Why? Because if you cross 10 crores, okay, then category will change, and up to 50 crores is the medium one. So more than 10 crores means 15 crores and 25 crores, okay, and 25 crores. But even after that, it's a machine between, they are saying no, it's going up to 50 crores. So if you take this, then here it's a little bit confusing. If they are saying 15 crores and above, up to 50 crores, then it's fine. But they have put the maximum limit 25 crores. So on the basis of that, yes, on the basis of that, just a minute. Yes, on the basis of just that, then one is wrong, and second is, it's a all banks loan to the micro. Yeah, it's under the priority sector, This is 2 is right, so B is right answer, you can say. But confusing is only here because they are saying that 15 crores and 25s. So if 15 crores, if you take the normal definitions on the basis of investment, yes, it will come under the medium, because more than 10 hectares, again I am repeating, more than 10 hectares, it's not now a small one, it's come under the category of medium. But since the upper limit this put and 25 crores, between these two only they restricted, but not only 25 crores, it can go to the 50 crores, up to 50 crores is the medium one. So if you take this current definition, then it's only wrong. Okay, if you take the 25 is the maximum limit between these two, clear. But if normal you take 15 and 25 crores also, then it's right. So on the considering this part, we are saying this is wrong and 2 is right. Okay, so this is the one of the little bit confusing here. So you consider that in this answer. Fine, dear. And if you go to the turnover, here second definition we accepted in, okay, turnover, if up to 5 crores, yes, it will come under the category of micro, and up to 50 crores it's come under the category of small, and up to 250 crores it's come under the medium. This is the definitions which amended later on in 2020 by the government. This is the things. So get it this point. I just clear it. Okay, if you take this definition, then it's wrong. But okay, due to the only maximum limit, if 15 crores part is clear, 25 crores is also clear. But if you getting the space up to 50 crores, then it's right. If you take only this, then yes, 15 crores and 25 crores also they come under the medium enterprises, because more than 10 crores will come under the medium one. So yes, this is a little bit confusing options, but take this. Clear? Now, next question is, with reference to central bank digital currencies, consider the following statements. First, they are saying, yes, it is possible to make payments in a digital currency without using US dollar or SWIFT. Yeah, it's true. First one is true. Even it's applicable in most of the central banks digital currency, even including India. But digital currency be distributed with condition a program into such as a time frame for spending it, since it is not given as the RBI idea. It's just a central bank. When you're just writing central bank, it may be any central bank of the world, any bank of the world. If specifically you're talking about RBI, then this option is wrong. If you're talking about specifically for RBI's digital currency, this option is wrong, because here saying time frame for spending it, there is no time. Just like the normal currency, RBI is doing the digital currency, just like the normal currency. But yes, it is a digital form, other are the physical form. Clear? But if you take the China, their yuan, they are using the digital currency. Yes, they are following the time frame for spending it. So if other nation like China you consider, yes, it is also right. So on the basis of these two, you can say both are right, this and this, then C is the right options. Again, I'm repeating here. If you take RBI digital currency, then this part is wrong. This part, this part is wrong. A digital currency be distributed with this one. But if you take the other nation, since it is written as a central bank digital currencies, it's not specify the RBI, then you also consider the other countries central bank, say China. Yes, China is doing this time bound manner. So C is the right option. Both 1 and C, dear. Clear? Now, next is this. It's a beta. If you just go and see the SEBI website, then there is a glossary form is there. So these all are defined basically small, and always they are putting some small words. So just asking in the context of finance, the term beta refers to, it is a D is the right options. Yeah. D is the right options. Yeah. It's a numerical value basically you are calculating, and basically it deviates. Okay, that's just like your Sensex, you take the whole index of Sensex 1, so they are fluctuating. So given in that, what is the fluctuation of a particular stock, particular equity, okay, that is measured by this, that is a beta is refer that. So just like a numeric value that measures the fluctuation of a stock to changes in the overall stock market. Overall stock market may be fluctuating, but in respect to that one particular stock, how they are fluctuating, that's you can measure by the beta. So beta refers to that. So D is the right answer. And next one, it's a self-help group. Consider the following statements. The self-help group was originally initiated, but you are knowing the self-help group is initiated by in the Bangladesh. Okay, but in India basically first it's started by some trade group. Okay, that's a social movement. They started the trade union type of things. They started these things. Okay, but later on the NABARD initiated this, and after NABARD then other commercial banks started this. So this part, the self-help group was originated by the State Bank of India. This is not right. Second part, you take in an SG, all members of a group take responsibility for a loan that an individual member takes. Yes, second part is right. Third, the regional rural banks and scheduled commercial banks support self-help groups. Okay, yes, it is also right. Third part. So only 2 and 1 is wrong. So B is the right answer here. Okay. So they simply ask from this.
This is the 100th question in terms of our discussion. Numbers wise, तो ये set B में, which we had seen, let's say set A is 75, B 95, 25, 5. Now in this context, you know that segment, it was not in continuation this year. Generally continuation होता है, but this time बहुत patch में different segments were covered. That's the reason we are going like this. We covered different segments at different intervals. Now, if you see this question, इसमें भी आपको multiple answers मिल सकते हैं इसमें. I'll tell you why. Now, this question is, consider the following statement. India's public sector healthcare system largely focuses on curative care with limited preventive, promotive and rehabilitative care. ये जो statement है, ये context में अगर आप देखेंगे, इसको बहुत लोग सही भी मान सकते हैं एंड इसको बहुत लोग गलत भी मान सकते हैं. ठीक है. नाउ अगर इसको बेसिकली द पॉइंट इज वी आर नॉट इनटू प्रिवेंटिव केयर. हम लोग ज़्यादा प्रिवेंटिव केयर पे नहीं है एंड वी आर लार्जली इनटू क्यूरेटिव केयर. प्रिवेंटिव इज मच बेटर. पहले ही प्रिवेंट कर ले. हाउएवर द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया इन द लास्ट फ्यू इयर्स हैव कम अप विद डिफरेंट स्कीम्स. उस कॉन्टेक्स्ट की वजह से लॉट ऑफ पीपल आर ऑफ द व्यू दैट नहीं ये क्यूरेटिव केयर के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में एंड हम लोग थोड़ा सा नहीं, ये स्टेटमेंट मींस लार्जली फोकसेस ऑन द क्यूरेटिव एस्पेक्ट. ये स्टेटमेंट सही नहीं है. देयर इज अ व्यू इन दैट कॉन्टेक्स्ट. दैट्स द रीजन वी आर आल्सो टॉकिंग अबाउट मींस 2 आंसर्स कुड बी अ पॉसिबिलिटी. नाउ if we consider it to be right, so let's look at the second statement. Under India's decentralized approach to healthcare delivery, the states are primarily responsible for organizing health services. ठीक है, ये तो इसमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है. तो the point, if we look into this second statement में कोई issue नहीं आ रहा है. When we look into the first statement, अगर इसको सही मानते हैं, तो this is not the reason. So the answer could be B. However, if we consider this statement as wrong, then the answer could be D. So B, D में if you are there, then there's a possibility. ठीक है कि ये जा सकते हैं. ज़्यादातर व्यू इस कॉन्टेक्स्ट में आता है कि नहीं, बिकॉज ऑफ लॉट ऑफ स्कीम्स बाय द गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया, सो माना जाता है कि चलो ये इसको गलत माना जा सकता है. तो डी ऑल्सो कुड बी अ पॉसिबिलिटी. सो बी डी के कॉन्टेक्स्ट में आ रहे हैं. ठीक है.
Consider the following. Explanation has been given here. Consider the following statements. According to United Nations World Water Development Report 2022, India extracts more than a quarter of the world's groundwater withdrawal each year. And the first statement is correct. But the second statement is incorrect. India needs to extract more than quarter of the world's groundwater each year to satisfy the drinking water and sanitation needs. It's wrong, because drinking water and sanitation requires less of water. Water would be mainly used for what purpose? Water would be mainly used for agriculture purpose. Water would be mainly used for industries. So the consumption of water for industrial use is more. The consumption of water for irrigation happens to be more. So that is the reason why more and more groundwater needs to be extracted, and that's why we say that statement 1 is correct, but statement 2 is incorrect. These things we have discussed in the PT diagnostics test of KSG. So this question, roughly the same question, was given in the PT diagnostic test of KSG, which we have discussed in the class itself. And
question number 97. According to the Constitution of India, the central government has duty to protect states from internal disturbances. Absolutely correct. Article 355 of the Constitution, which is a part of the emergency provisions. Article 355 of the Constitution, which is a part of the emergency provisions, is very clearly stating that it is a duty of the central government to protect states from internal disturbances. Directly given in the constitution is a correct answer. Statement number 2, the Constitution of India exempts a state from providing legal counsel to a person being held for preventive detention? No. The place in which the law for preventive detention is made in India is given under Article 22. And nothing in Article 22 gives the central government any power to exempt the states from providing legal counsel to a person being held for preventive detention. It is not given in the word of the Constitution at all. Therefore, it is incorrect. Statement number 3, according to POTA 2002, which is the Prevention of Terrorism Act 2002, confession of the accused before the police cannot be used as evidence. Okay, this also is not given in the POTA at all. So statement 2 and statement 3, when you directly read the Constitution of India and you read the Prevention of Terrorism Act 2002 directly, is not given anywhere. Therefore, these statements are going to be incorrect. The only correct statement is statement number 1. Take a look at Article 355, duty of the Union to protect states against external aggression and internal disturbances. It shall be the duty of the Union to protect every state against external aggression and internal disturbances, and to ensure that the government of every state is carried on in accordance with the provisions of this Constitution. Right? Very clearly, it is correct. This is a question which was again in news recently. I'll just answer this question very simply. Which one of the following countries has been suffering from decades of civil strife and food shortages and was in news in the recent past for its very severe famine? Okay. Now, Angola, Costa Rica and Ecuador, it is true that there is some kind of an internal strife within these countries, and it is also true that there are serious food security issues within these countries. But when we talk about a severe famine, the correct answer within these options is Somalia. That's the one which has been marked as the correct answer over here, Somalia. So A, B and C are incorrect. Option number D is correct. And the severe famine category, which has been caused by decades of civil strife and food shortages, which has culminated into a famine, is present in Somalia.
And this question is pertaining to what? It pertains to biodiversity management committees are key to realization of objectives of Nagoya Protocol. Now, if we talk about Nagoya Protocol was what? It was the COP 10 to the CBD. That is Conference of Party 10 to the Convention on Biodiversity. And it was responsible for setting 20 targets, and these targets were called as what? These targets were called as Aichi targets. And the result is what? That we have seen that not a single of the target has been met. Clear. Now, the second statement is what? The biodiversity management committees have important functions in determining access and benefit sharing, including the power to levy connection of taxes on access of biological resources within its jurisdiction. That's true. But also do remember that the global framework for biodiversity, which was recently signed at the COP 15, which was conducted in 2 phases. One was in Kunming and second was in Montreal. Now, it has set 23 targets, and that is to be attained by the year 2030. Clear? So that, and so we can see that the correct answer is what? Correct answer is both 1 and 2. And this is the explanation for that purpose.
We come to the last question of the polity session. Consider the following statements in respect of election to the President of India. Okay, let's take a look at the statements given over here. And again, I was mentioning that you have 2 questions which have come this year from the presidential elections. We've already taken a look at one question, which is regarding the powers of the Supreme Court to declare the election void and the consequences of it. That is one question. Second is a bit of a tricky question. This was a question that one had to spend some amount of time thinking about. Statement number 1. The members of nominated to either House of Parliament or the legislative assemblies of states are also eligible to be included in the Electoral College. Now, this is just fundamentally wrong. Okay, I'll give you the example of why it is wrong. When we talk about a president, generally what we say is that the president is the head of the state. President is the head of the state, and the head of the state in a republic, and India is a republic, shall be chosen by the people. And sometimes we can also say shall be elected by the people. This is the first and simple definition of what a republican form of government means. A republican form of government is that in which the head of the state, which is the president, is elected by the people, directly or indirectly, chosen by the people. People must have a say in giving the post of president to one particular person. That is a definition of a republic. Okay. Now, when we take a look at the presidential elections in India, what you have is a electoral college, which is composed of the members from the Lok Sabha plus the Rajya Sabha plus the state assemblies, right? These are the members who form the electoral college, and then they have an election and the president is elected. So these are people who are elected by the people of India, directly or indirectly, and these people form an electoral college to elect the president of India, right? So these are the people of India who are directly or indirectly elected the president of India. When we talk about nominated members are present in the Rajya Sabha, but they are not in the Rajya Sabha by the people of India. They have been taken by the president of India for their extraordinary skills in literature, science, art, and social services. But they are not the ones who have faced elections and have come from the people of India, and therefore, by that principle, they are not included in deciding the elections of the president of India. Right? It's as simple as that. So therefore, this particular part is even directly given in the constitution, and it is not correct. Statement number 1 is incorrect. Statement number 2, the higher the number of legislative assembly seats, higher is the value of vote of each MLA. Now, this is a bit of a kind of a thing that you have to little bit think about. Generally, what we see is that the legislative assemblies in the country are given their constituencies according to the proportion of their population. Okay, so a very simple formula is that you take the proportion of you take the number of population of a state and you divide the constituencies of that state between 60 to 500, so that the quotient of the division of the population of the state and the constituencies of the state is uniform for all constituencies within the state. I know that this is getting a little technical, but I'm presuming that you've already read about this, the way that legislative assembly seats have been crafted. Okay, so overall, population does play a part, but the population plays a part within a state. But states can have different constituencies with each other, which means that one thing we can say is that a state which has a higher number of legislative assembly members can have a higher number of votes as a collective, as a state in the presidential elections. But we cannot say that each of those members will have a higher value vote as compared to other state members. Okay, that's as much as I can tell in this kind of a brief format, but this particular part is incorrect. Okay, higher the number of elective assembly seats, higher is the value of the vote of each MLA. This may be correct in some senses, but it also may be incorrect, and therefore this kind of a statement is, on the face value of it, is incorrect. The value of vote of each MLA of Madhya Pradesh is greater than that of Kerala, and this is exactly the demonstration of it. It is quite the otherwise. Okay, I've attached a set of list of the recent presidential elections. Now you see, for example, in the recent elections of the president, you have 140 members from Kerala who had a total individual value of 152 votes. You have 230 members from Madhya Pradesh who had an individual value of 131 votes, which basically means that an MLA from Kerala has more number of votes than an MLA from MP, despite the fact that Kerala may have a lesser population than Madhya Pradesh. This is where the UPSC has played a very clear trick upon this, and this is why I would classify one of these questions as one of the most difficult questions in the examination. The last question in set B. It's not a very easy question to attempt. Okay, but this is a chart that you can take a look at. Kerala has higher number of votes given to one member of Legislative Assembly as compared to Madhya Pradesh. 152 is to 131. And therefore it is incorrect. This part which has been given as the option over here. Okay, this part. Now, take a look at statement number 4. The value of vote of each MLA of Puducherry is higher than that of the Arunachal Pradesh because the ratio of total population to total number of elective seats in Puducherry is greater as compared to Arunachal Pradesh. In all senses and all simple aspects, if you take a look at this chart without too much explanation, if we can't go it at this point, it is correct. Okay, you take a look at Puducherry and you take a look at Arunachal, and vote which has been given to each member at a assembly in Puducherry is much higher than what it has been given to Arunachal, because it is a game of proportions on the basis of the population. So the correct answer, it's a bit of a understanding in which we can take a look at what this kind of a thing has come out to. Okay. Manner of election of the president is given under Article 55, which talks about 55 clause 2. Every elected member of Legislative Assembly of a state shall have as many votes as there are multiples of 1000s in the quotient obtained by dividing the population of the state by the total number of elected members of the assembly. In very simple terms, the correct answer is only 4, which is only one statement in this is going to be correct. Okay, so just let's take a look at the last two questions. Question number 100. This is incorrect. This is incorrect. This is incorrect. Only this is correct. So the correct answer is going to be A, only one.
So with this, you can see that in 2022, we've had the general category cutoff was 88.22, 22, OBC 87.54, EWS 82.83, SC 74.08, ST 69.35. Now, if you notice, let's look from this side. 2018, the cutoff was 98. 19 was also the same cutoff. 20 cutoff नीचे चला गया, ठीक है? 21, 22 means we are there. All means there in the sense kind of similar numbers are there. 100 numbers भी नहीं आ रहे हैं. 50% सिर्फ नीचे cutoff जा रहा है. Comparatively, this year's paper was comparatively tougher than the previous years. Irrespective of the marks you are scoring, my advice is आप लोग mains के लिए prepare कीजिए. These 3 months are very crucial. It's very important. So don't waste your time in terms of, let's say, if you have calculated your numbers, irrespective of the numbers, you will go for mains. You have not calculated your numbers, you will still go for your mains. ये 3 महीने इसको waste नहीं करना है, बहुत अच्छा utilize करना है. So that if, let's say, इस साल नहीं clear होता है, if at all, then you have not yet wasted those 3 months, and then next year आपको बहुत मदद करेगा. This year we've met numerous students who could not clear prelims in their first attempt, second attempt, but जिस साल PT pass हुआ, they got their final selection. The reason being, they always made sure that ये time को वो utilize करें. ठीक है? So we've done with all the 100 questions. All the faculties gave their information. We tried to show you the best of the best sources in terms of that how to approach those questions also. So अभी it's already around yes 2:05 2:10 हो चुके हैं सुबह के, and thank you, all the best.